I am true to you, even if I don't say it today, I will still say it tomorrow. Could it be that after spending so many years together, you really don't have any feelings for me? Wang Weilong said with great affection. As he said that, he took a big step forward and directly blocked in front of Lu Ruyi. Lu Ruyi was very helpless in her heart. What kind of feelings could this be? In fact, Lu Ruyi really has no feelings for Wang Weilong. To say that at the beginning is also more grateful to Wang Weilong can help themselves. More or less the same feelings as before co-workers. But after Wang Weilong made himself wipe his ass over and over again in the back, Lu Ruyi really didn't have any feelings for Wang Weilong anymore. After all, a long time ago, she had also chosen Wang Weilong because she looked at him as being more honest. But never in a million years did I expect to just enjoy the taste of power. Wang Weilong's entire person had all but changed. See, Lu Ruyi stood over there silent, Wang Weilong heart more or less some annoyed. What do you mean, Lu Ruyi? Are you looking down on me? Lu Ruyi was made even more irritated by Wang Weilong's noisy voice. I don't know if it was Lu Ruyi herself, or if it was the drinking. Her head seemed to be spinning even more than it had just been. Wait a minute. Wine. Lu Ruyi was self-assured that she was still a good drinker. After all, she hadn't drank a lot before in order to run the Guhua gang. And today, she'd only had a couple of slight drinks at the restaurant and hadn't felt drunk when she got back. Just had a glass of wine too. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyi instantly widened her eyes as if she had reacted to something. She stared at Wang Weilong with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously. Wang Weilong you? She said more or less in dismay. Ruyi, you will understand me, right? After so many years, I don't want to be first. Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Wang Weilong, you wake up. I have no thoughts about anyone. I'm just thinking about things inside the gang right now. Lu Ruyi backed up repeatedly and yelled helplessly. Wang Weilong sneered, Lu Ruyi, don't you have a weak heart when you say this yourself? You're only thinking about the gang now? Then why is it that you couldn't resist the loneliness when you met GE? Lu Ruyi, you don't think that brat named GE is sincere to you, do you? Didn't you hear him? He already has a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend and still flirting with you, isn't this just trying to hang on to you? You know it yourself, right? This kind of young man is the most flamboyant. Those who knocked up other people's stomachs and are not responsible for it abound. Do you still want to rush up to be played? Wang Weilong mocked. Wang Weilong. What are you babbling about? After hearing Wang Weilong's words, Lu Ruyi could no longer hold back his roar. Ruyi, I'm also thinking about you. Why can't you think about me? You know, although I'm a womanizer, you've never been the only one around me. I have true love for you. With that said, Wang Weilong stepped forward and soon came forward to grab Lu Ruyi's shoulders. Smelling the sweaty odor of the man's body, Lu Ruyi was already dizzy, but now she had a feeling of wanting to vomit. Get the hell off me! Seeing that Wang Weilong was bent on it? And had absolutely no intention of turning back, Lu Ruyi directly pushed Wang Weilong away with a force. Wang Weilong, I'm warning you for the last time, if you leave now, then I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today, and I'll pretend that it didn't happen in the future. His head was getting dizzier and dizzier, and even his body was feeling a little sluggish. Lu Ruyi understood that if he continued to procrastinate, this situation would be more or less unfavorable to himself. And it seems that Wang Weilong is well aware of it. If he hadn't used such dirty tactics, Wang Weilong would have been beaten down by Lu Ruyi by now. Ruyi, I know you haven't left my side for so many years, still letting me be your apparent husband. I believe you have feelings for me as well. It's just that you don't realize it yourself. It doesn't matter, today I will let you see your heart. Looking at Wang Weilong's very lewd expression on his face, the nausea in Lu Ruyi's heart increased even more. Vaguely, in Lu Ruyi's mind, GE's figure once again surfaced. If it was GE, he certainly couldn't do such a thing, right? Coldly glancing at Wang Weilong, Lu Ruyi turned around and was about to leave at a fast pace. Only now she was a little unsteady, and after only 2 tight steps, she was already very staggered. Looking at her stumbling back, Wang Weilong revealed a triumphant smile. He went straight up and wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyi's thin waist from behind, and sucked on her neck with great intoxication and satisfaction. Kasaba, you smell so good, you're a special woman, completely different from the others, said Wang Weilong, whose hands had already begun to be dishonest. Lu Ruyi's face was as cold as frost, and in just a moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes. She had already warned Wang Weilong, and he still remained insistent, so don't blame her for coming down hard. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyi directly picked up the knife that was used to cut the fruit over the bar, and with no hesitation, directly slashed it. Ah! Wang Weilong was in pain and immediately let go of his hand. Looking at the long wound on the back of his hand, Wang Weilong covered it with one hand while gritting his teeth and looking at Lu Ruyi. Lu Ruyi! What did you do? What am I doing? Why don't you think about what you're doing? Lu Ruyi clenched her hand tightly, her long nails embedded in her flesh. The pain brought her back to a moment of clarity. Chapter 137, Picking Up a Great Bargain. Although the wound on his hand was very painful, Wang Weilong still felt that Lu Ruyi had feelings for him. After all, Lu Ruyi such a person, in the treatment of themselves and other people's attitude is completely different. And Wang Weilong even felt that the reason why Lu Ruyi was so resistant to himself right now was also because of GE today. After cursing GE in his heart, Wang Weilong directly pounced on Lu Ruyi. What big storm hadn't she seen before, Lu Ruyi? So after facing Wang Weilong who pounced forward, he directly brandished the dagger in his hand. Seeing Lu Ruyi acting so crazily, Wang Weilong could only take a few steps back with a surprised face. Lu Ruyi, you really got off on it too? Lu Ruyi sneered, you can come up and try again. As he spoke, Lu Ruyi had already opened the door behind him, and without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ruyi turned around and directly rushed out of the room. Wang Weilong was shocked in his heart and rushed to catch up. And at that moment, Shi, who was sitting in the lounge, also vaguely heard some sounds. His attention wasn't on his cell phone because he figured it was about time. In the original, Lu Ruyi was able to avoid this disaster on her own, and later join forces with the hero to deal with Wang Weilong. But now, GE feels that the cheapness of the white have been delivered to the hand, white to pick up white not to pick up it. As the voice drew nearer, GE couldn't help but look back. With the sound of messy footsteps, GE saw Lu Ruyi staggering in front of him, followed by the grim-faced Wang Weilong behind him. At this time Lu Ruyi body of Yo effect looks like it has begun to attack, so even if it is trying its best to run forward, but still cannot resist the back of the Wang Weilong. Only the dagger that she kept waving in her hand more or less made Wang Weilong a bit scared. However, as the time was postponed, Lu Ruyi even the movements of his hands were slowed down along with it. As for Wang Weilong in the back, he didn't know what he had just gone through, and the area around his palm was full of blood. This directly caused Wang Weilong to go and see the opportunity to try to go up and dodge the thing in Lu Rui's hand. It was at this time, in this empty corridor, that Lu Ruyi suddenly caught a glimpse of GE on the side. She looked at Yai expectantly. Shi also lived up to his name and directly stood up and rushed towards that side. After hearing the hurried footsteps, Wang Weilong instantly looked at GE with a stunned expression. Only, before Wang Weilong could see the Chi rushing forward, he was already kicked out by Chi. Chi's kick was not at all forceful, and directly sent Wang Weilong flying. It was also the door that didn't have time to close at the back that blocked Wang Weilong, or else it would really have to fly out a long way. But even so, the door was already on the verge of cracking. Cough 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 cough. Wang Weilong looked at GE in anger, but the sharp pain in his chest made him a little unable to move for a moment, and at this moment, it was as if even his breathing was in sharp pain. For some reason, the moment she saw GE, Lu Ruyi instantly relaxed. Her tightly tensed nerves instantly loosened, and her figure softened as she directly flung herself into GE's arms. Only, while pouncing in, Lu Ruyi didn't forget to throw away the dagger in her hand. Sister Ruyi? How are you? GE's acting skills came online, looking at Lu Ruyi in his arms with a worried expression. Lu Ruyi gasped softly, then whispered, Take me away. Good. Nodding quickly, Shi answered before directly picking up Lu Ruyi in a cross-body hug and turning to leave. Now, Lu Ruyi was also completely at ease, lying all relaxed in Ji's arms. In fact, Ji's room was also on this floor, only in the other direction. Otherwise, if Lu Ruyi asked about it later, it would really be a bit hard to say. The two of them didn't pay attention to Wang Weilong, who was moaning in pain behind them, and left directly. Although Chi didn't collect his force, he wasn't the least bit worried about what would happen to the safety of Wang Weilong behind him. After all, he knows, Wang Weilong is also a little Taoist, just that one kick will not let him die so easily. When he returned to his room, Ge directly hugged Lu Ruyi and strutted towards the bedroom. Lu Ruyi at this time, although her body was weak, and even her consciousness was a bit blurred, but now she was still somewhat awake, but she was also considered to be holding on. After being placed on the sea by Ge, she grabbed the lapel of Ge's shirt and whispered, Ge. She hurriedly relieved, Don't worry, Sister Ruyi, I won't do anything, so hurry up and have a good rest. With that, Ge reached out to rub Lu Rui's head and turned to leave the room. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Rui felt a little disappointed while celebrating in her heart, and even her body was a little empty too. Ge sat on the sofa outside, held his breath and took a few deep breaths, followed by a few times of the clear heart mantra in his heart before he completely calmed down. Hell, he'd endured it twice today, and how hard it really felt to see and not eat. Moreover, at this moment, as soon as Ge closed his eyes, his mind was filled with Lu Rui's raging white flower. But Ge knew deep down that if he really couldn't help himself today, it wouldn't be so easy afterward. Sheng Haiman and Lu Rui both belonged to this kind of woman. Especially Lu Rui, this kind of murderous snake beauty, crawling up from the bottom. In fact, the city must be deeper than what he saw in front of him. Ge even guessed that if he really can't help it now, I'm afraid that by tomorrow, his head and body may be separated as soon as he opens his eyes. At the thought of this, Ge felt a cold chill at the base of his neck. With a long, helpless sigh, Ge could only resign himself to lying down on the couch. Only the moment he lay down, Ge vowed to hold back twice today. I must take it back from those two women in the future. However, it is true to say that Ge is also rather tired today. After all, he had a drinking game in the morning and another one in the afternoon. Soon Ge fell asleep on the couch in a daze. But while Ge sleeps easily and comfortably, someone next door is not sleeping well. In the middle of the night, perhaps between Ge's dazed sleep, he vaguely felt as if someone was picking at himself. Ge impatiently peeled the thing away, but soon the thing wrapped right around it. Who is it? Impatient at being disturbed, Ge then opened his eyes in a daze and looked over. Only when he saw the person beside him, Ge couldn't help but be surprised in the end. Sister Rui? Chapter 138, Behave Yourself. Active Lu Rui. Nightfall, the moon is bright tonight, and the night sky is not as dark as it was a few days ago. Looking at the sky tonight, it looks like the weather is going to be great tomorrow. It was also because the moonlight tilting in at the floor-to-ceiling windows made it obvious that Ge could see the woman sitting beside him. Woman in a tight wrap-around skirt, sitting over here at this time, but also outlined the figure of the front and back, looking at people's mouth dry. And even more deadly was the expression on the woman's face. A small, white, delicate and charming face was full of redness at this moment. I don't know when the redness that surfaced, added this originally very charming face is also more bewitching. At this time late at night, suddenly saw Lu Rui sitting on his side. Ge even had a kind of illusion. It was a trance-like feeling that the woman in front of her was a goblin who had come to suck her Ji. As for Lu Rui, who was sitting over there, after hearing Ge call out to himself in surprise, she twisted her head in some embarrassment, her eyes rippled with light, and after softly glancing at Ge, she looked away again in panic. Messy hair slipped from the top of her head, slowly falling to her shoulders and then to the front of her head. Fragments of inked hair, contrasted even more so on the raging white blossoms. For a moment, Ge actually felt that the white raging was much brighter than the moonlight outside the window. Ge had never thought that Lu Rui would take the initiative to come out and look for himself. After all, in fact, the two have only met twice. Even if the charm value of the previous draw is very strong, but according to Lu Rui's character, having met twice, surely just a very high degree of favoritism towards himself. Surely not to fall in love with himself is. And Ge hadn't thought for a second that Lu Rui would come out to find himself. Iki hadn't been able to react to that fact until now. However, after seeing Lu Rui turn her head away with a scarlet face, her watery eyes full of struggle, Ge immediately thought of something else. With a flash of light in his head, Ge turned his back to Lu Rui and let out a secret laugh before rubbing his eyes in a daze and sitting up. Why have you come out, Sister Rui? Is your body still not feeling well? Saying so, Ge had already reached out his hand with a worried expression and carefully placed it on Lu Rui's forehead. Ge really felt that he was already very good. He was already very gentlemanly, right? But if you take the initiative to stick up here yourself, then I really don't blame Ge. After all, Ikoyi from the beginning had taken it upon himself to avoid suspicion. Lu Rui's heart beckoned hard. Originally she was feeling very hard. After all, from around 10 o'clock, until now it was already past 3 o'clock. Lu Rui was still being tortured. She had thought she would be much better after a cold shower, but it was only better for that moment. Lu Rui was never expecting that Wang Weilong would hit so hard. This also meant that it seemed that from the very beginning Wang Weilong had no intention of letting himself go. Lu Rui originally thought she would be able to make it through the night, but as soon as she laid down over there, as soon as the surroundings were quiet, as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Ge's figure, and Lu Rui herself was well aware that at this very moment, Ge was right outside her door. It was only a wall away, so if Lu Rui wanted to, she could immediately go out and see Ge. As Lu Rui thought this, she had already done the same, so she walked out slowly and came straight to Ge's side. She carefully sat beside Ge. Looking at his sleeping face, even her breathing was much lighter. But even so, in the silence, Lu Rui could still hear her own voice, perhaps excited. I don't know if it was because of seeing Ge, but Lu Rui's body, which was already inviting, was even more uncomfortable at this time, so she really didn't hold back and directly reached out to hold Ge's hand. Ge's cold hand, not inevitably also brought Lu Rui a trace of comfort, but that was only useful for a moment. Soon that heat will come again. Lu Rui didn't hold back and continued to touch Ge, and because of that, Ge was woken up by Lu Rui this time. But, although the decision had just been made in the room, but at this moment, in the face of Ge's astonished face, Lu Rui was still very shy in the end and turned away her gaze, turning her head away. Only, Ge's hand was indeed very cold, and when he took the initiative to touch Lu Rui's forehead, Lu Rui didn't hold back after all, and directly gasped, "Ah!" Though she soon bit her lip as quickly as possible, Lu Rui was too late as she tried to suppress her voice. "Sister Rui, what's wrong with you?" Next to him, Ge acted as if he didn't understand anything, and after hearing Lu Rui's voice, the worry on his face became even more urgent. Seeing that Lu Rui still refused to look straight at himself, Ge directly reached out his hand to hold Lu Rui's shoulder. Subsequently, when Lu Rui was caught off guard, Ge directly exerted a slight force, making Lu Rui face himself. A trace of dismay flashed across her face, and Lu Rui's face burst into red. "Sister Rui, what else is wrong with your body?" Ge asked knowingly, and seeing Ge's worried face, Lu Rui's heart instantly rose with a sense of guilt. Ge is so worried about himself, but he even wants to. Thinking of this, Lu Rui then instantly felt that she was too not a thing. Even, Lu Rui had already condemned herself in her heart at this moment. No, not, although his heart is condemning himself, but have to admit, in the moment of seeing Ge, Lu Rui is really, she blinked, those rippling eyes unable to move after looking at Ge. After a long time, in the midst of Ge's worried expression, she then bent down slightly, and then she slowly approached, and finally a pair of soft arms directly encircled Ge's neck. "Ge, I'm sorry." Lightly opening her red lips, Lu Rui said softly, then she moved her hip bu and slowly bent down. Ge's eyes widened at once. "Boy, worthy of being the boss of the Guhua gang, Lu Rui, it's just not like other women." The face pretended to be shocked, but Ge's hands had already begun to be unsteady. His large, sinewy hands clamped down hard on Lu Rui's waist. It drew a gasp of surprise from Lu Rui. Then Ge sighed. "Sister Rui, this is not my fault." Lu Rui was inwardly shy, but knew that it really wasn't Ge's fault. Shamefully responding, Lu Rui couldn't help but sink down. Chapter 139, The Shy Big Sister. The next day, Lu Rui woke up in her bedroom. The room was a one-bedroom specification, so last night, after putting Lu Rui in the bedroom, Ge came out to sleep, although in the end, Lu Rui came out to find Ge. When Lu Rui woke up, she subconsciously glanced at the time on the wall. It was already afternoon. Indeed, after all, she too had slept through the dawn. When she thought of this, Lu Rui couldn't help but remember last night's madness. In an instant, a blush instantly appeared on the pale skin, from the shoulders all the way up to the cheeks. Only after easing up, Lu Rui subconsciously looked at the position next to her. At once, a great disappointment enveloped Lu Rui's heart. By now, the spot beside her had long since lost its temperature. With a long sigh, Lu Rui also knew that she was being unreasonable. After all, last night was indeed her fault. But even so, Lu Rui's heart is still more or less a little bitter. Surely, it's like what Wang Weilong said, he was already old. So a young man like Ge must not be able to look at him, right? Although her heart was a little hard to bear, Lu Rui still forced herself to get up and put on her clothes to prepare to go back. After all, yesterday happened that kind of thing, which also means that he and Wang Weilong has torn face. She'd just have to plan ahead for what came afterward. Thinking of this, Lu Rui hurriedly put on her clothes and quickly walked out of the room. But even though Lu Rui had practiced martial arts for many years, the moment she stood up, she couldn't help but feel that her legs were a bit weak. Not only that, but the inner thighs were sore. For a moment, Lu Rui unexpectedly remembered last night's incident again, causing her face to blush once again. Ge walked back slowly after buying the food. He woke up late and thought about going out to get something to eat. When he returned, he opened the door while looking at the system alert. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 666 villain value. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the Heavenly Destiny female lead Lu Rui. Rewarded with 666 villain value. Looking at these villainous values, Ji-Yi's heart couldn't help but be very refreshed. During this time, he had worked hard but he had accumulated a lot of villain value. He'd have to take stock when the next raffle came around. After all, you can't keep pumping the supreme statue all the time either. Other treasure chests are also necessary if you want to get some other things. And after all this time, Ji-Yi finally understood the importance of charisma value. Before, although he had a good appearance and was better looking than Yi-Han, but there's no charisma value, and they have a male lead aura. So, even when he stood in front of those people, he was still a passerby. Still no one will be able to see themselves. But now, without Yi-Han by his side, plus, Ji-Yi had already gained some charm value before, so the importance of face value came out. Being able to be seen while still having his face value online was why Ji-Yi felt so smooth about this. But now this bit of charisma, if you want to compare it with Yi-Han's male lead aura, it's still not quite enough. That's why Ji-Yi was prepared to draw some charm value out specifically. After all, if it accumulates more, this thing that is very useful. Ji-Yi estimated in his mind as he used his rune card to open the door in front of him. Ji-Yi had just swiped his rune card when the door in front of him had opened. Raising his head in some surprise, Ji-Yi happened to meet eyes with the stunned Lu Rui inside the door. You're back? The moment she met Ji-Yi's eyes, Lu Rui hurriedly averted her eyes in panic, and then she took 2 steps back with a flushed face. Ji-Yi hadn't expected the big black bang sister to be so flustered at the sight of herself. However, after seeing the blush on her face, Ji-Yi instantly understood. Ji-Yi lifted the food he was holding and said, "I went out to buy lunch and thought I'd make it up to you." As he said that, Ji-Yi walked into the room with a flirtatious face. What are you babbling about?" Lu Rui's face was scarlet as she sniffed and glared fiercely at Ji-Yi. Only, that usually very ruthless eyes, now matched with this scarlet little face, had a different flavor. It was still tempting, at least to Ji-Yi. "Nothing, eat quickly. See you are in a hurry, is something wrong? Then at least have some food before you go too." After shrugging his shoulders, Ji-Yi set all the lunches he had bought on the table, and then said with a worried look on his face, "Only, after these things?" Ji-Yi did not ask more questions. After all, what Ji-Yi is playing right now is just a little wolf dog who doesn't know anything. Though right now, it seems like Roha-Ryu is pretty good at getting along. But Ji-Yi knew that if he were to accidentally say something about some of the Guhua gang, it would definitely cause Lu Rui's alarm. Therefore, there were some things that Ji-Yi still didn't dare to say more. Lu Rui nodded with a somewhat grave mood. However, Lu Rui didn't get angry at Ji-Yi's party's flirting. After all, seeing that Ji-Yi hadn't left alone was enough to make Lu Rui very ecstatic. But, it is indeed better to go back and deal with this matter as soon as possible. Only to see that Ji-Yi had thoughtfully set up food for himself and was looking at himself with a worried expression. This instantly made Lu Rui's heart more than a trace of intolerance. Just like if he left directly like this, I'm afraid that it would be very hurtful to Ji-Yi's heart. So after hesitating for a split second on her face, Lu Rui sat down in the end and prepared to eat before leaving. She lowered her head, looking very meek as she ate her meal, and as she ate, Lu Rui quietly looked up at Ji-Yi. Unexpectedly, on the third time he raised his head to look at Ji-Yi, he was directly caught by him. Meeting Ji-Yi's smirking expression, Lu Rui coughed lightly in a somewhat unnatural manner. "Ahem, last night, much appreciated and then, sorry." Saying that, the usual big sister, even slowly hung her head in front of Ji-Yi. "It's fine, I told you, we didn't have to be so polite before," Ji-Yi said with a beaming smile. If he were to say thank you, he was afraid he would have to say thank you to Lu Rui. After all, it was also thanks to Lu Rui that he had a good night's sleep last night. Yesterday is indeed more special. Twice can see cannot eat. Ji-Yi more or less did not sleep well. Even when he fell asleep, his mind was more or less bored. But, who would have thought that Lu Rui could take the initiative to send it to the front? This is such an unexpected perk. In particular, Lu Rui was really passionate. Lu Rui's face exploded red and she once again hung her head. At this moment, her mind was filled with images from yesterday, and she was even a little afraid to look up at Ji-Yi. Chapter 140, Disturbed Zoe Yi. The two are very passionate like fire. Collision, friction out of the sparks, is very intense. So much so that even now, when Lu Rui thought about it, she still felt a little thirsty. Thinking of this, Lu Rui hurriedly took the water cup on the side and filled it with a few mouthfuls of water. She'd never experienced any of this before, though they said she looked flavorful. There is also speculation that she must have had quite a few other men before Wang Weilong. After all, the temperament of that body cannot be worked out. However, only Lu Rui herself knew that she hadn't before. Previously, Lu Rui was only interested in her career, and had no interest in anything else. This also led to the fact that she had no interest in any of this stuff before people were with people either. Just for now. Lu Ruyi suppressed that dry mouth feeling and subconsciously looked up at GE. Why did she feel as if she was on the verge of becoming addicted? By the way, why did you suddenly appear over there yesterday? Lu Ruyi asked curiously. Half of her was genuinely a little curious. The other half was trying to change the subject. Didn't I say I had something to do yesterday? After dealing with it, I felt I couldn't get a cab, so I thought I'd stay in the neighborhood, but I didn't think I'd suddenly run into you. When he said that, Chi looked Lu Ruyi up and down with a worried expression. By the way, yesterday see sister, that person body full of bloodstains. You are all right? Chi deliberately said brother-in-law when applause. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The atmosphere became subtle all of a sudden. After Lu Ruyi smiled twice, she pretended to start eating her meal in earnest. After all, he had lied to GE earlier that the two were a couple. But what kind of couple would do what they did last night? A fight to the death? So this lie, in Chi-Yi's case, was not broken. Seeing that GE didn't continue to ask about these things, Lu Ruyi let out a sigh of relief. It was also at this time that Lu Rui's cell phone, which was placed aside, then rang. She looked over and realized it was her assistant. She picked up her cell phone and subconsciously glanced across the room at GE, but didn't realize that GE had already gotten up and walked to the side. Ahem, I'm going to take a shower. With that, GE had walked into the washroom. Lu Ruyi knew that this was Chi intentionally trying to make private space for himself to make a phone call, and when she thought of this, Lu Ruyi looked at Chi's back, then her heart instantly warmed up. The moment GE closed the door to the washroom, the system's beep came through as well. Ding ding, detecting the favorability of the Divine Fate's female lead, rewarding 200 villain values, hooking his lips in a smile. GE then really started to wash up as well. After washing up, GE went out and realized that there was no longer any Lu Ruyi in the house. The table had been cleared of its meal waste, and there was an additional message from Lu Ruyi on GE's cell phone. Lu Ruyi, GE, I suddenly have some things to do, so I'll leave first, and I'm really very grateful for what happened last night, and I'm sorry. GE gently smiled. It seems that Lu Ruyi still feels some guilt in his heart towards himself as a little wolf dog. Guilt is good. If you feel guilty, you'll be better off if you meet something in the future. Thinking this way, GE packed up and then prepared to go back as well. Since this morning, GE had received quite a few text messages. There was Song Qing's hypocrisy, and Flower Butterfly's concern, and Shanghin Yan and Yan Fei Fei's apologies. And, of course, there was the bombardment of information from Yi Zuozhua. It's a bombardment of messages, but it's just more messages than anyone else is sending. That said, last night Chi also did not expect Yi Ro to take the initiative to call and care if he came home or not. After all, the two of them were still in the Cold War stage right now. Chi thought that the little witch would be arrogant for a few days, but he didn't think that she would start looking for herself so soon. After replying one by one, GE then tapped on the chat box between himself and Yi Ro. It all started in the morning and was sent to myself one after another. Ye Zhou Rou, Brother E, aren't you coming back yet? Yi Ro, when are you coming back? Brother E? Yi Ro, Brother E, why don't you reply to my messages? Nothing happened to you, right? Zoe, tearful, worried expression. Yi Zuo, Brother E, let's talk. Ye Zhou Zhou, Brother E, can you just ignore me? Yi Ro, Brother E, I was wrong about what happened before. Can you talk to me? All these messages have been posted one after another from morning until now. Chi looked at the message sent by Yi Ro. It seems that at this time the mood of the little witch must be very terrified, right? Probably thought she was deliberately ignoring her. Only, GE was more or less wronged. After all, he really had urgent matters since last night, so that's why he hadn't looked at his cell phone. But so far it looks like there's an unexpected bonus to not looking at your cell phone. After all, the arrogant little witch's willingness to bow down so quickly was something Chi hadn't expected. Sure enough, it's still got to be the high end of the board. Chi then began to understand that only a truly high-end bureau can truly enlist people. It won't be very good if I don't reply to Zoe Ye's message again. GE, I'm sorry. I didn't look at my phone before something came up. The moment GE's message went out, Yi Ro on the opposite side quickly replied to the message. GE looked slightly raised eyebrows. Look at this speed. It is difficult not to have been paying attention to their own have not returned the message. Yi Ro, it's okay, as long as you're okay, Brother E. GE, well, don't worry, I'm fine. The tone of voice was serious, without the hangdog feeling that he had before. GE had replied this way on purpose. Sure enough, after GE sent out the message, the chat box of Yi Ro on the opposite side of the room stayed in the middle of typing. Thinking that, in the face of such GE, Yi Ro might not know what to say for a moment, Yi Ro Ro, so when are you coming back, brother E? Ge sent the message as he packed up his things. I'll be home in a while. With that, Ge had already hit the car. Taking a taxi was still more or less inconvenient, and Ge was already thinking about how to start latching on to Yi Han's car. What's wrong with driving the boss's car when he's a junior? Working for the boss? What happened to having a good time with the boss's sister? And some best friends? It makes sense any way you think about it, right, Zoe Yi? Oh, that's good. That's good. Ge remained still cold and said, The opposite Yiroru was not sending messages, thinking that she might be starting to get busy, or maybe she doesn't know how to reply to Ge. Arriving at the villa area, Ge went straight to the second floor after getting out of the car and entering the door. You're back, brother Yat? A familiar voice came, and Ge turned his head to see the bright-eyed young girl in front of the sofa slowly walking up. Chapter 141 High-End Bureau Great Success. It must be said that the moment he saw Yi Ro Ro, Ge did freeze for a moment. After all, at this point in time, Ge really didn't expect Yi Ro Ro to still be at home. As Yi Ro Ro slowly stepped forward, Song Cheng on the side had quickly stepped forward and helped Ge take off his jacket with a flattering face. After all, Song Cheng also looked, so sometime, their own honest, did not think that Ge really did not molested himself again, so Song Cheng thought to keep on being honest like this, as long as he waited for Yi Han to come back, then there would be something for Ge to see. Thinking like this, Song Cheng couldn't hold back the smile on her face as she helped Ge take off his jacket. Yi Ro Ro, who was slowly walking towards Ge at this moment, froze when she saw Song Cheng walking up quickly, especially when he saw Song Cheng's smile grow sweet. This made Yi Ro Ro's footsteps pause over there. At this moment, Yi Ro Ro suddenly realized that the handsome and compelling Ge seemed to have already captured the hearts of many people without realizing it. Song Cheng did not think that Yi Ro Ro would think wrongly when she saw this action of hers. She quickly left towards the kitchen after helping Ge take off his jacket. After Song Cheng left, only the two of them were left in the living room for a moment. Yat, Yi Ro Ro cautiously called out to Ge, but after seeing Ge's very cold face, she stood still, not daring to go forward. Ge slightly raised his eyebrows. He was thinking that the words of the high-end game must be more useful than usual, but Ge was never expecting that it would be so useful. Even if Yi Zuozhuo was over there humbly waiting for news of herself. However, Ge never thought that Yi Ro Ro would not go to work and wait for herself at home. This is really unexpected. Looking at the caution on Yi Ro Ro's face, Ge's heart also became more and more ecstatic. You didn't go to work today? Ge asked. Yi Ro Ro first hesitated for a moment before she said, me? I'm off duty today. In fact, Yi Ro Ro is not off duty today. Yes group practiced a double rest system, but today is a work day. Her heart was set on Ge. So seeing that Ge didn't come home all night and didn't even reply to her messages made Yi Ro Ro a bit distracted for the whole day. Even when I went to work today, I couldn't concentrate at all for the rest of the morning. And, that is, during the lunch break, after receiving Ge's message, Yi Ro Ro's attention was also completely off of work. After just a moment of hesitation, Yi Ro Ro directly asked for a vacation and went straight back home. Yesterday's night? No, it should be the past few days. Yi Ro Ro didn't have a good rest. It was also on the night that Ge didn't come back that Yi Ro Ro thought a lot in her heart. While she thought a lot about it, she also hesitated all night, and had a lot of things in her mind that she wanted to say to Ge. Only now, after the moment she saw Ge's expression, Yi Ro Ro froze over there. For a moment, Yi Ro Ro really didn't know whether to say those words or not. Well, if there's nothing else, then I'll go up first. Seeing Yi Ro Ro standing straight over there in a daze, Ge knew that the little girl was definitely hesitating about something in her heart right now. It just seemed more or less hesitant. Ge was not in a hurry. After all, the interests of the high end of the game had already come out. Ge went straight up the stairs after saying this. Seeing Ge go upstairs to know, Yi Ro Ro instantly froze over there. Until after Ge's figure disappeared from her sight, Yi Ro Ro also never reacted. After a long time, Yi Ro Ro then clenched her fists with some annoyance. She couldn't help but start mentally spitting at herself for thinking about it for so long already. What is there to think about now? Hadn't he already thought of going up to Ge immediately after seeing him earlier? The more Yi Ro Ro thought about it, the more irritated she was in her heart as well. When she thought of the good opportunity she had just missed, Yi Ro Ro felt sorry in her heart. But when she thought of just now, Song Qing's face was intimate as she went up to help Ge take off his jacket. Yi Ro Ro felt very uncomfortable. After all, Yi Ro Ro didn't like Song Cheng very much before. Song Cheng was already about to carve the words hooking up with Yi Han on her face, and the thought of her being this kind of person made Yi Ro Ro dislike it. But the moment she thought of Song Cheng's actions just now, an ominous premonition welled up in Yi Ro Ro's heart. No way. Song Ching doesn't like GE too, right? That's not good. Thinking like this, Yi Ro's delicate little frown became tighter and tighter. Guess I'll have to call my brother while I have the time. You've already flirted with her. Don't leave her alone again. The main thing was that there wasn't really anything wrong with leaving it alone. But if Song Chang wanted to go hook up with GE, then there was something going on. At this moment, GE had already walked up the stairs in large strides, not knowing in the slightest what Yi Ro was thinking below. However, if GE were to know what Yi Ro was thinking, he would definitely go crazy with joy in his heart. After all, if Yi Ro really thought that way, then in Yi Ro's heart, wouldn't he and Yi Han's status be more or less the same? And now, after Chi strides up to the second floor, he doesn't rush back to his own room, but walks directly into Lu Qingfang's room. In the past 2 days, Chi basically massaged Lu Qingfang once in the morning and once in the afternoon. He didn't show up yesterday afternoon, so I'm going to have to brush up on my favorites today. Sister Qingfang, I'm back. I don't know if you missed me after not seeing me for a night. As soon as he walked into the room, Ge said in a flirtatious tone, knowing that Lu Qingfang's favorability towards him was already high enough before. Ge didn't feel that his flirtatious remark would cause Lu Qingfang to lower her favorability towards him. And indeed, it does. After hearing someone push open the door, Lu Qingfang had been expecting it in her heart. It had to be said that after hearing Ge's voice, Lu Qingfang's heart was ecstatic. Lying here day after day, Lu Qingfang did keep expecting Ge's arrival in her heart. Even Lu Qingfang didn't know that without realizing it. This expectation for Ge had already surpassed the expectation for Yihan. At this moment, after hearing this flirtatious tone from Ge, Lu Qingfang was more or less crying and laughing in her heart. This brat. Without waiting for Lu Qingfang to finish spitting, she felt a soft touch on her cheek. It was as if a man had gently pinched her face. Sister Qingfang, what do you want me to do? If you delay in waking up, if I go on a mission, the boss will definitely not think of you. Then there will be no one to take care of you, alas. Chapter 142, The Greatly Joyful Lu Qingfang. Ge pretended to be very serious and said, and I have to say, after hearing Ge's heartfelt and worrying voice, even Lu Qingfang's heart was unavoidably trembling. If only I could take you with me. Ge feigned deep emotion before turning around and starting to pack up his things. Ge knew that in this aspect of the high-end game, the main thing was to rely on the brain. Especially now. After saying these rather ambiguous words, Ge turned around to busy himself. Just like what Ge thought. After hearing Ge's heartbreaking and very ambiguous words, Lu Qingfang, who was lying motionless over there, was then very shocked in her heart. Even his heart, which had been calm for a long time, could not help but beat rapidly. And after Ge's hand was like a floating hair, touching the tip of her heart, he left to leave again. Along with that, Lu Qingfang's heart also had some more unspeakable sense of loss. But what shocked Lu Qingfang even more was the words Ge had just said. In fact, before Lu Qingfang heart guessed Ge is not like themselves. But soon, Lu Qingfang dismissed this idea. After all, according to Lu Qingfang's understanding of men, if Ge really liked himself, he would have already been dishonest with himself. After all, now that he was lying over here unable to move, many people definitely couldn't help but want to take advantage of him. But Ge did not. In addition to the general and the massage, the two are in physical contact. But Lu Qingfang felt that Ge definitely didn't think much about it. After all, Lu Qingfang had always felt that his actions were very decent. When she thought this way before, Lu Qingfang's heart was still very lost. After all, when he was flirting with Yihan before, Yihan was very dishonest. Although Lu Qingfang liked Yihan's personal charm very much, sometimes Yihan's somewhat frivolous behavior still inexplicably made Lu Qingfang somewhat dislike it. Only, the two didn't make it to the last step each time. Lu Qingfang even had some doubts that it was not God's intention to deliberately not let herself and Yihan really confirm their relationship. So with this comparison, Lu Qingfang felt that Ge was very honest. However, those words from Ge just now managed to make Lu Qingfang suspicious once again. Doubt if Ge really likes himself? Is it true that he's interested in himself? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious Lu Qingfang became. Moreover, also the more he thought like this, the more Lu Qingfang discovered very many clues. And yeah, there's absolutely no need to go this far with someone if you don't like them. Even when Lu Qingfang had just had an accident, Yihan had never been so considerate to Lu Qingfang. At that time Yihan, even if he was more considerate, he still employed all kinds of people. One had to admit that at first, Lu Qingfang was indeed touched by Yihan's kind of thoughtfulness. But, to this day, if it was compared to Ge, then Yihan's previous thoughtfulness was indeed not enough. When she thought of this, Lu Qingfang's heartbeat accelerated more and more. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. GE, who was sterilizing the silver needles, couldn't help but pause in his movements when he heard these words. It seems he was right, and it's true that it's more important to be cerebral. GE also didn't expect that Lu Qingfang's favorability towards himself was so good that he had already raised it after just a few words. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. The system beep came again, and GE couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile on his face. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Qingfang had indeed begun to have a heart for herself. Unlike Shang Hinyan and Lu Ruyi, Lu Qingxuan was indeed the kind of iceberg beauty president depicted in some novels. When he read the novel earlier, Qi had noticed Lu Qingfang's persona. It was also tight only when facing the male lead Yihan. His face would ease a little, but in normal times, especially at work, the expression on his face was very cold. That expression could no longer be described as just cold. The original even depicted that Lu Qingfang's employees, after being glanced at by Lu Qingfang's icy cold eyes, would instantly get chills all over their bodies. It was also at that time that Qi became very interested in Lu Qingfang's. After all, he was also very curious as to whether it was true or false that the book depicted that no matter what time of the day, Lu Qingfang always had an ice-cold demeanor. Moreover, Qi really wanted to see if at some point, Lu Qingfang could really still hold on to that ice-cold demeanor calmly all the time. It had to be said that Qi very much wanted to see some different scenery from Lu Qingfang's iceberg beauty's face. Although Qi hadn't looked at it much during this period of time, but after all, Lu Qingfang had her eyes closed, and that feeling was naturally no more shocking than when her eyes were open. The more Qi thought in his heart, the more he was looking forward to it as well. As usual, a massage before acupuncture. With that, Ge stepped forward with familiarity and lifted the thin quilt. Soon, that buxom figure was presented to Ge. Ge reached out and grabbed the nightgown, then slowly pulled it upwards. Obviously it was the same move as usual, but at this time Lu Qingfang, who was lying over there, could not help but start to get nervous in her heart. If Ge was really interested in himself, then wouldn't he really be touched by the fact that he was a great beauty lying here like this? Is it also true that you don't get impulsive? Thinking like this, Lu Qingfang unavoidably began to look forward to it a little. Lu Qingfang was not overly conceited, but from her experiences from childhood to adulthood, she also let Lu Qingfang herself know that her appearance was indeed very outstanding. And now, Qi hadn't even started the massage yet, but he already saw that a blush had already appeared on Lu Qingfang's delicate little face. After raising an eyebrow, Ge bent down, and it was also at this time that a total great sense of loss suddenly enveloped Lu Qingfang's originally somewhat active heart, because, as usual, Ge was squarely massaging himself, and there was not a single trace of superfluous behavior left. This also caused some self-doubt in Lu Qingfang's heart. Could it be that she really wasn't attracted to Ge at all? Ge was surprisingly indifferent when he saw her, but soon, Lu Qingfang thought again. Is it possible that the muscles in his body have begun to atrophy because of his 2 years in bed? So at this point she's not as fit or good-looking as she was before? She must look very ugly now. This having thought, Lu Qingfang's heart could not help but feel a little sad. It is also a thought of the kind of body that was looked at in the previous information. Lu Qingfang brought in a little bit, and it is indeed also more disliked. Chapter 143, Brother Yat. If she really turned into that skinny and bony look now, I'm afraid even she wouldn't dare to look at herself straight. In that case, she didn't expect Ge to look at her. Yes, she was so ugly now. How could she expect Ge to like her? In the past, Lu Qingfang was incomparably confident. After all, she was good-looking and powerful before, but the person she is now, lying here, has long since ceased to be the person she used to be, especially now, after thinking that her current appearance must be very ugly. In the face of the very sweet Ge, Lu Qingfang actually felt a bit inferior. Yes, Ge is not bad-looking, especially his own personality is also very good. Even if Ge had really liked himself before, he had been lying down for 2 years now. People are very good on their own, so how could they have been waiting for them? Thinking like this, Lu Qingfang instantly became a little sad. She didn't realize how many times the thoughts in Lu Qingfang's mind had turned around. At this time, he was in a very good mood. At the same time, Ge was very thankful. Luckily for me, I started out with a high-end playstyle. This also made, although now Yihan left this only almost 2 months, but because of the charisma and the high end of the game, he's still very happy with himself for these accomplishments now. After the massage was over, Ge was more or less mistaken. Why do you feel that your muscles are a bit stiffer than yesterday? But it shouldn't be. After all, it was only massaged yesterday, so it wouldn't suddenly become so stiff, would it? There was some doubt in his heart, so Qi hurriedly took Lu Qingfang's pulse. After clearing his pulse, Qi was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The body doesn't seem to be doing anything. So that's good. As always, GE slowly drops a needle. But what was even more different was that as this needle went down, GE actually realized that Lu Qingfang's body began to slowly tremble. This trembling was not like the localized trembling of before, but was all over the body. Only, the trembling was very subtle, and if GE hadn't been observant enough to be extreme, he really wouldn't have been able to tell that Lu Qingfang's muscles were trembling. After a needle went down, GE turned his head to look at Lu Qingfang. Fang Kai. After GE saw that Lu Qingfang's muscles appeared to tremble, he became more or less ecstatic in his heart. Even, GE was still thinking that Lu Qingfang wouldn't wake up today, right? Only, the anomaly appeared only so far. Soon, Lu Qingfang's physical condition was once again restored as before. GE was a little disappointed, but he was also certain that Lu Qingfang would definitely wake up earlier than the original time. After diligently brushing his goodwill around Lu Qingfang, GE turned around and went out. After all, it was getting close to the time to enter the Guhua gang. GE still has some plans of his own that he hasn't finished yet. Leaving the room, GE didn't realize that behind him, Lu Qingfang's hands were moving even more than the previous 2 days. And, he went straight towards his room straight away. After pushing open the door, GE looked at the scene inside the room and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Yet, seeing that GE had finally returned, Yi Ro was a bit shy and embarrassed as she stood up and walked over. Why are you here? GE raised an eyebrow at Yi Ro. To be honest, Yi Ro did take the initiative too far today. I was shy before, but today I'm very active in every way. Yi Ro's small hands hung down at her side, and after seeing GE walk into the room, she nervously and subconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. I have something I want to talk to you about, Yi Zhuozhuo said nervously. With that said, she slowly stepped forward and walked directly in front of GE. That straightforward? Straight talk now? To be honest, GE was also a bit surprised by this personality of Yi Ro's. But to be honest, it seems like GE didn't particularly irritate Yi Ro yesterday. Want to say what? Although GE had already guessed something in his heart, he still pretended to know nothing on the surface. With that, GE had put down what he was holding and sat himself down in front of the desk. At this time, Yi Ro, who had been carefully dressed, thought that she hadn't expected that even now, GE's attitude towards herself would still be so cold. Looking at the face as serious sitting on the table, do not take care of their own GE. Yi Ro face more or less more bitter. GE, she called out in a somewhat flustered, almost petulant manner as she stepped forward. She just couldn't believe that GE would really be indifferent when it came to herself. If GE was really indifferent to himself, then why was he so ambiguous with himself the other day? At the beginning in the car? What's going on? At those words, GE subconsciously looked up. In fact, Yi Zhuozhuo really guessed right. GE really couldn't do nothing in the face of such a pouting voice from Yi Ro. Yet, the little witch, though somewhat delicate in nature. However, this cry of pampering really tickled GE's heart. Originally, when Yi Ro looked at GE's appearance, her heart was more or less hesitant. However, after seeing GE look at herself, Yi Ro was suddenly filled with confidence again. She reached out and wrapped her hand directly around one of Ikoyi's arms before approaching him. Yi Ro clenched her teeth. Heart ruthless, even directly from the desk, and GE directly squeezed in. GE looked at Yi Ro in surprise, not having thought that this little witch was now so bold. What's happening now is that GE is sitting on the office chair, while Yi Ro directly squeezes over. This distance is basically already in GE's arms. Perhaps it was also the first time to have such a bold move, so now Yi Ro's face was more or less a little embarrassed. In this situation, the girl with delicate face, at this time, her cheeks were scarlet. This appearance looked really tempting. What is the point of coming over here so boldly? Seeing how bold Yi Ro was, GE stopped pretending. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone flirtatious. As he said that, GE reached out his palm to hold Yi Ro's waist. Yi Ro's face was full of blush, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, and her face was as red as a drop of blood. GE, I figured out what happened that day. Bang, brother Yat. Not waiting for Yi Ro to finish her sentence, the sound of hurried footsteps already came from outside. The door to GE's room was then quickly pushed open, and Song Qing looked over with an anxious expression. In an instant, the three of them looked at each other with shock and surprise. Song Qing? Frowning slightly, GE looked helplessly at Song Qing. Chapter 144, Lu Qingfang wakes up. GE looked at Song Qing very helplessly, and even as he spoke, there was a hint of more gnashing of teeth in his tone. This woman, even if she had come a few seconds later, she would have heard what she wanted to hear herself. Song Qing stared wide-eyed and stunned at the two who were acting intimately in front of her. even if they had already guessed that the two had an unusual relationship before. Seeing it with their own eyes was still different in the end. And among them, the one who was the most shocked was going to be Yi Ro. After all, at such a critical moment, Yi Ro also did not expect someone to suddenly barge in. With a startled cry, Yi Ro then flushed red and hastily retreated from Ji Yi's arms. The soft jade in his arms disappeared, which made Ji Yi's mood even more unpleasant. After all, Yi Ro was now considered Yi Han's younger sister, so Ji Yi did not dare to act rashly before, but now it was so hard. Yi Zhuozhua had taken the initiative to come forward. It never occurred to him that Song Qing had directly barged in at the critical moment. What's happened? In such a hurry? Is it possible that Yi Han karma has gone? Of course, Ji Yi naturally didn't say the latter sentence. Oh ha. The scene in front of her was really a bit exciting, so much so that even just now Song Qing had not reacted to it. It was only after Ji Yi spoke out that Song Qing snapped back to her senses. Thinking about what had just happened, Song Qing became anxious again. I just went to Qingfeng's sister's room. Saw her. There were so many surprising things to see today that Song Qing began to stumble over her words. Only, before Song Qing finished speaking, Ji Yi, who was originally sitting over there, had already hurriedly stood up and walked out. Saw her get out of bed, slowly finished the sentence. After seeing Ji Yi hurriedly leave, Song Qing then also hurriedly followed. In just an instant, the room was suddenly left with only Yi Ro standing over there alone, looking at Ji Yi's back as he quickly rushed out. Yi Ro was also stunned for a moment, then a huge sense of loss hit his heart, thinking about this period of time accident. No matter when to come back, Ji Yi must first go to Qingfeng's sister's room to see a glance, which will rest assured to return to their own room. Lu Qingfeng's room wasn't very far from Ji Yi's. Soon Ji Yi walked quickly to Lu Qingfeng's room. He was thinking that Lu Qingfeng would definitely wake up earlier than in the original, but Ji Yi also never expected that she would just wake up today. Sister Clear Frost. Ji Yi looked at the person in front of him in surprise. At this time that plump beauty had already stood up from the bed, and the Lu Qingfeng standing in front of her was also the living Lu Qingfeng, no longer the iceberg beauty that had been lying over there before. And it was only when that pair of beautiful eyes looked over that Ji Yi felt that vibrant beauty. Before Lu Qingfeng beauty is beautiful, but is not angry, but now it was different. The Lu Qingfeng in front of her was really beautiful and spiritual. After hastily glancing at Ji Yi, Lu Qingfeng first smiled gently before slightly hanging her head. Not only were the people present very surprised, even Lu Qingfeng was not expecting that she would directly awaken on this day. As soon as Ji Yi started acupuncture for himself, Lu Qingfeng had already sensed something wrong within his body. However, she thought it would be a while, but she didn't think it would be today. In fact, when Feng opened her eyes violently, Lu Qingfeng was also stunned. The fluctuations in her heart today were indeed very great, and she was not afraid of others laughing. The moment she opened her eyes and got out of bed, what Lu Qingfeng wanted to do was surprisingly wanting to look in the mirror. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was very eager to see what she looked like now. She was very apprehensive and felt that she must be very ugly now. That's why when Ji Yi looked at her in the square, that's why she averted her gaze slightly hurriedly. There you are. Lu Qingfeng held onto the cabinet and trembled. But after all, it's been 2 years in bed. During this time, the only way she could maintain her vital constitution was with fluids. But more than that. So now just after standing up for less than 2 minutes, only after just 2 words, Lu Qingfeng was already going to be unsteady on her feet. Before Lu Qingfeng could finish her sentence, she let out a cry of alarm and fell to the side without control. Seeing this, Ji Yi hurriedly walked forward to assist her. Unlike the touch during the massage, at this moment, Ji Yi was steadily holding onto Lu Qingfeng's waist, although lying motionless over there for 2 years. At this time, Lu Qingfeng's figure was still extremely good, especially this touch. This caused Ji Yi to feel some emotion in his heart. Gasping slightly, Lu Qingfeng leaned a little weakly in Ji Yi's arms. Leaning in front of that broad chest, the tip of Lu Qingfeng's nose was also filled with a man's scent. Inexplicably, Lu Qingfeng felt a great deal of peace of mind. Not only that, but at this moment she actually felt her heart beating faster all of a sudden, subconsciously raising her head to look at Ji Yi. Before meeting Ji Yi's eyes that were filled with laughter, Lu Qingfeng then hung her head with a somewhat flushed face. Even the hand against the front of Ji Yi's chest was subconsciously grasping the lapel of Ji Yi's coat. What's going on? Before, Lu Qingfeng knew that Ji Yi's looks were not bad, but it was strange that that handsome look didn't appeal to her at all. Even during this period of time, Lu Qingfeng lying over there with her eyes closed and feeling Ji Yi's personal charm felt greater than that time. But now Ji Yi was surprisingly giving her a different feeling. I don't know if it was Lu Qingfeng's illusion. Obviously the person was still the same person from before, but there's just something that's changed. Obviously the look is the same as before, but it just seems like the aura is different. Not just the temperament, but even the whole person was more striking than before. It also looks like the whole thing is more handsome than even before. Though the last 2 days had been spent mentally thinking about the previous appearance of GE. But what you see with your own eyes is more or less different from what you think in your heart. Lu Qingfeng's heart was racing so fast that she was already embarrassed to even look up at GE. Sister Qingfeng, are you alright? Is there anything else wrong with your body? Seeing the woman crimsoning her link, GE then deliberately inquired. It's okay, I'm fine. I just woke up a little dizzy. With that, Lu Qingfeng shook her head. Seeing this, GE then wrapped his arm around her waist and assisted her to sit on the edge of the bed aside. Then, Sister Qingfeng, rest a little longer. I'll go and contact the doctor for you, Qi said with a worried expression. Seeing Qi so worried about himself, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Chapter 145 Song Qing's Different Eyes. Yi Ro came in at this time, and after freezing for a while in Ji's room, Yi Ro hurried over as well. After all, she confirmed that she had just heard correctly that what Song Qing was saying was that Lu Qingfeng had woken up. Yi Ro's feelings towards Lu Qingfeng were still very deep, so at this time, she walked to the door and saw Lu Qingfeng really sitting alive in front of the bed, which also made her freeze over there at once. Sister Qingfeng. Yi Ro couldn't help but redden her eyes and stare blankly at Lu Qingfeng. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Lu Qingfeng, more or less incredulous. At the sound of the voice, all the people in the room also looked at Yi Ro. Lu Qingfeng leaned weakly in Ji's arms, and when she saw Yi Ro, the expression on her face instantly became softer. She slightly hooked the corner of her mouth and waved at Yi Zuozua. Zoe, you're here? Sister Qingfeng. Hearing her name from Lu Qingfeng's mouth, Yi Ro couldn't calm down at once. With red eyes, she took a big step forward and jumped directly in front of Lu Qingfeng, wrapping her arms around her. Also in an instant, Yi Ro burst into sobs. Qingfeng's sister, I fought, said Yi Ro, and cried softly. Only that there was no need for Yi Ro to say it. The crowd understood what Yi Ro meant, and it was true that Lu Qingfeng also had deeper feelings for Yi Ro. Even when she was in a coma, Lu Qingfeng had heard more than once that Yi Ro disliked Song Qing for her own sake. Good sister, I've worried you. Lu Qingfeng similarly leaned over and wrapped her arms around Yi Ro. She likewise did not hold back, and suddenly her eyes were red as well. Lu Qingfeng hugged Yi Ro and listened to Yi Ro's sobbing. Then she didn't hold back her tears as well. Similarly, she also reached out her hand to pat Yi Ro's back with a single stroke. Seeing this, Ji silently stood up and walked out, intending to call the doctor, and Song Chang, who was standing in the doorway on the side, also looked a bit out of place. Song Ching felt that a vegetable person would definitely not be able to hear anything while lying over there, but perhaps she was also feeling a bit weak, so she had been standing over there silently, not daring to move forward. Then, seeing that Ji had walked out, he followed along. Song Ching had been standing quietly to the side while Ji was on the phone over there. After finishing the situation with the doctor, Ji turned around and saw Song Chang. What's wrong? Something wrong? Ji put away his cell phone and looked at Song Chang with a raised eyebrow. Song Ching stammered. Seeing Song Ching like this, it was obvious that she had something to say, so Ji waited patiently over here, thinking to see what Song Ching was going to say. It's not just that thing. You're not afraid that if the two of them stand together, something will happen? Song Ching said very cryptically. At those words, Ji directly raised his eyebrows and looked over. He gave Song Ching a teasing smile, then he inquired as if he didn't understand anything. Oh, what will happen? After hearing Ji's words, Song Ching also froze. After all, Song Chang was not expecting that Ji was truly unable to hear it. Why do you usually look quite smart, but now at this critical moment, your brain can't keep up? After helplessly glancing at Ji, Song Ching then looked around sheepishly, seeing that the two still remained in the bedroom. Song Ching then whispered, is that you are not afraid that the two of them will suddenly be exposed? What can be exposed? Ji asked rhetorically again. Song Ching also froze again. Could it be that Ji's guts were really so big that it really didn't matter even if they exposed each other? However, after seeing Ji's very confident and calm expression, Song Ching also reacted to something at once. It was also true that he wasn't even worried about Lu Qingfeng knowing about his previous laziness and hooking up with Yi Han. Wasn't it because it felt like Lu Qingfeng couldn't feel or hear anything when she was lying over there? In that case, doesn't it mean that even if Ji really did have some things and stuff with Lu Qingfeng before, but Lu Qingfeng actually didn't even know about it? After thinking of this, Song Ching's eyes towards Ji suddenly changed to a different look. She looked at Ji with contempt and left after finally saying that it was nothing. Ji didn't know what Song Ching's brain circuits were, and looked at her back more or less inexplicably. However, as he turned around and was about to walk into the room, Ge instantly reacted to what exactly Song Ching was thinking just now. Ge. No, is he usually this BTCH? Why do you think you're such a pervert? Ge. The two women in the room, both in much better moods by the time Ge entered. Although both of their eyes were still red, it wasn't hard to see that the emotions had stabilized a lot, and Yi Ro was also telling Lu Qingfang at this moment what exactly had happened during the time she was unconscious. I didn't expect Yi Han's career to develop quite well in these 2 years. Lu Qingfang couldn't help but sigh after hearing Yi Ro's words. Although it did not meet his expectations 2 years ago, but after all, he did not participate. Yi Han himself made this, it is already considered good. So that's 2 years of. Lu Qingfang lightly opened her red lips and said. There was only a pause after the words were halfway out of his mouth. Only a trace of hesitation flashed across her face, and then she said, then during these 2 years, Yi Han was beside him. Although the words were not finished, Yi Ro still understood what Lu Qingfang meant. Now, the one who paused became Yi Ro. After all, if others didn't know her brother's pissy behavior, didn't she know it? After all, in the eyes of her own sister, Yi Han was a scum. This would also show just how much of a hooker Yi Han really was. Seeing Yi Ro frozen over there, her face hesitant to say anything, this also made Lu Qingfang understand something at once. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in her heart. It seemed like all that she had heard during her coma was true. Although when she heard these words during her coma, she was already very disappointed in Yi Han. However, after sitting down with these things now, Lu Qingfang's heart could not help but still be bitter. After all, it was someone who had seriously liked before. What's the chatter? All hungry, aren't you? It's noon already. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room had frozen, Yi walked up and laughed. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro also let out a sigh of relief. Yes, Sister Qingfang. You woke up with great difficulty. Are you hungry? I'll have Song Qing go make you something to eat. Yi Ro hurriedly followed to change the topic and said worriedly. Chapter 146, Lu Qingfang's High Return. Lu Qingfang let out a bitter smile. How could she not see that Yi Ro was changing the topic? It's just that it's already happened. And anyway, she was already very disappointed before. After gently nodding her head, Lu Qingfang faintly smiled and touched her stomach. I do feel a little hungry when I let you guys talk like that. After all, it's been over 2 years since I've had anything to eat and I'm more or less craving it. Although I'm craving for it, but I can't just eat anything now. I still have to wait until the doctor comes. Ge smiled and teased. When she heard his snickering voice, Lu Qingfang subconsciously looked up, and miraculously, the bitterness in her heart was instantly relieved when she saw Ge. Ding ding detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 500 villain values. After hearing this beep from the system, even if Chi's heart was no longer calm, he was still very surprised. What? 500 villain values? But just now, Lu Qingfang also just looked over So in that instant just now, what exactly did Lu Qingfang think about? Although he was very shocked in his heart, Ge didn't show it on his face. Harm that can't be helped, but I've also long since gotten used to it. Speaking here, a trace of despondency also flashed across Lu Qingfang's face. Yeah, it's been over 2 years lying over there. Even if he had eaten more delicious food before, he had long forgotten the taste of it. Seeing Lu Qingfang's appearance, Yi Ro and Chi's heart is more or less a little intolerant than the other heroines who have been enjoying themselves since they followed the hero. Lu Qingfang had followed Yi Han around since he first returned to China. Although the two were just having a normal flirtatious relationship, anyone could see the difference between the two. Even Lu Qingfang felt that the two of them were already boyfriend and girlfriend, even though the two of them delayed the final step. Also because of this reason, Lu Qingfang in the operation of their own company at the same time, but also in the efforts to help Yi Han to take care of the work. To be honest, Yi Han's company was able to develop so quickly and smoothly in the early stage of his return to China. In fact, it was thanks to Lu Qingfang's strength and connections. In fact, even Yi Han understood this reasoning very well. After all, since Lu Qingfang had fallen into a coma and become a vegetable, Yi Han was also feeling out that his company's development had gradually slowed down. The Yi Han at the beginning, no matter what the reason was, still wanted Lu Qingfang to wake up as soon as possible. But over time, not only were there more and more women around, but also because of various reasons. Anyway, Yi Han didn't treat Lu Qingfang as attentively as before. So compared to the other Heaven's Destiny heroines, Lu Qingfang's experience was more or less tragic. While the few people were talking, the private doctors Qi had called had all arrived. Although it is a private doctor, the commission is very generous after all. So when she came, she had brought all the equipment she needed. But of course, Originally the equipment in Lu Qingfang's room was very complete, because the room was gradually getting busy, and also because of Lu Qingfang's sudden sobriety. The number of doctors that came this time was also very high, so the two of them, Ji and Yi Ro, were naturally squeezed out. Standing side by side with Ji in the doorway, Yi Ro looked at Ji with more or less complicated eyes. Obviously, I was just about to say what was on my mind, but I didn't expect the unexpected. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Ro looking at himself with an inexplicable expression, Ji feigned confusion and turned his head to look over, silently sighing in her heart. Yi Ro shook her head very helplessly. It's nothing. Although, right now, Yi Ro still wanted to say her heart out, but obviously, now is not a good time to say that. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Ji did not say anything. Only now there can still be one thing to say. Did you tell your brother about Sister Qingfeng waking up? Ji opened his mouth to inquire. Yi Ro shook her head. It's not time yet. Yes, after all, since Lu Qingfeng woke up, Yi Ro had been accompanying and talking to the side. She really hadn't had time to call Yi Han yet. Ji nodded, a flash of light in his head. Then he said, okay, then I'll give your brother a call later. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro also nodded. After all, she wasn't in the best of moods in every way right now and really didn't want to call. The doctor's examination took a very long time, and seeing that she couldn't walk in and get in the way, Yi Ro went downstairs after looking for Songcheng. Although she didn't know if the current Lu Qingfang could eat something or not, Yi Ro was still prepared to have Songcheng make a rich lunch. Normally, the meal they ate was already very rich, but now Yi Ro said that it had to be a bit more sumptuous and luxurious. Unable to do anything about it, Songcheng could only nod her head in response with bitterness in her heart. After all, who made them their employers now? Shi was not in a hurry to make the call, but seeing that Lu Qingfang's side couldn't be finished soon, he went back to his room first, skillfully opening his laptop. Ji quickly locked onto two IPs. One of these two IPs was Yi Han's, while the other was naturally Miss Morris's. Seeing that the two IPs were indeed in the same place, Ji was relieved. It does seem like a good time to call in a little while. By the time Ji went out again, the group of doctors had almost finished with it and were still analyzing it over there. Ji thought they might have to analyze it for a while yet. After all, because of himself, Lu Qingfang had woken up earlier than in the original. That would also mean that he must have unintentionally changed some of Lu Qingfang's physique as well. This also means that if these people check their bodies, they can definitely check something different as well. Crossing over to them, Ji slowly walked in, only to see that at this moment, behind the crowd, Lu Qingfang was sitting on a chair with a dumbfounded expression on her face. After hearing Ji's voice, she subconsciously raised her head, only that the eyes that looked at Ji were more or less abnormal, while Ji was somewhat puzzled in his heart. The system's voice came again. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 1000 villain value. Boy, what kind of day is today? The villainy value offered by Lu Qingxiang is too high, isn't it? In his heart, he was very surprised, but on his face, he walked up with great concern. Sister Qingfeng, I see that you don't look very good. Are you not feeling well? Do you want them to give you another look? Ji said with a very anxious face. When Lu Qingfeng saw this, her eyes flickered as she looked at Ji. When she had just examined it, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but tense up nervously. Chapter 147, Lu Qingfang's high favorability rating. After all, she was also more concerned about her body than anyone else. The main thing is, in fact, Lu Qingfang himself also want to know, what in the end, this will quickly wake up. Although, Ji had only given her acupuncture for a short period of almost 2 months, which wasn't a very long time to say the least. But, in the dark, Lu Qingfang just felt that she was able to wake up this time because of Ji. In the middle of the examination, I don't know if it was Lu Qingfang's illusion, but I always felt that those doctors were frowning tightly, as if they were very puzzled by something. Sure enough, soon enough, Lu Qingfang heard those doctors saying strange things as well. Lu Qingfang was puzzled in her heart and asked about it. Then she learned from the doctor's side. When she came to check on Lu Qingfang's health before, she was not in such a good condition. At that time, many doctors concluded that I was afraid that Lu Qingfang would never wake up in her life. Even if there was a chance that she would wake up, I'm afraid it would take a long time. Longer by a decade or even decades. Shorter by 5 or 6 years. At least not this year. Anyway, for this reason, the doctors were very puzzled by the results. Naturally, they also wanted to inquire about what exactly had happened to Lu Qingfang. But, after all, during this period, Lu Qingxiang has been in a vegetative state. She was lying over there, unable to hear or feel, so naturally she didn't know what was going on. Because of this, the doctor didn't ask out. but just turned around and continued to start a discussion with the men. And Lu Qingfang was also in deep thought. Others might not know what exactly had happened during this period of time, but Lu Qingfang definitely knew. She knew that the only thing that had changed in the meantime was Ge. This time, Lu Qingfang also completely understood. He himself was able to wake up now thanks to Ge. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang's eyes became softer as she looked at Ge. After hearing Ge's words, Lu Qingfang also slowly shook her head. It's okay, I don't feel sick right now. Yes, although he had been bedridden for 2 years, but now that he had awakened, Lu Qingfang did not find anything uncomfortable other than feeling a little tired and lacking strength. On the contrary, having not gotten up from the bed for a long time, now just sitting over here, Lu Qingfang was in a very good mood. Excuse me, are you the bodyguard in charge of Miss Lu Qingfang's safety? Just as the two were talking, the attending physician stepped aside again. When Ge looked over, he slowly nodded. Yes, that attending doctor's face was serious. I have something I want to ask you. I came to check Miss Lu Qingfang's body before, but the situation at that time, compared to now, is simply a world of difference. So, Ge raised an eyebrow at him. Sure enough, it definitely checks out differently. That's why I want to ask you. During this period, did something happen to Miss Lu Qingfang? That doctor waited tightly for Ge, fearing that he would miss something in general. What happened? Ge feigned a distressed frown. This private doctor was still affiliated with Yihan after all, so Ge didn't intend to say anything about himself. As far as Yihan's cautious one was concerned, if he knew that he had excellent medical skills, wouldn't he be even more intolerant in his eyes? His life risk factor becomes bigger. Aha, like have any doctors come to heal Miss Willow? That doctor added hastily. This doesn't seem to be the case. During these few months, Qingfeng's sister has been lying here, and in the whole villa. During this time, in addition to a few of us, only the stylists have come, and none of them have come to the second floor, Ge said with a serious face. After hearing Ge's words, that doctor couldn't help but sigh with a disappointed look on his face. Ah, like this. Then well, it seems that this is indeed a miracle created by Miss Lu Qingfang herself alone. That doctor could not help but lament once again. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfang then pursed her lips and smiled somewhat embarrassedly at that doctor. Only after that doctor left, Lu Qingfang looked at Ge with a bewildered expression on her face. Everyone in the room felt sure that the vegetative person was impervious to the outside world, so they tacitly agreed that Lu Qingfang had been sleeping for the past 2 years, as if she had been asleep, unaware of anything that had happened around her. It seems that now Ikoyi thinks so too, but now Lu Qingfang's heart was very surprised. After all, she thought, this credit will definitely be recognized by Ge. Not only did he say that his gratitude to him was certainly not expensive, but the private doctor in front of him was recruited by Yihan at great expense. The man was very authoritative, and on weekdays, if it wasn't a particularly big situation, he could only come after he had finished his business first. If he was seen by this man, his life would definitely be different from now. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang then looked at Ge with another surprised face. She was never expecting that Ge would turn down both opportunities at once. I didn't realize that Ge was the kind of person who didn't look for fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang's favorable impression of Ge in her heart couldn't help but rise a little more. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 500 villain value. Ge looked at Lu Qingfang with a smile on his face. Looking at her face is difficult to conceal the color of surprise. The heart is naturally able to guess Lu Qingfang at this time, and the heart in the end in the thought of what? Ge. With a complex expression, Lu Qingfang looked at Ge, and for a moment she actually did not know what to say. After all, people like Ge were rare nowadays. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Ge looked at Lu Qingfang with a gentle face. Lu Qingfang saw that Ge still didn't want to say anything now, so she didn't continue to say anything. She laughed and shook her head, ready to swallow her words. It's fine. I'm fine. Saying that, Lu Qingfang then also looked at Ge with a warm smile. If Ge didn't want to say it, then she wouldn't have picked it out. However, even if other people didn't know about it, Lu Qingfang still had to keep it in her own mind. Although other people didn't know that it was Ge who did the good deed, she naturally had to remember it. And that amounted to a life-saving favor that she would repay a little bit. I've just finished checking, so take a rest while I go and inquire about something. With that, Ge helped Lu Qingfang sit on the bed again, and then walked over to the doctor's side himself. After inquiring about Lu Qingfang's physical condition, Ge then inquired about what Lu Qingfang had been eating in recent times. Chapter 148, The Bitter Songcheng. Hearing Ge over there asking the doctor a variety of questions in detail, listening to those questions of everything, Lu Qingfang asked herself, These questions cannot ask themselves. Some questions she cannot even think of. But it didn't occur to me that Ji's mind as a man would be so fine. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang's heart was then warmed again. Ding ding, faithful heroine favorability detected. 100 villain value rewarded. Throughout the entire process, Lu Qingfang's line of sight couldn't help but follow Ji around all the time. Even Lu Qingfang herself didn't realize that her attention seemed to be on Ji all the time. Even the heart that had been silent for a long time seemed to be beating rapidly because of seeing Ji with his own eyes at this time. This made Lu Qingfang's heart unavoidably speculate again. Ji had selflessly helped himself, and now he cared so much. Is really interested in her, right? Thinking like this, Lu Qingfang's thoughts that were placed on Ji's side gradually came back. At the same time, she remembered that she had just been examining herself and hadn't had a chance to see what she looked like now. Thinking this way, Lu Qingfang hurriedly held on to the edge of the bed and stood up trembling, ready to walk towards the matching restroom. The dresser had long been blocked by the crowd, and Lu Qingfang was too embarrassed to walk over like this. After Ji finished speaking with the doctor on this side, he subconsciously looked at Lu Qingfang, who was sitting by the edge of the bed. After all, Lu Qingfang has just woken up, and now is also a good opportunity to brush goodwill. But it didn't occur to me that Lu Qingfang, who had been honestly sitting over there, was now nowhere to be seen. Ji wasn't worried that Lu Qingfang would go missing now. After all, the villa could be full of people. Ji looked around strangely and finally saw Lu Qingfang, who was trembling and in charge of the cabinet, walking towards the front. Seeing this, Ji directly strides forward, without the slightest hesitation, directly wrapped around Lu Qingfang's waist. Sister Qingfeng, what are you doing to go now? Ji said in a very concerned tone. Lu Qingfang's movements stuttered, and she didn't know if it was because she was weak or what. Even her body stiffened for a moment. Now she desperately wanted to confirm her appearance, when she thought that she had just forgotten to cover herself up, directly exposing such an ugly appearance to Ji. Lu Qingfang felt a great deal of remorse in her heart. No, nothing, I just. Lu Qingfang was more or less embarrassed to say that she just wanted to go look in the mirror. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Ji subconsciously looked up. Sister Qingfeng wants to go to the restroom? Let me help you there? With that, Ji moved gently to assist Lu Qingfang as she walked towards the front. Yeah, I thought about going to a restroom. Lu Qingfang was instantly relieved and casually coped. Thinking like this, Lu Qingfang became very helpless in her heart. It's really the people lying over there who are so stupid that they can't even find an excuse. After walking into the washroom and Ji went out and closed the door smoothly, Lu Qingfang couldn't wait to turn her head to look over at the mirror. With apprehension in her heart, Lu Qingfang slightly closed her eyes and even somewhat dared not look up. But, in just a moment, Lu Qingfang made up her mind. Snapping her eyes open, she looked in the mirror with some apprehension. However, after seeing herself in the mirror, Lu Qingfang let out a sigh of relief. It was a lot thinner than before, but it was also a lot better than the ones he had imagined himself to look like before. After all, she imagined those to be skinny and bony looking and really ugly. Lu Qingfang even thought that if she really became like that, she would really have to lock herself up in her bedroom and not go out, to wait until the figure is restored. This dares to go out. After all, people who have been proud are more or less unable to accept this. After the tests were done, those doctors discussed them for a while before leaving the results behind and leaving. As Qi sent them away, he saw Song Qing, who was busy in the kitchen, and Yi Ro on the side. Yi Ro didn't know where she had taken a recipe and was looking over there at the moment. Before, Sister Qingfang was also very fond of eating steak and other Western food, so you can see about getting some in a while. Saying that, Yi Ro was still flipping over there, and Song Cheng over there, who was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground, almost didn't spurt out another mouthful of blood at the sound of the words. In just almost an hour's time, this big lady had already ordered a huge table of food. She's going to run out of work just on these, let alone some more Western food. Looking at Song Qing's angry appearance, Ji more or less cried and laughed. What's doing? Ji walked up slowly. After seeing Ji walk over, Yi Ro then closed the menu in her hand. Song Qing in the kitchen, on the other hand, looked at Ji pleadingly before withdrawing her eyes to go. After all, she didn't expect Ji to save her. Ji the man came over and didn't add 2 dishes even. She didn't expect anything else. Thinking of this, Song Qing couldn't help but let out another sigh in her heart as she continued to start preparing the needed ingredients. Brother E, see if there's anything else you need? Yi Ro handed Ji all the menus. Ji couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth after looking at the menu. In this moment's time, the little witch had already ordered more than 20 dishes. It really has it all, with the top 10 tonic on top, and a variety of Western food on the bottom as well. Which ones are already done? Ge glanced at the menu before looking inside the kitchen. Song Ching helplessly raised her hand to wipe her sweat, then pointed to the meal that was being kept warm on the side. Those are already done. Ge looked at it, and there were quite a few. It's actually kind of nice to do all this in an hour, not to mention having all the other ingredients needed. Alright, just make those. There's no need to make the rest. Just a few more lighter dishes suitable for the patients that aren't particularly greasy, Ge said after putting the menu aside. Ha! Song Ching froze at first when she heard this. Then she looked at Yi Ro and then at Ge. Yi Ro over there also had a puzzled look on her face. All cancelled? Then what's Sister Qingfang eating? She blinked. Ge looked at her helplessly and couldn't help but lose a bit of his smile. Looks like this little witch really doesn't have much common sense. Your Qingfeng sister has been lying down for 2 years. She hasn't eaten for 2 years. If she eats all these things at once, her body will definitely not be able to stand it. So naturally she has to eat some light food first. After reaching out his hand to tap Yi Ro's forehead in tears and laughter, Ge laughed. Ha! No. 149 call Yi Han. Alright then, all cancelled. All cancelled. Yi Ro hurriedly waved her hand. And those meals that were already prepared were enough for them to eat. Hearing these words from Yi Ro's mouth, Song Ching was finally relieved. After all, with Yi Han gone, one's main employer would be Yi Ro. After instructing Yi Ro to just cook a few light meals, Ge went upstairs. Seeing this, Yi Ro also followed along. When Song Ching heard the footsteps of the two men walking up the stairs, she subconsciously looked up at the man on the stairs. Though I wonder if the man had just come to his aid on purpose. But Song Ching still felt warm inside. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 100 villain value. After hearing the system's beep, Ge's steps on the stairs couldn't help but pause. Right now, Ge hadn't done anything. So for a moment, he really didn't know how this goodwill was triggered. But according to Ge's previous experience, this good sense, are every time after one has done something, will trigger. Thinking of this, when walking up to the second floor, Ge ghostly turned his head to look at the first floor in front of the kitchen. As soon as Ge looked over, the figure quickly flashed into the kitchen. Seeing this, Ge then also revealed a thoughtful expression. Could it be that this goodwill was really provided by Song Cheng? Ge had already sensed that something was wrong with Song Cheng since she had inexplicably hidden her tie earlier. Not it. Hard to not. He really is unintentionally. Steal another home? Brother E? Seeing Ge standing over there as if he was dazed, Yi Ro looked up in confusion. Sorry, just a little tired. After saying that, Ge slowly walked into Lu Qingfang's room. Yi Ro stood behind Ge, looking at his back. Her eyes couldn't help but flicker for a moment. However, she was quick to follow along. When Ge walked in, Lu Qingfang had already come out of the washroom, and at that moment the doctor was chatting with her about the usual precautions. In fact, this attending physician is not young and has met many vegetative patients before, but it was the first time for the likes of Lu Qingfang, especially after Lu Qingfang had awakened now. The physical condition that she checked was also quite a bit better than those usual vegetative patients. After the doctor left, Yi Ro then sat next to Lu Qingfang again with a concerned face. Look at you. I'm awake now. It's okay. Looking at Yi Ro's worried expression, Lu Qingxuang then cried and laughed as she reached out her hand to rub Yi Ro's head. Yi Ro embarrassedly snapped and laughed twice, a pair of big eyes blinking and blinking. Although the reasoning is this, but now that I see you standing in front of me alive, I more or less still feel that it's a bit unreal. Yi Ro couldn't help but sigh in a small voice. Is that so? After hearing Yi Ro's words, Lu Qingfang also let out a sigh. Not to say that Yi Ro felt that it was a bit unreal now. Even Lu Qingxuang herself felt that it was very unreal for her to be sitting over here chatting with them at this moment. After all, just in the morning she had been lying in bed not moving, able to move. Now, however, she was able to move freely, and as soon as she thought of this, Lu Qingfang subconsciously looked up at Ge again. Ge smiled. By the way, Qingfeng sister, you woke up this thing. The boss still doesn't know it. Should I give him a call? Upon hearing Yi Han's name, the smile at the corner of Lu Qingfang's mouth couldn't help but tighten a few points. After all, it was also a man she had liked for several years, and when she thought of the scene when she had been in a coma for 2 years, she was still a little fuming in her heart. Still, it did seem important to talk to him now that he was awake. Good, then just give him a call now, Lu Qingfang said. Lu Qingfang's cell phone, long after she had passed out, had been kept by her own secretary, locked away with some confidential documents, so she couldn't get it back for a while now. Ge was originally thinking that he would make the call himself, but after thinking about it later, he thought better of it. After all, he who had read the original was aware of how small Yi Han's mind's eye was. At this point in time, more is better than less. It's better to try not to toss it. So after hearing Lu Qingfang's words, Ji first pretended to look on himself. Where's my cell phone? After these months of refinement, Ji's acting skills had become more and more skillful. It's not as good as those actors, but it's still okay to use it in a pinch. Sure enough, seeing that Ji couldn't find his cell phone, Yi Ro, who was sitting on the side, painfully took out her own cell phone. I'll just call my brother. Saying that, Yi Ro had already moved quickly to dial the video call. Seeing this, Ji then secretly let out a laugh in his heart. Just now, Ji also specifically checked the IP of Yi Han and Miss Morris, and now the two are indeed still together. Yes, Ji had called at this time on purpose. It's just that being the little brother who spoils the boss is more or less different from being the dear sister who spoils herself. That's why Ji chose to let Yi Ro dial this number. At this point in time, Yi Han's side should still be dark sky. Only, this Miss Morris was notorious for her love of fun and games. So in order to please Miss Morris, Yi Han would definitely accompany her on the side. As expected, just as Ji had guessed, Yi Han really hadn't rested at this time. So much so that, just after Yi Ro's call on this side was dialed, the call was quickly picked up on the other side. Hello? Ro. Yi Han over there looked at Yi Ro with some surprise. After all, as a younger sister, Yi Ro usually just sends him a message, and calls are rare, because Yi Zuozua also knew that her own brother was philandering. Every time I called him, I was staying with a woman. This makes Yi Ro more or less a little bit embarrassed very much. So over time, Yi Ro only sent messages. What's wrong? Is something wrong? According to his sister's character, after picking up the phone, Yi Han's first reaction was this. Yi Ro sniffed and couldn't help but give him a somewhat speechless look. Brother, what are you babbling about? If I didn't get into trouble, can't I call you? Hearing Yi Ro's complaining tone, Yi Han smiled twice. Where? Brother didn't say that. But brother, where are you in the middle of the night? So noisy around? Yi Ro curiously looked at Yi Han in the cell phone. At this time, it was already late at night on Yi Han's side, and it could be seen from the cell phone that at this time, Yi Han seemed to be attending a private banquet. Even behind them were people in bikinis having fun in the pool. Chapter 150, The Awkward Yi Han. Almost the instant they saw the scene over there, Yi Ro and Lu Qingfang directly frowned. And it was at this time, a stunning beauty slowly walked into Yi Han's camera. Brother, that's. Although last time in Ji's room, Yi Ro had overheard who this woman was. But, for now, she's going to pretend like she doesn't know. At the same time, Yi Ro glanced at Lu Qingfang on the side with some concern. Thinking about it, before, Lu Qingfang had such a good relationship with Yi Han. Now that he woke up and called with Yi Han, he must have been very excited as well. But he didn't expect to see this scene. And Ms. Morris over there had already talked to Yi Han, because the family had hired Chinese nannies since they were young. So Morris also spoke Chinese. Only a few words were naturally mixed with a few words of English. However, several people here also understand English. Doing what? Maurice inquired as he stepped forward. There's someone over there inviting you to join them. Yi Han smiled at Maurice with a very soft face. Morris was worthy of being the daughter of a mafia family, and was harder to please than so women Yi Han had met before. So in the face of Morris, Yi Han's face has always been gentle, but also thoughtful. Only this kind of Yi Han made Lu Qingfang, who was sitting on the sidelines at this time but did not appear in front of the camera, feel very chilled. After all, before Lu Qingfang was unconscious earlier, the impression was that Yi Han was not like this. Only, at that time, Yi Han did have a very ambiguous relationship with a few women. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang could not help but let out a bitter smile. Sure enough, there are omens for everything. It's just that one selectively ignores those omens. Can't I just play with you alone? Yi Han smiled very ambiguously at Morris. That Morris had a happy smile on his face, but he still brushed Yi Han's hand holding his arm away. That's no good. They're enthusiastic. When Yi Han heard this, he could only shrug helplessly. Alright then, I'll go over after I finish the call. Glancing at the person on his cell phone, Maurice nodded politely at Yi Zuozua. Zoe, this is Ms. Morris, Yi Han said with a gentle smile on his face. Ah, hello. Yi Ro greeted politely after a pause. After saying these words, Yi Ro then carefully glanced at Lu Qingfang next to her again. This is my sister, Yi Han explained specifically at Morris, obviously not wanting her to misunderstand. After smiling and nodding, Maurice said hello to Yi Ro before leaving. How is Zoe? Isn't Ms. Morris very pretty looking? Yi Han said as he took a sip of wine in his heart. Yi Ro really didn't know what to say now. At this time she was sitting over here on pins and needles, and she couldn't do anything about it. And Chi, who was standing at the side, saw Yi Ro-Ro's appearance, and was happy in his heart. Ding ding, detected the host has destroyed the relationship between the male and female hosts of Heaven's Destiny, rewarded with 500 villain value. Hearing the system's beep and looking at Lu Qingfang's gloomy face, Shi Yi's heart was even happier. Seeing that Yi Ro-Ro was slow to speak, and only laughed sarcastically, Yi Han didn't feel anything. Right, Ro-Ro? What exactly are you looking for me for this time? Usually you don't call often. Yi Han raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Ro-Ro. Only looking at Yi Ro-Ro's stiff expression, her heart became more or less doubtful. Zoe? He called softly again. I was the one who wanted to call you. Seeing Yi Ro-Ro sitting over there with her cell phone, looking at a loss for words, Lu Qingxuang then also sighed somewhat helplessly. She then directly took the cell phone in Yi Ro-Ro's hand and slowly said, After hearing Lu Qingfang's voice at first, Yi Han was still more or less unresponsive. After all, he really hadn't heard Lu Qingfang's voice for a long time, and he really didn't recognize it at first. Only, upon seeing Lu Qingfang's face appear on the cell phone screen, this made Yi Han's pupils quake at once. Ru Qingxuang? He called out directly in surprise. It was also so much of a surprise that he sat straight up from his recliner. Hearing him call his name in succession, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in her heart once again. Sure enough, 2 years have passed and everything has changed after all. Only his own self, lying motionless in the same spot. His thoughts were still a few years old. Before, the two were like glue. She thought that even if Yi Han was very gentle to other women, he would only have himself in his heart. Before, he called himself Frost, or Clear Frost. It does seem like everything has changed now. Lu Qingfang didn't say anything, just looked at the person inside the cell phone with fixed eyes. GE is not in a hurry to show up. Look and see. This phone call is not him to call overall, but the hero's closest sister called. You're awake? When did you wake up? Yi Han said, more or less at a loss for words. Even when he saw Lu Qingfang violently appearing in front of him, he was still a little unsure of what to say at that moment. Just woke up not long ago, Lu Qingfang said indifferently. Perhaps he also noticed that Lu Qingfang's attitude towards himself was too cold. So Yi Han on the opposite side quickly calmed down as well. The original panicked and stunned expression shifted, then turned to tenderness. I'm sorry, I just got too excited. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. It's too much of a surprise, Yi Han said very gently. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lying down before, and the fact that he had just been beside him and had already seen some of Yi Han's behavior, Lu Qingfang was really going to be fooled by this appearance of Yi Han. But now it was already too late. From the beginning to now, she was already cold to Yi Han. Although seeing Yi Han at this time, his heart was still more or less bad, but strangely enough, she could no longer find the heartwarming feeling from Yi Han that she had 2 years ago. In comparison, Lu Qingfang subconsciously looked at Qi Yi, who was on the side. At this moment, what she cared more about was surprisingly Qi Yi. Moreover, at this moment, even though Yi Han was in front of her, the one who attracted her gaze even more was Qi Yi. Aha! Hearing Yi Han's words, Lu Qingfang just faintly answered. It was the same sound that made the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Even Yi Han, who had been in love for a long time, couldn't help but be embarrassed by the expression on his face when he met this situation. Cough. What's wrong with you, Qingfeng? I see you are absent-minded. Are you not feeling well? Yi Han continued to look for a topic, but Lu Qingfang just sat over there with a lowered brow. Well, seeing this, Yi Ro-Ro on the side could only come up. Chapter 151, Yi Han's phone call. After all, the atmosphere is already so awkward. Yi Ro-Ro is afraid that if she doesn't stand out, it will really freeze. Brother, you have too many problems. Sister Qingfang has only just woken up. She hasn't even eaten anything yet. She just finished checking her body and she can't even stand up. Yi Ro-Ro feigned complaining and rushed at Yi Han. Yi Han also knew that this was the staircase that Yi Ro-Ro had specifically found for herself to descend, so he over there smiled a couple times. It's my bad. Then you talk to Qingfeng and let her rest more. Aha! Yi Ro-Ro nodded her head obediently, and the two of them symbolically said a few more words before hanging up the phone. After putting the cell phone down, Yi Ro-Ro then looked at Lu Qingfeng on the side with some worry. Sister Qingfeng, are you alright? Lu Qingfeng, who was sitting over there in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. No, it's fine. I just don't have any strength in my body right now. After Lu Qingfeng reluctantly hooked her lips, she then waved her hand and said. Seeing this, GE also walked forward. I've already had my shots today, so I'll eat something in a little while, and if I still don't feel well, I'll have the doctor look at it again. Aha! After hearing Qi Yi's words of concern, Lu Qingfeng had a smile on her face. It looks like Song Qing is almost done cooking down there. Let's go down. Sister Qingfeng, I'll hold you up. As soon as Qi Yi's words fell, Yi Ro-Ro, who was on the side, hurriedly went up and said. Seeing that Yi Ro helped Lu Qingfang to stand up and walk out, Ji looked at the back of the two, could not help but helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ji's cell phone had just been downstairs, purposely placed over there. As the three of them slowly walked down the stairs, Song Cheng then raised her head to look at Ji. Yat, a call just came in on your cell phone, but it hung up just in time for me to look over. Ji raised his eyebrows slightly at his words, then he nodded. It looks like it should be that he didn't see his figure from the video. So Yihan called himself this time. Ji slowly walked forward. It was indeed Yihan who called. This side, Ji had just taken his cell phone, when Yi Ro curiously came up. After all, during this period of time, Ji often stayed out at night, causing Yi Ro to be very curious. This also made Yi Ro very puzzled. What for? It's your brother. Crying and laughing, he gave Yi Ro a look. Then Ji turned around and went to the back with his cell phone. Seeing Ji's back, Yi Ro blinked in confusion. Didn't you just call? Why are you calling again? After spitting out a sentence softly, Yi Ro sat down next to Lu Qingfang. Sister Qingfang, you wait first. The soup that brother Yi asked for you is still stewing, Yi Ro said with a big smile. Now that Lu Qingfang had woken up, Yi Ro was also happier than anyone else. After all, the two had been on good terms before. Good. Nodding absent-mindedly, Lu Qingfang looked over at Ji before turning her head. Ji opened the chat box and saw that Yihan was making a video call to himself. Ji didn't hesitate to call back after he walked to the back. Boss, looking for me for something? Ji opened his mouth to inquire. Yihan over there was still sitting on that chair. Just didn't look very good. Seeing that Ji had picked up the phone, Yihan also looked seriously at Ji's side. Why didn't you tell me about Qingfeng waking up? Yihan inquired with a cold face. Boss, Sister Qingfeng just woke up. I just helped the doctor move the stuff out and then I made soup with Song Chang. Didn't Zoe say to call you? Ji looked at Yihan with a bewildered expression. Opposite Yihan looked at Ji suspiciously, and in the end, it looked like he did choose to believe it. Alright, did your Qingfeng sister have any anomalies after she woke up? Or said anything strange? How come it feels like she's different from before? Yihan said while frowning in confusion. Something different? Perverse? Ji also said in confusion, and then he shook his head. No, when I woke up at the beginning, Qingfeng's sister didn't say anything. It was just that Zoe was excitedly chatting with her. And later on, when I saw that the doctor came and it got busy inside, I came down to the kitchen to help out, Ji said with a serious face. Yihan looked at Ji's expression, but at this moment, Ji's expression was the same as it was just now, and he couldn't see anything at all. In the end, Yihan could only choose to believe. That's fine, but I always feel that after Qingfeng woke up, she was different from before. After all, Sister Qingfeng has also been lying down for 2 years, and when she suddenly wakes up, she definitely hasn't physically reacted yet. Upon hearing this, Yihan nodded. Well, that is indeed the truth. Seeing that he got this answer, Yihan hung up the phone after exchanging a few pleasantries, and at this moment, Song Cheng, who had just finished boiling the soup, was just about to take the soup out when her cell phone rang. After seeing that the person who called was actually Yihan, Song Cheng was instantly excited. After carefully glancing at the few people chatting happily outside, Song Cheng then walked to a corner, which led to her choosing to pick up the phone. Since it was a video call, this somewhat made Song Cheng a little nervous. She hurriedly fixed her hair before she picked up the phone. Hey, brother, chill. After picking up the phone, Song Cheng excitedly looked at the man on the other side. Looking at Song Cheng looking at himself with such an excited expression, Yihan's satisfaction from being a man then instantly rose. Still busy? Glancing behind Song Cheng, Yihan asked. Aha! After nodding, Song Cheng then said with slightly beaming lips, because Sister Qingfeng is awake. Zhuozhua has ordered a dozen dishes. Good. Let Qingfeng eat more, or make up for it. Yihan nodded perfunctorily. And Song Cheng's meaning of saying this was originally to make Yihan feel sorry for himself, but it didn't occur to him that Yihan had flippantly uncovered this sentence. That expression was as if he had heard a piece of crap. Seeing this, Song Cheng must have been very disappointed in her heart. By the way, after Qingfeng woke up, was there any anomaly? Yihan continued to inquire. Ji was feigning bewilderment, but Song Cheng was truly a bit bewildered. After all, she hadn't touched Lu Qingfeng before she became a vegetable. I wonder what Lu Qingfeng's character was like before. Let's just say that when Lu Qingfeng woke up, she went downstairs in a weak state of mind, so she didn't know what was going on up there. Bewildered, Song Cheng shook her head. No, it's normal I feel. I've been in the kitchen since then. Upon hearing this, Yihan's face also became even more puzzled. So GE has been helping out around you too? Songqing froze. After hearing Yihan's words, Songqing surprisingly did not react to what they meant for a moment. Chapter 152 Songqing with a weak heart. But Songqing wasn't a cutie either, quickly reacted. After thinking about the phone call that GE just made, Songqing thought that Yihan must have called GE just now. Only, what did GE mean when he was giving himself a favor? Since Yihan had asked this, that meant that GE must have said so as well. When she thought of this, Songqing hesitated again. She hadn't wanted to cover for GE, but she looked to the meal on the table, thinking that GE had just helped himself. Anyway, it wasn't a good time to offend GE anyway. Yihan did not come back. Offending GE himself would not have any good fruit to eat. Thinking of this, Songqing quickly nodded her head. Well, it's more or less busy for me alone. After seeing how quickly Songqing affirmed GE's words, Yihan on the opposite side of the table then dispelled his suspicions. Well, after saying that, Yihan still felt very puzzled in the end. After all, after waking up this time, Lu Qingfang's attitude towards him was really strange. This made Yihan really a bit incomprehensible. But after asking around, nothing was out of place. It seems to be true that after lying down for 2 years, the body has not yet reacted after waking up. Seeing Yihan dazed over there, Songqing didn't disturb him. After all, even if they were gawking, they were still considered two people on the phone. What are you gawking at? Still not going over to play? Maurice walked behind Yihan at an unknown time and inquired. Well, it's coming. After hearing Maurice's voice, Yihan instantly came back to his senses. Then he quickly snapped his cell phone down and hurriedly hung up. Maurice was not a person who could be fooled. The previous Yi Ro could still be said to be a sister. Songqing could not be easily explained. Seeing the picture on the screen, violently moving down, which made Songqing suddenly froze. Only before Songqing could finish her sentence, Yihan over there had quickly hung up his cell phone, looking at the ended call page, and then looking at the two's previous chats. Songqing instantly froze over there. At the same time, she was a little dumbfounded. That woman just now. Songqing saw her clearly. That appearance, even Songqing, a woman, looked very stunning. Surely, it's just like I said? Is there never a shortage of women around Yihan, and she can only ever be unseen? After seeing Yihan hang up the phone, GE over there also put down his cell phone. GE thought about Yihan calling Songqing, and also thought about the risk of exposing himself. So then he thought to monitor it, and if he was really going to be exposed, he would just walk into the kitchen. Only, even GE himself had not expected that Songqing would help himself. Thinking of this, GE's eyes became complicated as he looked towards the kitchen. Zoe, are you working now? Did you go to your brother's company? At the dinner table, Lu Qingfang slowly inquired about what had happened in the past 2 years. Yi Ro nodded her head obediently before saying, well, I happen to be doing an internship this year, so I chose to go to my brother's company for an internship, and my brother also said that it's his own company, so it's more assured. Lu Qingfang nodded approvingly. This reasoning was indeed correct. By the way, Sister Qingfeng, when your body recovers, do you still want to come to my brother's company? That way, the two of us can work together. Suddenly thinking of this, Yi Ro was very excited and held Lu Qingfang's hand. At those words, a trace of difficulty flashed across Lu Qingfang's face. After all, now that Lu Qingfang knew Yihan's true character, her heart was more or less clogged. Although she had liked him for so many years, she couldn't help but still feel sad and blocked when she thought of Yihan's true colors. However, after so many years of reigning supreme in the mall, she was definitely not an indecisive person either. If she wanted to break it off, Lu Qingfang decided that it would be better to just break it off cleanly all at once. Therefore, Lu Qingfang also thought about not planning to go to Yihan's company to help out after that. She's ready to focus on her family's company. When she had helped Yihan run his company before, Lu Qingfang had wasted a lot of effort. But not only is she not getting a salary or paycheck, but even her own company is more or less difficult to juggle. So now Lu Qingfang thought that it would be better to specialize in her own business in the future. Forget it, I don't plan to go back in the future. After all, it's your brother's company, so I won't get involved. Lu Qingfang laughed. Yi Ro didn't hear any other meaning, just that the whole person was a bit disappointed. She sighed helplessly. Well then, with that, Yi's was sighed again. After all, a long time ago, when Yi Ro had just started college, Lu Qingfang had known her. So now seeing Yi Ro reveal this kind of expression, Lu Qingxuan was more or less heartbroken. Only, her mind was now made up. After all, she knew that that company of Yihan's was just too mind-consuming, especially since the people in his company don't much like themselves. Previously, the two had sung one red face and the other white face. and the entire company had a lot of resentment towards Lu Qingfang. Perhaps it was because she was now a bit chilled towards Yihan, so Lu Qingfang also figured it out in a flash. This kind of thankless task is not to be done. Not only did she have nothing to lose, but on the contrary, she was better off. What are we talking about? Is the body still uncomfortable? Ge slowly walked up and inquired. Seeing this, Lu Qingfang subconsciously raised her head to look at Ge before she smiled and shook her head. Just a little chat about work. Don't worry, I'm physically fine now. For some reason, the mood that had originally been clogged up had instantly relaxed after seeing Ge. And seeing Ge walk over, Yi Ro was still a little afraid to look at him for a moment. After all, now that she had reacted, Yi Ro had also realized how bold her actions had just been in Ge's room. That's good, but having just woken up, you shouldn't labor too much, and don't think about any work matters for the time being. Rest first, Shi said with a soft face. Meeting Ge's very gentle eyes, Lu Qingfang's heart warmed and the smile on her face deepened. Soup's ready, so let's all start eating. After easing her mind in the kitchen, Song Cheng then walked out with the soup. After helping everyone present to serve the soup, Song Cheng then sat beside Yi Ro with a weak heart. Although he knew that Lu Qingfang couldn't see or hear anything when she was unconscious, but Song Cheng was still weak-minded in the end. Seeing Song Cheng painfully sitting next to Yi Ro, Shi also very cheerfully sat down next to Lu Qingfang. Sister Qingfang, eat more of this. This is light and nourishing. It's good for your body. Shi thoughtfully chucked a dish to Lu Qingfang. Chapter 153, Keeping a Low Profile. Lu Qingfang looked at Ge when she heard that, and her eyes flickered when she saw his gentle face. In an instant, Lu Qingfang's expression of Yihan's gentle face towards another woman appeared in front of her eyes just now, and at this point, the two faces put together also formed a powerful contrast. The same gentle expression seemed to look so good on Ge's face. I don't know if it was because Lu Qingfang saw Yihan clearly. Remembering Yihan's gentle expression just now, she would actually feel very greasy. At the same time, Lu Qingfang also thought of how much Ge had given to her during this period of time, when he himself was lying over there unattended. It was Ge who came to relax his muscles, and although he knew he couldn't hear, he still told himself some interesting things that had happened recently. Also, after knowing that you can't sense the outside, you won't make a move on yourself. These more or less let Lu Qingfang heart very touching. At the same time, Lu Qingfang was very clear in her heart. It was also thanks to Ge's blessing that he himself woke up this time. Previously, when Lu Qingfang was unconscious, because she could only move and lie over there, her perception of the outside world's sound was very clear. Previously, from Song Cheng and Yi Ro's mouth, Lu Qingfang knew that Yihan already had quite a few women around him. Previously, Lu Qingfang also comforted himself, maybe his own coma, Yihan will feel a little lonely. So this is. But behind, Lu Qingfang became more and more sober. She also knew that she was not special on Yihan's side. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang could not help but frown slightly again. But soon, Lu Qingfang came back to her senses. Feeling the warmth on her forehead, Lu Qingfang froze for a moment before looking up at Ge with some surprise. She looked at Ge with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Ge smiled and took his hand down. I'm sorry, I saw you were distracted and thought you weren't feeling well. The corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. Lu Qingfang shook her head. It's fine, I'm just still a little tired. Ge nodded. Good, then when you're done eating, hurry up and rest and relax. Aha! Song Cheng, who was on the side, was too vain to raise her head, but she could also hear that there was something really wrong with the two men's previous conversation. When she thought of this, she looked up and carefully glanced at Yi Ro next to herself. As expected, she happened to see a flash of gloom on Yi Ro's face. Seeing this, Song Cheng then looked at Ge again. She really couldn't see through Ge more and more. In just a few short months, Ge, the man, had already captured the hearts of so many people. Song Cheng was really hard to imagine what would become behind if Yihan didn't come back. However, Song Cheng also felt in her heart that even if Ge was so bold now, but surely he wouldn't have the guts to go in front of Yihan. Maybe he would become honest when Yihan came back. Near the end of the meal, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly came from the yard. Immediately after that, Ge looked through the window to see a woman in tights and a helmet straddling down from a motorcycle, and that scene looked very aesthetically pleasing indeed. The more Ge looked at the motorcycle now, the more he felt that it was a perfect match for the flower and butterfly. Thinking about this, Ge felt that he had really bought the right motorcycle. Beauty with a biker is a good look. As Ge was thinking this, he coldly met eyes with Flower Butterfly, who had just taken off her helmet. The moment they locked eyes, both of them froze for a moment. But soon, Ge came back to his senses and put up his usual smile on his face. Flower Butterfly also looked a little unnatural and turned her head away. But if her earlobes aren't red, is the butterfly back? The moment Flower Butterfly pushed the door open and went in, Lu Qingfang then looked up with a smile as well. At the sound of the voice, the Flower Butterfly froze over. She then slowly widened her beautiful eyes, and even that expression that had been bland appeared to change. At this time, she looked at Lu Qingfang with a face of surprise. Sister Qingfeng? When she saw the woman in front of her, Flower Butterfly nearly couldn't even hold her helmet. She quickly lowered the helmet in her hands, and then she walked up quickly. Sister Qingfeng, when did you wake up? Flower Butterfly looked at Lu Qingfeng with surprise and joy. Hearing this, Yi Ro could not help but also look at the Flower Butterfly with some amusement. Sister Qingfeng, only just woke up not long ago. Alright. Surprisingly, we're back. So let's sit down and eat together. Shi also hurriedly said at the side. Oh, good. Flower Butterfly excitedly sat across from Lu Qingfeng, but the surprise on her face never went down. Qingfeng's sister, how did you get so suddenly? Flower Butterfly inquired cautiously. Lu Qingfeng was able to wake up, and naturally, Flower Butterfly was very surprised. But, at the same time, she was very curious indeed. Lu Qingfeng smiled faintly, a trace of emotion flashing across her face. Even the doctors think it's a miracle that I'm awake right now. Butterfly nodded approvingly. After eating, the fatigue on Lu Qingfeng's face could no longer be stopped. She stood up, and then she glanced at Ji next to her. After seeing Lu Qingfeng stand up, Yi Ro wanted to hurriedly get up to support her. It's okay Zoe, you go ahead and eat. I'll just go up myself. I happen to be eating. Let me help you up, Sister Qingfeng. Shi, who was at the side, stood up in understanding. That's just right. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Seeing this, the others had to sit back down. Then after you take some medicine, Sister Qingfeng, you should hurry up and take a good rest. Getting well now is the most important thing. Yi Ro uneasily admonished. Someone was still watching from behind, and Ji Yi's movements were more or less instinctive. Not daring to put his arm around Lu Qingfeng's waist, Ji Yi simply held her up. After walking into the room, Lu Qingfeng glanced at Ji Yi next to her. Before this sat on the bed. Indeed, just like what Lu Qingfeng knew before. This person Ji Yi was indeed very honest. However, Lu Qingfeng sometimes, again, felt that it would be nice if Ji Yi wasn't so honest. After all, she really couldn't figure out what Ji Yi had in mind for her right now. If it was true that the words Ji Yi uttered were interesting to himself, but he never seemed to go over the line in his actions towards himself. This made Lu Qingfeng really unsure. Ji Yi, perhaps you know why my body is recovering so quickly? Lu Qingfeng looked up at him and said tentatively. Knowing that Lu Qingfeng was really testing himself, Ji Yi did not move on his face. It's a good thing you did, but it's not a good time to admit it. Ji Yi wasn't the type of person who did good deeds without expecting anything in return. He was simply because Lu Qingfeng knew that he had saved him. So this was why he was acting so low-key. Chapter 154, Ji Yi who loves to take advantage of loopholes. I don't know what's wrong. It might indeed be your body itself saving itself. With a faint smile, Ji Yi then turned around and poured a cup of warm water, before taking the medicine and handing it along to Lu Qingfeng. Hearing Ji Yi say that, Lu Qingfeng knew in her heart that Ji Yi really didn't want to admit that she had done it. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng did not ask any more questions. However, she hadn't expected Ji Yi to be so low-key. Obviously there is so much power to take, but you don't make a big deal out of it. This was different from all the men Lu Qingfeng had known before. And he's still so thoughtful. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 100 villain value. Shi Yi's movements paused. He really didn't expect that after such a day, Lu Qingfeng's favorability towards himself hadn't stopped. Sure enough, he had made the right move. When she took the medicine, she saw that Ji Yi was still looking at herself with a smile on her brow. This made Lu Qingfeng more or less embarrassed. Ahem, I'm going to take a rest. Today's day also trouble you. You also quickly go to rest. Lu Qingfeng felt like she couldn't share a room with Ji Yi for a while, because since just now, there were inexplicably more thoughts in her head. Now she needed to be alone. Good, then you have a good rest. There are things to call me, maybe a moment, your cell phone and so on, will be sent back, said Ji Yi, then painfully turned around and opened the door and walked out. Seeing that Ji Yi quickly closed the door and left, Lu Qingfeng's heart was still more or less a little reluctant. She slowly raised her hand to cover her chest at her heart. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was very puzzled. I don't know if it's because I just woke up not too long ago, or because of Ji Yi. Her heart was beating very fast now. Ji Yi was still in a very good mood today. After all, the villain value feedback for the past 2 days had been very good. After Ji Yi returned to his room, he closed the door and began to check his villain value. During this time, Ji Yi had been accumulating his villain value. Just wanna wait until after a while to get a good smoke in. And now is just the time. At this point, the system panel showed that GE still had 145, 282 villain values. These villain values are already considered very high, but if you want to draw the supreme chest, you can only do it 14 times. GE now knew that charisma values were important, so he felt that it was kind of nice to get them together. He chose to draw a round of platinum treasure chest first. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, gaining 100 points of charisma. GE raised an eyebrow and drew the golden treasure chest twice more. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the very best essential oil X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. He has gained 10 points of charisma value. After seeing what was on the system panel, the thoughts in Chi-Yi's heart were confirmed. It seems that the level of the treasure chest is also about the amount of charm value. Then now he might as well just draw supreme treasure chests altogether. After drawing treasure chests a few times, Chi-Yi now had 136, 282 points left in his villain value. Chi-Yi did not hesitate and directly came to a 10 consecutive draw. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, gaining 1000 points of charisma. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. You have gained acting skill mastery X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining jewelry designs extreme X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. You have gained makeup skill mastery X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, gaining 100 points of charisma. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, gaining 1000 points of charisma. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. You have gained false voice skill mastery X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a randomized small store X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the Yi Group C road plan map X1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, gaining 1000 points of charisma. Looking at these messages that slowly came out on the panel, Chi-Yi was very satisfied the more he looked at them. After all, it looks like it's all good. The one's acting skills are really good, especially after all this time. But most of them are also superficial and certainly not as professional as the ones given by the system. There's also that makeup skill, which seems rather ribald, but like that Yi Group C route planner, it can be used later. While lurking in the Guhua gang, there was also that false voice skill, and to be honest, GE hadn't expected that to appear. In fact, even if GE was now proficient in hacking skills, it is also very easy to casually make your own pseudotone program, but it must still be more or less unstable if the equipment is interfering. After all, GE didn't search Morris's IP for nothing. Morris was indeed very difficult to deal with, but one had to admit that the gains and benefits that Morris brought to Yihan at a later stage were huge. That, and GE looked very excited about it. Although Maurice has power and influence and has done very well abroad, so much so that it still lasts that long even after meeting the male lead. Although Yihan had already thrown his weight around, Morris's attitude towards Yihan was only a little more familiar. But, right now, only GE knows what Maurice really loves. Don't look at Maurice as a total celebrity, but her private passion is playing games, and GE was about to start with that, to see if he could be an online friend of Morris for a while. If we can get on good terms with Morris online during this time, it will certainly be very beneficial for the future as well. It was not like Yihan appeared in Morris's life with a purpose, causing Maurice to carry more or less a bit of vigilance in his heart. How could a game buddy who normally played games and was randomly matched with her have an agenda against her? So GE is the one who specializes in drilling holes. Maurice couldn't possibly think that an online friend would have an agenda for her. After all, we don't know each other. Thinking about this, Chi-Yi had already begun to form the beginnings of some plans in his mind. After these 2 days of Chi-Yi's secret investigation, he found that Maurice indeed loved playing games very much. This feature was still written later in the original, when the hero and Maurice were in hot love. So now Yihan didn't know. GE has been observing the two doing their routine for the past 2 days. After all, Maurice is very important. So Yihan went to find Morris the rest of the time, except for dealing with his work remotely. And after Morris dealt with Yihan for a bit in his normal life, he would play the game for a long time when he returned home before resting. It could be said that during this period of time, the time that Yihan and Maurice met together was not even as much as the time Maurice spent playing the game by himself. GE observed that Maurice had recharged a significant amount in the game though, but the skill to play the game is really. Chapter 155, Lu Ruya's bottom line. So based on various reasons, GE think, from the game aspect is relatively simple to start. Moreover, also for the sake of Morris, GE had already bought an account for that game from the internet some time ago. That game was called Shangshi, an ancient-style martial arts game, so it was deeply loved by Morris. During this period of time, GE also experienced the game. It is indeed not bad, quite fun, and it is quite fast to get started. In his last life, GE had a gaming addiction, so he played this game very quickly and skillfully. GE once again scanned those rewards on top, all of which could be used later. Thinking about this, GE couldn't help but be in a good mood. Looks like he's got a pretty good hand, too. Just what is that random little store? GE curiously clicked on it to take a look, and when he did, he realized that it was a place where he could buy things. It's just that it's full of household goods, but the sign on the side says that it's still being refreshed. Although it wasn't much help to GE at the moment, it was a small store after all, so maybe it could be used later on as well? So it doesn't seem like a loss at the moment. With that thought, GE was about to close the page. Only at the very moment when he was about to close the page, GE's afterglow suddenly scanned something. He paused in his movements, then looked at the merchandise. Backpack storage compartment X1? After reading it, GE instantly reacted to the fact that so far, all these things drawn were indeed stored in the backpack, but there wasn't much stuff before, so GE didn't look at how much space was left. Now that GE looked at it, there were just 5 or 6 left. After thinking about it, GE still intends to buy one. A storage compartment would just cost 10 villain values at the moment, and seeing that things were so cheap, GE directly bought it. The moment GE clicked buy, that item instantly disappeared, and the item in that location instantly refreshed and turned into a cell phone. Now, GE sort of understood the meaning of the name Random Store. However, after tossing and turning for a day now, GE was indeed a bit tired and thought to take advantage of this time to have a good rest. Only, just as GE had laid down on his side, he heard the beep of a message from his cell phone. Taking his cell phone, what surprised GE was that the message was sent by Lu Rui. Rui Liu, is it in? GE raised an eyebrow and replied quickly to the message. IQE, JE, is something wrong? Obviously. GE quickly replied to Lu Rui's message, but a minute after GE's message was sent, Lu Rui on the other side of the room also still hadn't replied to the message yet. GE knows that Lu Rui is not intentional, because from just now, GE will see the chat box at the top has been showing the other party is in the process of inputting. Apparently for a moment, Lu Rui didn't know what to say. I didn't realize that Lu Rui looked so bright on the surface, but she would also squirm when she was shy. Only after a long time did Lu Rui over there reply to the message. Ryuha, sorry, was just busy. GE quickly replied, it's fine. It's fine. If it wasn't for the fact that GE kept seeing the other party in the middle of typing on the chat box from time to time, he was going to really believe it. Lu Rui, I wanted to ask if you got home safely, but I didn't think I'd be busy all the time now. What Lu Rui said was indeed the truth. Ever since she left at noon today, she had been dealing with various things. After returning to the company, the following said that Wang Weilong was attacked and went to the hospital. After all, he was ostensibly the boss of the Guhua gang, so this inexplicable injury of his had more or less caused a lot of panic. As a sister-in-law, she naturally had to check it out. Actually, it was just a scratch, and Wang Weilong was not hospitalized. Although when Lu Rui went to visit him in the hospital, he was still very gentle to Lu Rui on his face as before. However, when Lu Rui asked him to be discharged from the hospital, he still refused flatly, and it was so simple. In fact, that Ryuya could guess it. If Wang Weilong, the ostensible big brother, is not discharged from the hospital, then many of the people below will go out in a panic mood. After all, although it was said that what Wang Weilong had on his body was a minor injury, if Wang Weilong had not been discharged from the hospital, who could believe that he had a minor injury? So after coming back from the hospital, Lu Rui had been dealing with things about this. After all, it's time to prepare for the future, and she knew that this was Wang Weilong trying to give himself a hard time. It was also Wang Weilong who was warning himself, but all the time, Wang Weilong was allowed to sit in the seat of the boss, and when he saw that Wang Weilong had been inviting trouble, Lu Rui had actually begun to make preparations. So even if Wang Weilong wanted to completely tear her face off, she was not afraid. It's just that there's more to deal with. Chi, what's not to worry about with me? I'm not a child. I won't get lost. Seeing Ji's reply, Lu Rui knew that was the case, but now that she was in a very irritable mood, she wanted to send a message to Ji. Lu Rui, good. After thinking about it, Lu Rui still only sent a good one after all. Previously, messages with other people had been in a business-like tone, so now that he was talking to Ji, he really didn't know what to say for a moment. When he thought of watching the person under his hand chatting so happily with the object before, Lu Rui was a bit puzzled. Why do they talk so much when they don't see each other? Chi, by the way, you went to the company without finishing your meal. Are you hungry now? Did you eat just now? Seeing Ji's message, Lu Rui instantly felt a warmth in her heart. Lu Rui, don't worry, I just finished eating. Ji, dog head. Ji, that's good. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to cope with your work. Looking at the message Chi sent over, Lu Rui first froze, and then only then did she blush and react. Seeing that the top of the chat box had changed to the other party being typed in again, Ge burst out laughing. Sure enough, no matter what personality a woman has, when she's shy, she's cute as hell. Typo deleted. Typo deleted. In the end, Lu Rui couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. It was indeed a bit unsteady standing over there when she went to the hospital today, but it's good to take a break in the back. This brat, how dare he flirt with himself about such things. When she thought of this, Lu Rui scraped the cell phone with those beautiful eyes, as if that cell phone was Ge. Lu Rui, ahem. It's not that pretentious. Ge thought to himself. It's true that people who practice martial arts, this physique is just not the same as normal people are. Could it be that he really hadn't tested out Lu Rui's bottom line? When he thought of this, Ge rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Based on her behavior, it shouldn't be. Chapter 156 Vigorous Moving Company. After chatting with Lu Rui for a while, it was getting rather late, and just in time, a message popped up on Ge's cell phone. Looking at that message, he also gave up the idea of going to bed and just got up and went out. Lu Rui over there was also after Ge said goodbye to her, and that's when she suddenly realized that it was almost time to get off work. Obviously, I just didn't know how I was going to talk, but I didn't realize that time passed so quickly once we chatted. Ge went downstairs just in time to meet Flower Butterfly at the door. Everyone else had gone to rest, so Ge hadn't expected to meet anyone downstairs. From afar, he saw Butterfly crouching in front of the purple motorcycle, not knowing what she was working on. What's doing? Ge inquired as he slowly walked up. Ge? A voice appeared coldly behind her, which immediately startled Flower Butterfly. After all, he was professionally trained, so seeing that the Flower Butterfly hadn't even heard his footsteps ahead of time made Ge more or less surprised. He bent down slightly and squatted beside Butterfly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the car? Flower Butterfly pursed her lips slightly and shook her head with a cold face. After spending a lot of time with the Flower Butterfly, Ge could also tell that she was actually considered to be in a bad mood with this appearance. So what's wrong? Don't look like you're too happy? Blinking in bewilderment, Butterfly didn't know how Ge could tell she was a little upset. After all, many people have said before that they have no expression on their face whatsoever, so it's hard to guess her moods and emotions. Thinking of this, the Flower Butterfly first fixed a glance at Ge. Then she looked behind the car and sighed. I was out on a mission today and my car got scratched. A scratch? To be honest, Ge didn't really see it at first. After hearing the words of the Flower Butterfly, Ge then looked at the car carefully. That black and purple body really doesn't have any scratches when you look at it hard, but if you look closely, you can see that there is an extra trace of touch-up paint over that black mark. Turns out the butterfly is back from a paint job. Looking at Flower Butterfly still pursing her lips from unhappiness still, Ge suddenly cried and laughed a little. Heartbroken? Ge asked softly. Butterfly paused, then nodded slowly. Well, cars are meant to be ridden by people. A little wear and tear is normal. It's okay. Saying that, Ge then raised his head and rubbed the Flower Butterfly's head. Because of Ge's action, Flower Butterfly narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the Ge in front of her like a warm-hearted big brother comforting herself, which made Flower Butterfly's heart feel more or less better. Well, you have a point. Butterfly nodded approvingly. Besides, even if it does break, I'll just buy you another new one. Smiling, he rubbed the Flower Butterfly's head once more before Ge got up and drove a car away from the underground garage. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, the Flower Butterfly was still looking straight in the direction he left with her eyes. Ge followed the navigation all the way to this side of the harbor, then stopped in front of a nook and cranny store. Ge got off the car and looked at the store, which was listed as a vigorous moving company, but in fact, there was not much decoration inside the store. It was just an ordinary warehouse. Seeing that he hadn't come to the wrong place, Ge slowly walked in. Anyone? Is the boss there? Ge shouted as he walked in. Who is it? A large, fat man poked his head out from behind the shelves and looked over impatiently. I'm here to apply for a job. Ge shook his cell phone. Oh, it's you. That big fat man immediately changed his face and greeted him with a smile. Because of the heat, the fat man was naked. Even the fat on his body trembled as he walked towards Ge. When Ge saw this, he couldn't help but look a few more times. After all, he looked at the warehouse with so many goods inside. If he would work every day, then Ge wondered how in the world the fat man grew fat. Ge was really puzzled about the fat man's fat in his heart, but the fat man saw Ge's eyes and thought he was looking at the tattoos on his body. How was it? Mighty, right? Said that fat man and raised his arm cheerfully. After giving the fat man a puzzled look, Then Chi-E instantly reacted. Looking at that thick arm, propped up with a fat tiger, Chi-E couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows a few times before he said against his will, "Mighty indeed. That's right, I got this tattoo when I was younger. It's so large, and let me tell you, I didn't even say anything about the pain back then." "Oh, so," Ge nodded copiously. "Harm, you're still young. You don't understand. Buddy is also someone who has experienced the era of fighting and killing." As that fat man spoke, he patted Ge's shoulder with a serious face. Ge raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. After all, it was true that he hadn't experienced fighting and killing before, because when he was a mercenary before, he only killed and wouldn't leave a name for the other party. Seeing Ge nodding his head as if he was listening attentively to what he was saying, this instantly made the fat man's vanity well up. All at once, he began to ramble again. "Fatty Lee, who are you talking to? Is the work all done?" Just then, a tall man walked out from the back. His appearance was simply a stark contrast to Fatty Lee. Although both were tall, one was fat and the other looked very lean. "This is?" Stepping forward, the man gave Ge a puzzled look. "Oh, this is it. Come for an interview." Fatty Lee brotherly patted Ge's shoulder like the two were on very good terms. "Finished with the interview?" the man inquired. The smile on Fatty Lee's face stiffened. "Cough. Hasn't this started yet?" "Humph. I think you've been bragging too much again and forgot, right?" the man said in an unkind manner, then walked over to Ge. "Here for an interview? Long-term job or short-term?" the man asked briskly. "Long-term." Ge laughed, finally having room for him to speak. "What made you think of coming to work here? Did your family agree? What kind of education do you have? How's your strength?" The man asked a few more questions in quick succession. Fatty Lee was afraid to scare Chi-E away, and hurriedly whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid. Aren't our wages high? A while ago came a few college students. Dry a few days cannot stand on the leave. There are some family members do not agree to graduate from college to do the porter. There are also small strength. Cannot withstand." Chapter 157, Ge's Purpose. Ge nodded at his words, indicating that he understood. "Don't worry, I can do it. I've been working out a lot before. I can still move these goods." Chi-E laughed. Seeing that Chi-E spoke easily, that Fatty Lee laughed twice. "Yo-ho, that's quite a nice thing to say." With that, Fatty Lee reached out his hand to rub Chi-E's belly. Only, in just a moment's time, Fatty Lee's movements stuttered. This kid of yours is still a bit of real material." Saying that, the fat man then kneaded Chi-E's muscles again. After all, have seen more people. Fatty Lee also know what people work out the muscles really. What look like people work out is indeed a real material. Seeing Fatty Lee's actions, everyone around him was somewhat helpless. That tall skinny guy didn't have the good sense to directly knock Fatty Lee's hand off. "Look at you this out. By the way, my name is Gao Li. What's your name?" With that, he extended his hand in a somewhat awkward manner. Gao Li usually seldom greeted people like this, so his hand was more or less awkward after extending it. Ge reached out his hand and shook Gao Li's hand. "My name is Ge. I'm relatively short of money lately. If there's no problem." Gao Li instantly understood what Ge meant, and he nodded with a smile. "Yes, if you can try it now. After all, the previous resignation is too much." Gao Li is also considered to look away. "Try it on the first day. If it works, continue. If it doesn't, just leave." "Good. Come on. Hearing that Gao Li had spoken, Fatty Lee, who was on the side, then also excitedly stepped to the side and greeted Ge. Compared to the youngsters who had come before, Fatty Lee still had a higher favorable opinion of Ge. After all, there aren't many people who listen to themselves so patiently about things anymore. Now, it's all high season. There's a lot of imported seafood and stuff lately, so we have to move it in a hurry, which would be fine if it was a regular move, but there's still a time requirement. With that, Fatty Lee led Ge over to the shelves in front of the cold storage. This seafood needs to be moved out of the cold storage in the back to make it work, because there's going to be another shipment coming in a little while, and it's going to need cold storage. Ge nodded, confirming his workload. Ge wouldn't get himself a job for no reason, especially, now he is also considered a bit of savings, and is not particularly short of money. Even if he wants to find a side business, he will not find himself such a tiring side business. So the reason Chi-E came here was because it was actually a company under the Guhua gang. Moreover, there would be some struggle between Lu Rui and Wang Weilong over here later on. Only, this matter, Lu Rui would not find out that it was Wang Weilong who did it, so it would give Wang Weilong the chance to frame Lu Rui again later and give Yihan a chance to perform. But no matter what, Chi-E would not give this opportunity to Yihan, and it was better than letting Yihan arrange an identity for himself to join the Guhua gang. and being found out and suspected later. GE still chose to come in first himself, and then use his hacking skills to change his profile properly. Same as me, just carry it straight up, carry it straight outside or put it in the cart. Hearing that there was a cart, GE immediately felt that this job was much easier. Good. After watching Fatty Lee give himself a demonstration, GE quickly moved all the goods onto the top of the cart. After a few round trips, even with the cart, the physical exertion is not insignificant. Fatty Lee had already taken the water and was waiting on the sidelines, but it didn't occur to him that GE froze without breaking a single drop of sweat after moving the stuff. This made Fatty Lee more or less dumbfounded. Aren't you tired? He inquired as he stood by. Ikoyi gasped slightly and took the water from his hand. It's okay, not particularly tiring. Are all the other ones on those two shelves as well? Fatty Lee nodded. Yeah, then I'll get it all done first. Saying that, GE shoved the water in his hand back into Fatty Lee's hand and turned around to continue working himself. Now Fatty Lee was completely dumbfounded. You're not taking a break? Even with a physique as big as his, after moving a shelf's worth of stuff all at once, he still had to take a rest. Let's rest together in a while, GE said without looking back. In an instant, Fatty Lee's eyes filled with admiration as he looked at GE. After all, he knew how tiring it was to move from the rack to the trailer, turn around and still have to move to the rack. After Gao Li was busy at the front, he came back and saw Fatty Lee standing frozen over there. What's going on here? Why aren't you working? Fatty Lee came back to his senses and then pointed at the two shelves around him with an exaggerated face. Both of these shelves were moved by GE alone. Seeing this, Goliath was also a bit surprised. So fast? When he just came over, he thought Fatty Lee had worked too. Fatty Lee nodded. So I'm not just standing over here gawking? Goliath frowned slightly. Then you can't just stand over here and watch him finish the job alone. Can you? Go! With that, he slapped the back of Fatty Lee's head. Fatty Lee gave Gao Li a resigned look, then trotted over to Chi's side, even as the fat on his body trembled. After one trip, not only Fatty Lee was very satisfied with GE, even Gao Li was very satisfied. Okay? Think it's still holding up? Gao Li looked at the neatly organized shelves and patted GE's shoulder with great satisfaction. GE laughed. Yes, a good salary is fine. Gao Li lost his smile. Then he smiled broadly and patted GE's shoulder. Don't worry, the salary will satisfy you. Both parties were very satisfied, so Gao Li took GE to register his information. GE raised an eyebrow. Don't you need to sign a contract? Fatty Lee said smilingly. Our side is not a big company, not to engage in those things, and before our side to work are temporary workers. Cannot use that thing. Oh, so, GE nodded plausibly, as if he believed it. Only, GE's heart was very clear why he didn't sign the contract. However, our side is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, so it's definitely a bit of a small fight usually. Speaking here, Gao Li's expression became more or less serious. What do you mean? GE still looked over, still pretending not to understand. It's just that there are usually more or less people looking for trouble, but you don't have to worry, Fatty Lee said with great bravado. Goliath nodded. If something does happen, there's an office inside, so you can just duck in and not worry about anything else. Yes, these things are normal. You don't have to be afraid. Is chapter 158 so direct? Fatty Lee was afraid that GE, who had been waiting with great difficulty, would go away, so he hurriedly added a sentence. Oh, well, it's fine, I'll just concentrate on my work. Don't worry, I'm not meddling. Now, Gao Li and Fatty Lee simultaneously revealed expressions of satisfaction. At the same time, GE also revealed a very satisfied expression. Could GE still not know what they were worried about? If you're talking about high wages, you can certainly recruit people even if they're tired. After all, the paycheck is sitting over here, but not so much about some of the security issues. You can earn money again if it's gone, but it's not good if your safety and life are threatened. So that's why Vigorous Movers, up until now, hasn't been able to recruit the right people. Now, each side had a little something in mind and got to work. After this load was carried out, a van soon pulled up to the outside door. Well, the new shipment came in just as the cooler was emptying. So let's get to work. Seeing that this person came so quickly, Fatty Lee said with more or less a grudge on his face. You're still tired? I've let GE do most of the work, so hurry up and get to work. After spitting out a sentence, Gao Li walked forward. Brother Gao, you're here? Someone came down from the van outside and greeted Gao Li with a smile. Gao Li nodded. So many goods this time? How much must we earn? The man laughed. Brother Gao, you're kidding. How much more can you earn from a batch of goods? Okay, let's get to work. With that, Gao Li greeted GE as they went over. The two drivers saw this and came down to help with the work. Only they just helped unload it and forget about it. Ji also understands. After all, people do the driver's job. How can they have to work more? It would have been nice to help unload it. After unloading, the two drivers were ready to leave. Not enough to look like they were still uneasy, and specifically ran back to admonish Gao Li. Right, brother Gao. This batch of goods is very important. Take care of it, haha. It's okay if it's broken, as long as the goods are still here. Good. You're still not comfortable with our company watching over you? Seeing that Gao Li agreed, those two people were then considered to be much more relieved and left after getting into the car. It had to be said that after hearing the words of those two men, Shi was more or less interested in the shipment. After all, the words of those two people just now were indeed easy to misunderstand. Although he was puzzled in his heart, Ji didn't ask more questions. After all, Ji knew that it was not his place to ask about these things. After all, it would be bad if it did arouse suspicion. Come on, keep working, Fatty Lee said helplessly. Okay, Ji responded before walking forward. The boxes aren't labeled as anything, just stating fragile or something. So even if Ji tried hard, he still couldn't see anything. Goliath. Just as the trio began to work, a man suddenly came outside, followed by two others. Seeing this, Gao Li's face dropped, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. What brings you over? Is there a shipment you need help moving? Gao Li looked over with a professional smile on his face. When Ji saw this, he looked at Fatty Lee with some confusion. Fatty Lee shrugged helplessly, then whispered to Ji. This group of people is related to the group just now. Looking at Fatty Lee's expression, Ji instantly understood. No wonder the group just left with a special admonition. So it's really someone robbing. It's a shipment for you to help move, said the man at the head of the group and nuzzled. Anyone with eyes can see that this means these goods at the door, doesn't it? Jokes or don't make it Daong. We can't afford the consequences of this, Gao Li said with a smile on his face. The one called Dare also laughed out loud a few times as he approached Gao Li and smiled so much that he handed Gao Li a cigarette. What joke, not a joke, brother with you joke? Don't worry, you won't be dragged into it. You move your lips, we brothers do it ourselves. Not only that, the money is not less for you. Saying that, Dare directly clapped his hands immediately after that. A large truck drove around the corner. Shi's heart suddenly oohed when he heard this, and at the same time, he became even more curious about the batch of goods in front of him. After all, what is it exactly that makes people on both sides start grabbing for it? Now Gao Li's face also drooped. He didn't take this cigarette in front of him, but looked at these people in front of him with a cold face. What do we care about money? If we really give you this shipment, will we still be in business? Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee, who was on the side, also coldly grunted in agreement. That's right, without credibility, who will come to us in the future? Dare hammed and hawed and laughed twice. Without the other business, don't we still have us? Seeing that the man in front of him was bent on having his own way, Gao Li also directly snorted. You guys? I'm afraid we'd really have to starve to death if we counted on you guys. At those words, the smile on Dare's face stiffened for a moment, but only for a moment. Soon enough, the smile on Dare's face was suddenly restored, but those behind him can start to get dishonest. Put the goods down or don't blame us. Seeing this, those people behind Dare then gave Dare a heartfelt look. After all, the name of Vigorous Movers is still relatively famous in this area. Hey, what are you talking about? Gao, it's all family. Dare smiled curtly, and as he did so, he waved his hand at the men behind him, signaling them to continue. Seeing that Dare was bent on having his own way, Gao Li wasn't going to give them any more face. A direct kick to the gut of Dare. His force wasn't small, plus Dare didn't expect him to come straight at him. In a moment of inattention, he fell straight to the ground. Boss! 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 Seeing that Daong had fallen down, those who were working also stopped working and rushed forward to help Daong up. I'll go to ing work and take the job away from me. Daong pushed away the people around him with a vicious face and yelled without good humor. It was also at this instant that Fatty Lee's face turned ugly. Yuck! I see you've toasted your way out of this. With that, Fatty Lee patted Ji's shoulder. Ji, go to the back lounge and take a rest. We'll be right over here, said Fatty Lee. Directly rushed forward with big strides, and without any hesitation sat on his butt on Danyang, who hadn't had time to get up yet. Dare, put, you. Fatty Lee coldly slapped 2 slaps directly up. You head you. Ge. So direct? Gao Li wasn't idle either. Seeing that Fatty Lee had suppressed Daong, he himself went straight for the rest of the group. Chapter 159, Playing Dirty? Chi did not want to intervene. After all, he saw that these two people were more than enough to deal with these people. So, with that in mind, Ge turned around and headed straight for the restroom. Only, Chi's footsteps had only taken a step this far before he heard Dare's furious boom from behind. Get the brethren over here. Together. At those words, Ge's footsteps paused. Then he didn't rush back to the lounge and directly leaned against the wall to watch. Although that daredevil had all the force in the world, he still couldn't get up under Fatty Lee's weight suppression. So at this moment, he was shouting in anger. And Gao Li's hands were very good. Ji looked at his hands and could deduce that this person must have been a practitioner before, learning some kind of martial arts. Only, even if Gao Li has practiced martial arts, but faced with dozens of people, still some cannot get over. Yes, this dare is really despicable. The big van that had just pulled in was actually full of all people. Also at Dare's command, all the people in there came down in great numbers. After those people came down, a group of people directly surrounded to the side of Gao Li. Although the force cannot be beaten, but just surrounded really also make Gao Li more or less difficult to fight back. The other bunch of people, on the other hand, directly rushed towards Fatty Li. A bunch of them, directly set up Fatty Li. This time, Louboutin Pa Cher, on the side of the company, is at a disadvantage. Goliath stood over there looking coldly at Dare. Dare, you know what happens when you offend us, he said in a cold voice. Consequences? What do I care about consequences? Your trashy boss is now lying in the hospital. And there's still someone on your side who can take care of things? De Jong stood up and directly spat towards the ground, saying with a mocking face, what are you talking nonsense about? Do you think that just because our boss is in the hospital, we can't do anything to you guys? Fatty Li angrily pointed at De Jong and said, I don't care about you guys. I'm moving this shipment today anyway. Brothers go. With Dare's order, one group of the gang blocked Gao Li and Fatty Li, while the other group rushed straight towards the shipment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I think you guys are toast. Seeing that Daredevil was going to do something so desperate, Gao Li wasn't going to stay his hand either. He gave Fatty Li a look and moved much more swiftly than before. But, even with that shipment was already mostly gone with so many people carrying it. Mother asterisk 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 Fatty Li kicked the person in front of him without any good reason. And when he was done, he took a big step forward. Only, even so, that group of people still rushed up madly as if they didn't want to die. Ikiyi looked at it and realized, in fact, it was only a matter of time for Gao Li and Fatty Li to solve these people in front of them. But helplessly, the one thing that can't be delayed now is time. Seeing that the goods were all loaded in for the most part, and even the driver's seat of the train was seated, Ge directly slipped out through a side door. Everyone's attention was on Gao Li and Fatty Li at the moment. Even Daeon was over there mocking, so no one noticed Ge in the back. Ge had originally thought that when they couldn't deal with him, he would come out in a while, make a move, and brush up on his handsomeness. But looking at this situation right now, you can't use yourself in a fight. Except for stealing the house you can still get a little bit. Thinking of this, Ge had already taken a big step forward and directly pulled open the passenger door. The fight down there was really good, so the driver had been watching the show. The driver was still coldly startled when the door in front of him was suddenly opened. Only immediately, without waiting for him to regain his senses, he was yanked right out of the car himself. Hey, 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 what are you doing? The driver yelled randomly. Only the man had been thrown to the ground below. Ge let out a laugh. Big brother, I'll just blow the air conditioning inside for a while. Huh? What? The man still didn't react. The moment Ge got into the car, he directly unlocked both doors. The guys in the back are still loading and the guys in the front are still fighting. Because the scene was so chaotic. So far, no one had realized that Ge had gotten into the car, until Ge smirked and honked the horn, then started the car. Hey, who is it? The cargo isn't finished yet. Stop the car. Seeing this, Danyong directly blocked the front of the van in a ferocious manner. Ge didn't pay attention to him, but continued the movement of his men. Seeing that the car hadn't even stopped yet, it made Dare to start cursing in direct exasperation. Old one, didn't you hear me when I told you to stop the car? He said without a trace of anger. Old boss, I am here. The uncle who was dumped on the ground. When he heard this, he walked out with a bitter face. What? Why are you down there? And who's in that car? Dare looked to the driver's seat with a stunned look on his face. I don't know said old one, still bitter. He really didn't know anything and was now confused, while also feeling really baffled. Chi didn't want to watch the two of them chatting and directly stepped on the gas. Seeing this, Daeong instantly widened his eyes and hurriedly stomped on his legs and feet, directly catapulting and starting to fall into the nearby haystack. Also because the car started, those who loaded the goods behind, have also all scared to rush to jump to the ground. Ge hit the steering wheel and headed straight for Gao Li and Fatty Li. In an instant, the group of people surrounding the two of them had all rushed away in fear. Seeing those people running away, Ge then slammed on the brakes. Fatty Li and Gao Li looked up in shock, and after meeting Chi's eyes, The two were even more dumbfounded. "Ha, Chi-E?" Fatty Lee said with a surprised look on his face. He looked behind him at the lounge and then at Icky, not reacting for a moment. It was a day where Ikoyi really contributed to a lot of famous scenes. Winking flirtatiously at the two, Ge backed up and rushed straight over to the haystack. This side of Dare just stood up from the haystack, saw the speeding car, scared and hurried to avoid. Ge didn't stop at all and started the car directly, rushing forward when he saw the person. Although Ge's speed was slow, the oppressive feeling of a large truck was still there. They're here to work for Dare, but they don't want to lose their lives. When they thought of this, the group of people were instantly frightened and dodged left and right. Even more so, they have already started to run away. Not to mention them, even Daeong was so frightened that he backed up, and finally retreated directly to the corner. "Fine you guys, playing dirty?" He clenched his back teeth and looked at Fatty Lee and Gao Li. Chapter 160, Taking Public Transportation. Fatty Lee laughed maniacally. "What do you mean by playing dirty? Do you know anything about scheming? You dirtbag." Goliath didn't say anything, just stood there with his arms around his chest. However, it could be seen that he was slightly hooking his lips at this moment, and he was indeed in a very good mood. "If you're capable, you guys let him down and we'll have a contest?" Dare pointed at the van in exasperation. Only with a honk of the horn, he immediately snapped his hand back again. "Humph, what are you doing down here? Getting stuck with you people? It's not that I'm saying, you guys aren't very good, but you've got a lot of schemes and tricks. Ha, are you guys still not leaving? Not leaving yet? Then we'll continue?" Gao Li laughed. At those words, Ge slowly stepped on the gas again. Seeing this, Dare's group then hurriedly took a few more steps back in fear. After all, we all work for a living. No one wants to really put their life on the line, not to mention the lives lost, but if you do end up in the hospital, it's not a good way to make money. Along with 100 days of injuries and not being able to work in the back, that's not a small loss. I think you'd better hurry up and go. Fight but also can't fight. Rob but also can't rob. Don't worry, a moment I will certainly drive the car to your door, Fatty Lee said with a smile. Looking at the slowly approaching big truck, the pile of men wimped out after all. Go! Dare turned away without a word. Seeing this, the people behind him all had a happy face and followed along. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of goons. Fatty Lee gave a very pleased laugh. His voice was very loud, and the group hadn't gone far, so the taunting was straight up full. With a look of admiration on his face, Goliath walked over to the window of Ge's car and stood down to give Ge a thumbs up. So true. Ge smiled as he opened the car door and jumped out of his seat. By mistake. What mistake? It's your idea, that's good. The smile on Fatty Lee's face simply wouldn't go down. He came straight up and wrapped his arms around Ge's shoulders. Well, better hurry up and get the goods in quickly, right? I don't know if anyone else will come in a while. After looking ahead, Goliath prodded. Coming. Fatty Lee grinned as he took Ge by the shoulders and slowly walked to the back. So what the hell is this? It's so sought after? Ge said with great curiosity. Who knows? Fatty Lee shook his head in disbelief. Goliath said directly. What is it? Just look at it. Ge slightly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't it so straightforward? How can you even show yourself this kind of goods? Thinking of this, Ge's steps forward quickened considerably. By the time the three of them reached the back, they realized that there were already quite a lot of goods that had fallen on the ground, and even the ground had more wet marks on it. What is this? Ge frowned in confusion. It didn't seem like there was any such smuggled goods in his memory. It can't be some kind of makeup again, right? Fatty Lee spat out. What? Cosmetics? Ge looked over in surprise. Well, kinda. While the two were talking, Goliath had stepped forward and flipped over a box. Looking at the bottle of broken bottles and jars that he didn't know if they were skincare products or something else, Ge fell silent. He looked at the ground and then at Gao Li and Fatty Lee. It was only after a long time that Ge said rather hesitantly, not that I'm saying, is there really a need to rob this thing? Goliath looked at Ge flirtatiously. You don't think we've been scrambling for half a day to do some kind of smuggling, do you? At those words Fatty Lee was immediately shocked. He looked to Ge and waved his hand back and forth. Don't get me wrong. We're really a serious moving company. Gao Li looked at Ge and was also a bit teary-eyed at that moment. I'm telling you, don't underestimate these cosmetics. Look at this little jar, said Ge, then slowly picked up a bottle. This bottle may be $10,000 or $20,000. Ha? Ge was more or less surprised. He really didn't expect it to be so expensive and so small. Looking at the size of this bottle, it's actually about the size of those blue bottles of calcium you usually drink. But it really didn't occur to me that the price of this was so expensive. Right. So these things can make money. Who can sell them? The profit of this TSK, said Fatty Lee. Upon hearing this, Ji also nodded his head. Indeed, it's that right. Okay, let's get to work. Even though I just said it's okay if some of it breaks, organize it and see about picking out the ones that don't, Goliath said, and began to bend over his work. Seeing this, Ji didn't stay idle and helped them start carrying it. Soon the sky was completely dark and it was getting late. After all, when Ji came, it was already 5 or 6 o'clock, and now it's already 11 o'clock once he's busy. During that time, someone in the villa also called Ji, who didn't answer, but returned a text message. There, Goliath clapped his hands together and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect to be busy this late today, Fatty Lee lamented. Yes, since the afternoon. They had just moved those bottles and cans to the warehouse, and then someone else came behind them to move the seafood in front of them. That's why this has been a toss-up until now. I didn't expect you really persisted. Fatty Lee brotherly wrapped his arms around Ji's shoulders again. It's getting late. Let's go for a meal together. Your fat brother is treating. Gao Li laughed. Fatty Lee glanced at Gao Li with a disgusted look and said without any good humor, that's just because Ji is here today. I'm happy to treat him. If it were any other day I wouldn't. Gao Li sniffed and also cursed with a laugh without any good sense. You Joe Pippi. What chowder? I'm saving my wife's capital. Fatty Lee cheerfully said. How about going or not? Gao Li didn't bother with Fatty Lee and turned his head to Ji. Ji hesitated on his face. Forget about it until we have the chance. It's getting late today. I have to go home. Harm. Okay then. Fatty Lee withdrew his hand and said with a regretful face. Glancing at the time, Goliath nodded approvingly. Well, that's just as well. So go home and be careful. And remember to come tomorrow. Afraid that Ji wouldn't come tomorrow, Gao Li instructed uneasily. Okay, I'll go first then. Saying hello to the girls, Ji turned to leave. Except he didn't drive. Just now, he'd asked Firefox to come and take the car he'd driven here. Although that car was considered cheap in Yihan's garage, it was still very eye-catching. In order not to make them feel abnormal, Ji was prepared to take public transportation back. Chapter 161, The Waiting of a Beautiful Woman. Ji had just taken a step on his side when Fatty Lee behind him looked over. How are you going to get home, Ji? Ji smiled and pointed to the bus stop sign in front of him. I'll just take the bus. Ha? You don't have a car? Fatty Lee was stunned. We'll have a car tomorrow. Ji laughed. Oh, take care on your way then. Hearing Ji's words, Fatty Lee thought it was because Ji came here today and forgot to drive. So he didn't really care much. Ji, on the other hand, was planning to go buy a car now. After all, it's still not a good idea to get a very conspicuous car for work here. With that in mind, Ji began to think. Ji was also considered to be more lucky and took the last train. However, even so, by the time Ji finally returned to the villa, it was getting late. It was nearly almost 12 o'clock. However, what surprised Ji more was that there was still someone in the living room at this hour. Looking into the brightly lit living room, Ji had just walked in when he heard voices inside. Brother Yi Ro said in surprise. Ji, why are you back so late? Lu Qingfang also looked over with a soft tone. When Ji heard the voice, he subconsciously looked over. Then it locked eyes with a couple of women sitting on the couch. Flower Butterfly didn't make a sound though, but instead, he hooked his lips slightly at Ji when he looked over. Compared to the other three women, Song Qing's face could not be considered good. It was getting late now. If it were the past, Song Qing would have designated to go to bed. After all, she still valued her looks, but there was nothing to be done. Now that everyone was waiting here, she couldn't afford to get bent out of shape, make it special, and go up to bed herself. So she just had to follow and sit over here and wait. It looks like it's going to be impossible to hold on. But fortunately, Ji came back at this time. Brother E, you're back. Song Qing smiled and stood up, saying that she was about to greet him. It was just a shame that Ji wasn't wearing a jacket today, so she could only stand aside with a sardonic smile. Looking around, the women sitting on the sofa in front of them all had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Ji. So Song Qing thought to herself, to be honest, but she mustn't let Ji notice her. Well, I went to work on some things today, so that's why I've been busy until now, Ji said casually. What did you do to this body? Lu Qingfang inquired worriedly as she noticed Ji's body was a bit dirty, so she walked up. Yi Ro also reacted after hearing Lu Qingfang's words. She blinked and circled around Ikoi. What are you doing, Brother Yat? Moving bricks? Yi Ro joked. Ji immediately looked at Yi Ro with tears and laughter. You're really right. I just got back from moving bricks. When these words came out, even Song Qing looked over in surprise. Ha? Why are you moving bricks? Did my brother deduct your salary? Yi Ro frowned and said in an unkind manner. When Ji heard this, he first raised an eyebrow. then said, "If it's you who's going to help me get justice? That's for sure. I'll call my brother right now," Yi Zuoro said with a puff of air. When he finished speaking, he picked up his cell phone and made a move to call. Seeing this, Shi rushed forward to block it. Ugh. Wait a minute. I tricked you into playing. He hurriedly took a big step forward to hold down Yi Zuoro's hand. What? Yi Zuoro held her cell phone and stared at Ji with big round eyes. It made Ji look a little weak. I'm so towards you, and you're even lying to me? Yi Zuoro angrily stomped her foot and hammered Ji with her fist a few times without any good reason. But of course, the force didn't hurt at all. Okay, my bad. Ji lost his smile and hurriedly said. Seeing this, even Lu Qingfang and Flower Butterfly on the side didn't hold back their laughter. Hearing their laughter, Yi Zuoro also instantly reacted to the fact that there were still people around. Ahem, it's his fault for lying to me, Yi Zuoro said in a very unnatural manner, and as she said it, she turned her head away with a blushing face. The surrounding people, who were crying and laughing, looked at Yi Zuoro. Alright, no more fooling around. That said, Ji, are you hungry now? Lu Qingfang slightly hooked her lips and smiled. Then she softly and gently laughed as she spoke. To be honest, Lu Qingfang's current role in this family was like that of a grandparent. After all, what she did just seemed very mature. At that Ji touched his stomach. It's really a bit. Though at first moving the goods wasn't very tiring for Ji. But the back of the house has been moving goods non-stop and it does take a toll on your stamina. With such a set of processes down, Ji was indeed a bit hungry as well. It just so happens that the meal just now is still warm. I'll go get it for you. Saying that, Lu Qingfang was about to walk to the kitchen. Seeing this, Song Qing was really a bit terrified. I'll go. Saying that, Song Qing hurriedly advanced to go ahead. After all, she knew her place in this family better than that herself. Especially since Lu Qingfang woke up. Song Qing was very weak-minded to a fault. Are you guys hungry? Do you want to have a snack together? Shi smiled warmly. The others nodded their heads in agreement after only a split second of hesitation. Though before Ji came back, their previous vibe was kind of good, but after Ji's return, the atmosphere in the house seemed to really come alive. Song Qing had originally just served out a midnight snack for one person, and when she saw this, she hurried back to prepare it again. In fact, since Lu Qingfang woke up, Song Qing was not only very weak, but especially still afraid. I'm afraid that I'm going to be kicked out when Lu Qingfang wakes up. After all, when she came to stay here, she used Lu Qingfang as the reason. Now that Lu Qingfang was better, if the body behind her was better, then there was no need for her to stay here. Thinking of this, Song Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I only hope that when she leaves afterward, it will be even later. At the same time, Song Qing prayed in her heart, hoping that she would wait until Yihan returned before she could leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have much time to see Yihan after that. He had already seen Miss Morris from Yihan's side before, and now Lu Qingfang had woken up again. There's a beautiful female bodyguard next to her, not to mention anyone else. So now Song Qing was thinking how she felt that she was a bit out of line. Thinking of this, Song Qing couldn't help but let out another sigh in her heart. Although she was the same age as Yi Zuoro, she still had to go back to school after waiting for the summer vacation because she had gone to school 1 year later when she was a child. Thinking about this, Song Chang was despondent again. Song Chang? What's wrong? Seeing that Song Qing was slow to come out, Ji walked into the kitchen with great suspicion. Chapter 162 Lu Qingfang. After hearing Ji's voice, Song Qing instantly came back to her senses. Oh. Immediately come, said Song Qing, then hurriedly packed up the things on hand and hurriedly served out. Seeing this, Ji went up to help as well. Let me help you. Very strangely, now when facing Ji alone, Song Qing always felt a little awkward. It wasn't like this before. Before Song Qing very much despised Ji. After all, she just thought that Ji was just a small bodyguard. Of course, Song Qing didn't feel that way now. After all, Ji had also used his actions to show that he was indeed more than just a small, ordinary bodyguard. Song Qing was very disturbed in her heart as she moved everything she needed. Then it too sat down at the table somewhat distracted. Only once he came back to his senses, he didn't realize that Ji was sitting right next to him. Seeing this, Song Qing was instantly frightened again. Seeing Song Qing looking at himself timidly, Ji also looked over with a slightly raised eyebrow. He then shrugged helplessly. After all, he didn't mean it. At this moment, Lu Qingfang was sitting over there, and on the two sides were Yi Zuoro and Flower Butterfly. As soon as Song Qing came up, she sat directly on the side of the Flower Butterfly. So Qi had no choice but to sit on Yi Zuoro's side. After all, now Lu Qingfang just woke up not long ago, very curious about the previous things, And the only ones who could tell her what had happened in the past 2 years were Zoe Yi and Flower Butterfly. After all, Ge wasn't home just now. The three of them were chatting over there, and Ge was over here specializing in his meal. He was also really hungry. Yihan has been in these 2 years, said Lu Qingfang at the table, who wanted to speak. My brother is living a pretty good life too, Yi Ro said with a struggling face, although in these 2 years, Yihan's philandering Yi Ro was in the eye of the beholder, but after all, it is still his own brother, so Yi Ro still feel to give his brother to leave some bottom better. When the flower butterfly on the side heard these words, her eyes then flickered for a moment. However, she didn't say much in the first place, so she simply stopped talking at this point as well. Lu Qingfang smiled gently, then she used a spoon to gently stir the soup in her bowl. In fact, I saw that Miss Morris, part more or less also understand. Before Yihan is a bit philandering, so now you say Yihan sighed no one I do not believe. Ha. Yes. After mentally spitting out her big brother a few times, Yi Ro could only smile awkwardly. But Sister Qingfang, you have to know that in my heart you're the one who's my sister-in-law, and my mom, too, has the best impression of you, Yi Ro hurriedly said. After Qi heard Yi Ro's words, he burst into tears and laughed a little. It seemed that even Yi Ro herself hadn't realized that she had directly blurted out because she was in a hurry. At those words, Lu Qingfang also let out a bitter smile. Yeah, it seemed that even Ye's mother knew that he was surrounded by very many people, so now after hearing these words, all thoughts Lu Qingfang had about Yihan were immediately cut off. She had been strong since she was a child, and it was only natural that she wouldn't compete with a group of women for a man now. That kind of behavior was just too degrading. Seeing that Lu Qingfang didn't continue to inquire further, Yi Ro couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Only, Yi Ro didn't know that she had directly made Lu Qingfang have no thoughts about Yihan just by saying one sentence. After finishing his meal, Ge glanced at the time and then went straight upstairs after saying so. In order to be able to properly go undercover in the Guhua gang, Ge also had to take his job seriously. Today was busy until 11 o'clock, so Gaoli said it would be fine for Ge to go a little later tomorrow. The main thing is to be well rested. Only, in order to leave a good impression on the two people, Ge decided it would be better to go earlier. Ge was so attached to the Guhua gang now, not just because he wanted to keep his life. Again, it was because of Ru Yue, though he's pride quite a bit himself now, but just the current ones were not enough to be able to fight against Yihan. That's why Qi thought that right now, Lu Ruye's favorability towards himself was already not low. If he waited until later, when Lu Rui's favorability towards himself was very high, wouldn't the Gorkhas be able to stand behind themselves then? After all, in a novel, besides the male protagonist having a halo, the female protagonist also has a halo. No matter what, Qi felt that the Guhua gang would never fall out of favor. Are you done eating? Seeing that Qi had stood up, Lu Qingfang then directly stood up as well. It's just as well I'm done eating, so help me upstairs. Just like before during the daytime, Lu Qingfang then slowly made a look at Qi. Qi instantly understood and walked forward. Okay, I'll help you up. Then, Sister Qingfang, you have a good rest. Yi Ro then hurriedly said, because what had just happened was more or less hidden from Lu Qingfang a bit, so they were all sort of rather vain. Good, you guys don't worry. After gently smiling, Lu Qingfang took Qi's hand on her arm and went off. Qi was curious in his heart, curious as to what exactly Lu Qingfang was going to inquire about himself in a moment. Only, before he could even walk into the room, Qi heard Lu Qingfang let out a direct sigh. What's wrong? Is it physical discomfort? Ge probed his head suspiciously. 1 second Lu Qingfang was sighing, but without thinking, the next second Ge's head poked right over. This caused Lu Qingfang to freeze. While frozen, Lu Qingfang could not help but feel a slight heat on her face. After all, right now in Lu Qingfang's heart, Qi was already very special. No, not really. Lu Qingfang laughed, then coughed softly in an awkward manner. Just lamenting that some things are different, Lu Qingfang said helplessly. Ge nodded. Things change, and changes in the human heart are normal. Even if you didn't fall into a coma, 2 years is not a short period of time. Yeah, not really short. Lu Qingfang sighed lightly before her eyes settled on Ge. In these 2 years, even though Lu Qingfang was lying over there had been a change in her heart. And during these 2 years, Lu Qingfang was clear that the only person standing beside her was Ge. Although Lu Qingfang knew that Yi Ro was also very good to herself, but the only one who could always stand by his side and truly care for him was Ge. When she thought of what Ge had done to her earlier, when she was unconscious, Lu Qingfang's heart warmed again. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 100 villain value. Ge raised an eyebrow. more or less surprised in his heart. Only once he thought that it was Lu Qingfang. Qi felt very reasonable again. Chapter 163, Lu Qingfang's Temptation. While the two were talking, they had already walked to Lu Qingfang's room. Ji helped her to sit on the bed and inquired worriedly, "Do you want to take some medicine?" Lu Qingfang pursed her lips and smiled as she shook her head. "Forget it, I just ate it during the afternoon meal. You sit down, it's just time for the two of us to chat." As she said that, Lu Qingfang patted the spot beside her with her hand. Seeing this, Ji only slightly raised his eyebrows, but still obeyed his own wishes and sat next to Lu Qingfang. "Still not tired?" Ji softly inquired. Lu Qingfang shook her head. "Maybe it's because I've slept for 2 years, now I'm in high spirits." "That's good. If you still feel physically uncomfortable anywhere, you can tell me," Ji said with a very gentle face. To be honest, Lu Qingfang was no longer that kind of young girl in love now. If it was anyone else talking to her like this, Lu Qingfang would only think if he was plotting against her. But it was Ji who was in front of her now. For Ji, Lu Qingfang felt that he never had any purpose for himself. After all, if Ji really wanted to use himself, then he would have admitted long ago that he had saved him. But Ji didn't. "Good," softly answered. Lu Qingfang raised her head to look out of the window, looking despondent. Just lying down for too long, so I'm very curious about things outside. But I also know that not everyone is going to tell me what happened in the last 2 years, and even Zoe is having a hard time." Saying this, Lu Qingfang then turned her head to look at Ji. "But Ji, I know it, you wouldn't cheat me, right?" With that, Lu Qingfang narrowed her own eyes slightly and looked at Ji with tearful eyes. Ji had to say, at this time, Lu Qingfang's eyes, no matter who saw, even if it is a woman saw, certainly will be soft. After all, as one of the Heaven's Destiny heroines, this was the strength of Lu Qingfang. Not to mention that Ji had long wanted to explode some of Yi Han's material. Let's just say that if Ji didn't want to say it in the beginning, then after meeting Lu Qingfang's eyes, he would have definitely said it as well. Well, if you want to know anything, just ask. Ji face pretends to be very difficult appearance, slowly said. After seeing that Ji was really relieved, Lu Qingfang's heart was also instantly happy. Only Lu Qingfang's face didn't show it, still looking very sad. "Then you tell me, these 2 years of time, Yi Han's side is not more a lot of women." Well, Ji, still pretending to be in a very difficult situation, nodded. "Then do you even know who it is?" Lu Qingfang looked straight at Ji. How could Ji say he didn't know? Isn't that a blatant lie? "I know." Therefore, Ji could only say very helplessly. However, even though Ji was very helpless on the surface, he was still very happy in his heart. At the same time, Ji was thinking of having Lu Qingfang ask more questions, and he wouldn't mind answering them all. "So can you tell me who it all is?" Lu Qingfang looked at Ji with tears in her eyes. After all, she knew that men with that look were also the easiest to soften. "Well, I know. The only ones that are more ambiguous are Miss Sheng Him Yen and Miss Gu Ranqiu. But it seems like that Miss Yen Fei Fei is also surrounded by bodyguards that are equipped. I'm not sure about the others." What Ji said was sort of the truth, and he really wasn't sure about the rest right now. After all, Lu Rui had now allowed herself to be cut off early. Nope, I should say that a large portion of it cuts itself off. After all, certain things that Yi Han, who was the male protagonist, had yet to enjoy, he himself had already enjoyed. After hearing Ji's words, Lu Qingfang had basically understood something in her heart. She sat over there with her head hanging slightly, but mentally she had snorted out a laugh. "I'm sure he's just like that. Although I could have guessed these things before, it's still a little hard to hear these words now." Ding Ding detected the host's behavior of separating the feelings of the male and female hosts, rewarded with 200 villain values. "It's okay." Seeing Lu Qingfang's sad face, Ji's eyes flickered for a moment before he stepped forward and stretched out his arms, moving gently to hug Lu Qingfang. Lu Qingfang was also not expecting Ji to suddenly hug himself. Snuggled in the man's arms, Lu Qingfang felt more at ease than ever before. At the same time, sniffing the man's odor on the tip of her nose, Lu Qingfang felt unusually good. As it was, she was getting a little deeper and deeper into it. "What about you?" Lu Qingfang suddenly asked. After hearing the voice of the woman in his arms, Ji first froze. "I mean, have you changed in the last 2 years? Is there anyone else around?" When she heard Ji's doubts, Lu Qingfang slowly lifted her head from Ji's arms and looked at him, uncertain of Ji's feelings for himself. Lu Qingfang also hesitated to take the initiative. She's not the type to hesitate. She's the type of person who not only acts decisively in the business world, but in reality as well. However, Lu Qingfang clearly remembered, when he was in a coma 2 years ago, I think, Ikari was still surrounded by people. At that time, I heard that there was another girl beside GE. It seems to be GE's first love. The significance of first love was clear to Lu Qingfeng. GE hadn't expected that the topic would come to him so quickly, so he then looked at Lu Qingfeng with some surprise. This is the time when his acting skills come into play. He raised his head with a twisted expression on his face and did not meet Lu Qingfeng's eyes. I haven't been working. GE's voice softened as he said, only, this appearance, in Lu Qingfeng's opinion, was shyness. This was the first time Lu Qingfeng had seen someone like this, and it was more or less a novelty. And at this time, this person was again GE. GE had always been special in Lu Qingfeng's heart. Then why do I remember that you seemed to have a little girl with you before? Oh, you mean He Yuebai? GE said helplessly, but there was more than a trace of despondency on his face. It had to be said that regarding He Yuebai, whether it was He Yuebai's low voice afterward or the consequences, it made GE feel very refreshed. However, you can't show that expression on the surface now. What's going on? Did it not go well for you too? Lu Qingfeng feigned concern and inquired, but there was already anticipation in her heart. Well, the two of us separated a long time ago, GE said with a bitter smile. Really? Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but inquire out excitedly. Chapter 164, No Rush. Cough cough cough. Perhaps also feeling that she was too emotional, Lu Qingfeng then hurriedly coughed lightly. No, I mean, I saw that you guys were quite affectionate before, but I didn't think that you would suddenly separate. Lu Qingfeng looked for a complimentary sentence, but in fact, 2 years ago, Lu Qingfeng's schedule was very busy, so she didn't have time to pay attention to GE's emotional affairs at all. Even the matter of knowing that there was a girl beside GE was only known to her because Yihan had mentioned it on her lips. Do we have a good relationship? Kind of average. Actually, GE said casually, and since the beginning, both of them remained in the position of holding each other. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but secretly rejoice a little in her heart as well. After all, they separated a long time ago, but they haven't gotten back together yet either. However, the power of first love, Lu Qingfeng still knew, so it was still a bit uneasy. She looked to GE. So, you two are not in contact now? GE raised an eyebrow. I did meet them a while ago, but there's no contact now. Oh, after hearing these words from GE, the vigilance in Lu Qingfeng's heart returned. So she didn't say anything? No thoughts of getting back together with you? GE's acting skills are online, but Lu Qingfeng's acting skills are not online. So GE can clearly see that Lu Qingfeng has been trying to pretend not to care about the appearance, but the heart still care about it. She has Ikoyi said slowly. Now, Lu Qingfeng's heart was in her stomach. After all, it was the first love. If now GE said that he had no feelings at all, then Lu Qingfeng would not believe it. Then you're not moved at all? Lu Qingfeng pretended to be indifferent and teased. Why am I moved? GE let out a bitter smile. At that time, when we separated, it was quite ugly. The mood that Lu Qingfeng had originally wanted to test the waters was now suddenly gone. After all, it had gotten pretty ugly, and that meant there was definitely nothing going on between the two. This caused Lu Qingfeng's heart to snicker a little. Why? Who brought up the breakup? Is she the one who brought up the breakup? Obviously the day before the relationship is still good. The next day time, suddenly told me to break up. Not only that, she also brought her girlfriends. In the cafe cursed me. Anyway, is to dislike me useless. GE's voice, the more he spoke, the more he whispered, so much so that by the end of the day, there was no sound at all. It had to be said that this acting skill was indeed very useful, and after hearing GE's words, Lu Qingfeng's heart instantly felt more than a hint of heartache. Why? Just break up with you. Why do you have to scold you? You are not quite good to her? You won't cheat on her, right? How could Lu Qingfeng think about it? She couldn't understand it. How could GE be scolded for being such a good person? No, how could I cheat on her? It's her and her girlfriends who dislike me for being poor. Speaking here, GE could not help but let out another bitter laugh. But I heard someone say before that you paid for her schooling. This time, Lu Qingfeng was really a bit dumbfounded. Along with that, Lu Qingfeng's heart also had an extra trace of anger. After all, it was good enough for GE to make it this far, but even so, it's surprising that they're still being scolded. What's wrong with youngsters nowadays? Simply no conscience. Lu Qingfeng was so furious that she said without a trace of anger, well, you also don't be angry. Anyway, this matter happens to also let me recognize what she is in the end. It is also considered a mistake, Shi said with amusement. However, looking at Lu Qingfeng in his arms, Shi could sort of see it. It looks like Lu Qingfeng's favorability towards herself is really high right now. After all, She's treating herself completely differently than anyone else right now. However, I am cognizant of myself. After all, I'm just a small bodyguard, and I wouldn't dare beg for too much. Not at all. After hearing Ji Yi's words, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but voice out in excitement. Along with that, she was so excited that she actually straightened up directly from Ji Yi's arms. You're so nice. How can you say that? But Ji Yi, are you very short of money? If you're very short of money, Lu Qingfang looked at Ji Yi lustfully. After all, if they were to give the money directly, then Lu Qingfang would be a little worried about whether or not it would hurt Ji Yi's pride. However, right now, Lu Qingfang really wanted to give Ji Yi money. Now I'm not short of money. A while ago I signed an order at Sister Scarlet Burner's company and made quite a bit of money. Ji Yi didn't hide it, choosing to say it directly. This way. Lu Qingfang smiled twice. Only, Lu Qingfang's heart was more or less insecure. It didn't occur to me that this Sheng Himyan, not only was she close to Yi Han, but she was even closer to Ji Yi as well. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang's heart couldn't help but be a bit upset. It seems that it's still Sheng Hyman's high tactics. This money of her own hadn't even been sent over yet, and she'd already found a way to get it for Ji Yi. Are you two working together on something? Lu Qingfang inquired in a small voice. It's Yan Fei Fei, you know? Also a singer. I went and made up a tune for her. Ji Yi laughed. You still know this? Lu Qingfang was very surprised on the surface. Only in his heart, he had already begun to calculate how he was going to send money to Ji Yi in the future. If it was in the name of cooperation, then there was no need to worry about hurting Ji Yi's pride. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang's heart also fell into contemplation. Well, it's really late. You've only just woken up after all. It's better to go to bed earlier. After feigning a glance at the time, Ji Yi loosened his arms around Lu Qingfang. Then he stood up and said. The broad arms disappeared all of a sudden, and Lu Qingfang's heart could not help but feel more than a hint of loss. Oh, well, then you have an early night too. Lu Qingfang knew that it wouldn't do to ask any more questions, so she said softly as well. Okay, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Lu Qingfang, Ji Yi returned to his room. Unbeknownst to him, after Ji Yi left, Lu Qingfang also sat quietly over there for a long time. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine favorability, awarding 100 villain value. Ji Yi's first thought when he heard this beep was that Lu Qingfang must have brainstormed quite a few things while he was away. It was reasonable to say that right now, Lu Qingfang's favorability towards himself was very high. Even if he had an agenda, surely it was well on its way to being realized. But after all, a lot of things were still inappropriate with her body on this side. Besides, Lu Qingfang had only woken up for a day. So many things couldn't be rushed so much. Chapter 165. Although he couldn't do anything yet, Ji Yi was at least sure of his position in Lu Qingfang's heart now. The next day Ji Yi got up early in the morning. Today he went out directly without a car. The main reason is that Ikoyi has to buy a car first, and then go back to work afterward. Yo Ikoyi, you're here. Fatty Lee had just finished packing his things when he saw Ji Yi, who was riding a small electric motor, slowly approaching from the distance. He blinked. This car of yours. Ji Yi parked the little electric motor he had just bought at the door, and then he smiled a frank smile and patted the seat. How was it? It's not bad, is it? I bought the car specifically for work. I used to take the bus when I went out. Fatty Lee looked happy. Not bad indeed. Inside, Goliath heard the sound and stepped out to take a look. Originally, he thought it was Fatty Lee chatting with someone, but he didn't expect to come out and see Ji Yi. Ji Yi? Gali glanced at Ji Yi with some surprise. Why are you here so early? Yesterday's first day of work was so busy until so late that Gali was afraid that Ji Yi wouldn't come the next day. That's why he said it's okay for Ji Yi to come later, but the main thing is to have a good rest. But it hadn't occurred to me that Ji Yi had come so early today as well. It's not the thought of a paycheck that excites me. So this came early. Ji Yi feigned an embarrassed smile. You brat! Fatty Lee cried and laughed as he patted Ji Yi's shoulder. So wealthy at such a young age? Ji Yi could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. There's nothing I can do about it, but I have to save up for my wife. I'm all alone, but I have to plan for the future, don't I? So filial? Didn't your parents plan for you? Fatty Lee teased. I don't have a mom and dad, Ji Yi said with a calm face. Although Ji Yi's face was so calm, the two people in front of him, the smile on their faces disappeared immediately. Especially Fatty Lee, after hearing Ji Yi's words, the snickering smile on his face was immediately put away. Sorry Ji Yi, brother did not know, did not mean to ask. Fatty Lee was the kind of person who could not hide things on his face. He scratched his head in embarrassment as he spoke, the guilt on his face on the verge of overflowing. It's okay brother, I'm used to it, you don't have to feel so guilty, Ji Yi said hurriedly. After hearing Ge's words, Fatty Lee then felt a sense of relief. But, even so, he was a little embarrassed. Right, didn't you go straight back yesterday? There's nothing to be busy with today. My sister-in-law will bring me dinner at noon later. Let's have some together. Fatty Lee looked at Ge very enthusiastically, and patted Ge's shoulder as he spoke, like he wouldn't give up until Ge promised himself. Gali on the side sniffed also charm and said, yes Ge. Fatty, his sister cooking is still very good. Guaranteed you eat a mouthful and like it. Eat some together ah. Seeing that both of them were so enthusiastic, Ge naturally couldn't afford to brush off their good intentions. That's good. I'll have to try it then. Ge laughed. It's like they say, there's not a lot of cargo today, and sometimes it doesn't even take 3 people. At this, Ge was very puzzled. After all, if most of the time was as free as it is now, there would be no point in recruiting. I know what you're thinking. It's just that there's less time to be clean, and we're very clean when we're clean, and very busy when we're busy. Gali saw that Ge might be a bit confused, so he explained on the side. Besides, you were already very busy yesterday when you came in the afternoon, and if you were to be very busy from early in the morning, it would be a bit overwhelming for both of us. Fatty Lee took a few ice chests from the cold storage and said. While saying that, he put the popsicles in his hand and divided them both equally. He sat his butt right next to Ge. So yeah, for those who can suffer, this state is still comfortable. Ge nodded. Indeed, that was the right thing to do. Well, if you're sleepy, just squint for a while and the food will be here by noon. After saying that, Fatty Lee directly lay down in the lounge and fell asleep. It had to be said that Ge felt that this lounge that Fatty Lee had set up was quite good. There's also a special place in the cooler for Fatty Lee to eat and drink. In the lounge, there was also a lot of food. There are also a couple of lounge beds, and lazy Susans. You can say that you have everything you need. Gali and Fatty Lee had already swiped their cell phones over there when they saw that not many people were coming during this time. Fatty Lee was even more outrageous, and as he brushed, he fell straight to sleep. Not only that, although Fatty Lee had fallen asleep, his cell phone screen was still lit up over there. When Ge looked over, he happened to see Gali with a very helpless but familiar face as he turned the phone off for him. Glancing at the time, Ge also flopped onto the bed and opened the game Shangshur. Ge had already used the computer to process the cell phone when he came here, and this account of Ge's also unconsciously lay inside Morris's friend list. After Ge waited patiently for a while, he was surprised to see Morris's account avatar light up. Morris's account ID is very minimalistic MO, and so is Ge, whose ID is Y. Of course, the short name for this game has been gone for a long time, so in order to be able to get this ID, Ge also spent part of the time. But the good thing is, everything is going well. Ge had no intention of inviting Morris directly. Although there were many people on Morris's friends list, there were only a few that he played with regularly. Other than those few, Morris basically doesn't play with any other close friends who are relatively unknown to him. So Ge intends to use the program to match up Morris. During this time Morris played all 4 rows, and after seeing the time, Ge also directly chose to start matching. In fact, this game, the reason why Ge is better at it is that it is more like the last life stimulation and YJWJ. So these operations Ge is also more familiar and easy to get started. Looking at the program that came back from the top of his phone, Ge knew that he had successfully matched with Morris in a team. As expected, after the loading page passed, Ge looked up at the team name in the upper left corner. Number 1 up there is really Mo. To play the game, Morris has all the best gear in the house, so naturally she has the fastest internet. When the game started, no one had their voices on. After looking at Gali, who had also fallen asleep on the side, Ge still took out the headphones and put them on. For the opening, everyone wasn't in the same place, and the other 2 teammates, it seemed, were grouped together. Chapter 166, The Excited Miss Morris. Those 2 didn't bother with Ge and Mo after they met. Apparently, they're also borrowing 4 rows to play double row. After all, 4 rows are much easier than 2 rows. Seeing the other 2 teammates, who didn't have the slightest intention of hitching a ride with them, Ge was instantly delighted, because it's exactly what he meant. The Mo over there had already taken several heads in a row. Ge was naturally no exception. This kind of game, Ge always will not open hanging. After all, what is the use of the honor that comes from opening hanging? So Ge was also relying purely on strength. The news that the 2 were reaping each other's head was not only drawing attention to each other, it also caught the attention of 2 other close friends in the same way. XXL, are you 2 also teaming up together in 4 rows? The strength is so strong. XXXL, yeah. The 2 of them looked like they should be from Y. But the words that came out of their mouths were also translated into Mandarin. When Maurice over there saw this message, He was about to deny it when he saw another message appear right over the dialogue box. Why, no. Maurice raised an eyebrow slightly, but looked at the message and said nothing after all. Only, throughout the following inning, Morris was consciously or unconsciously paying attention to the news about why. It even vaguely creates a competitive mindset. But alas, she was able to harvest a wave of heads early on because she had better gear early on. But, as time goes by, everyone's gear is catching up. And because her equipment was no match for others, and her stance wasn't particularly good, she was beaten to the point of being bloodied several times. She had no choice but to hurry and find a place to hide. After all, the battle was more scorched where she was. But alas, if she had the desire to stay alive, so did others. Soon enough, there were groups of people coming together to her side. This caused Maurice to hold his breath nervously for a moment, staring intently at the screen. After this inning, Morris would then advance. But alas, Morris had been playing for days on end for this promotion. Only, it never hit. There were still a few days left, and she had dropped down in successive paragraphs, and even devoted a few days to fighting her way back to the paragraph she was in now. So, she can only drive 4 rows as well. Seeing that those few people had already barged in, Morris gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, and was just about to rush forward when he suddenly saw the 2 people in front of him directly fall to the ground. Is everything alright? A mouthful of fluent English rang out, and the calm tone instantly settled Morris's mood. Looking at his teammate's logo above him, Morris was stunned. Why? How did you get over here? GE helplessly laughed softly for a few moments before typing. Now the final round. Oh, Morris responded frostily, and then it dawned on him that the rest of his teammates had already quit due to failure, and why was the only one left? Throwing a few elixirs to Maurice, GE sat directly next to her. I'll stay with you. Okay, thanks, Morris replied, but was very excited. Looks like she's met a real big shot here. You're so good with your hands? How many segments? She said curiously. Why, similar to you. I haven't played a game for a long time before because of things. Oh, thinking about Y's greeting just now, and the light laughter. Morris inquired, can't you turn on the mic? GE, it's inconvenient to be around. Good, Maurice responded good-naturedly, and then began checking his equipment. After all, she was now looking forward to taking first place in this game. Since it's an ancient-style fighting game, it's still a test of stance. When he thought of Y's stance just now, Maurice was very excited plus curious. Say, how did you just get here? After all, she had just been nervously observing her surroundings, and she had not seen anyone else other than the 2 people she had just seen. Y, from across the street, jumped to that tree then came over. GE sends a message. Now Maurice on the other side of the room was utterly shocked, because Maurice had brushed up on this operation before, but because of the harsh landing spot of that tree, very few people managed to make it over. Except for those few big names on the list. Maurice really didn't expect to meet such a big shot. This last set ended with IQE smoothly taking Morris to first. It wasn't until he saw the successful checkout page that Morris reacted. That's number 1? And that worked? That's a promotion? This immediately struck Morris, who had already been hard at work for days, as very incredible and surreal at the same time. She mic'd up and called out to Y a few times, but alas, Y had probably left the page long ago, so he didn't answer her. Seeing this, Morris rushed to friend him. This side, GE was still receiving his reward when he saw Morris's friend request. Yes, he had just deleted Morris the moment he came out, and had friended him before, just to confirm when Morris would be online. Maurice exited the checkout page and saw that Y had passed the friend request. She just wanted to invite the other party to team up, but realized that the other party was already offline. Seeing this, Morris could only throw away his cell phone in a somewhat disheveled manner. Pity. Ding-dong. The beep of the cell phone came, and Maurice took out his cell phone to have a look and found that it was really Ihan. After all, he was the only one who had messaged himself this diligently in a while. But to be honest, Morris didn't want to hitch a ride, because it was so obvious that he was the one who was near him. But strangely enough, although on the message box she was very perfunctory to Yihan and didn't want to take care of him, but as soon as she saw Yihan in person, her impatience towards him seemed to be much less. Morris also felt very strange about this phenomenon. Upon seeing Y exit, Morris's excitement that he had just felt vanished. Along with that, the strength to perfume Yihan was gone. So when Maurice saw Yihan's message, he didn't even bother with him and just turned off his cell phone and went to sleep. As for GE over there, he quit the game at this time, naturally because the food delivery came. Excuse me, is Li Chang there? When GE heard the voice, he subconsciously looked up and saw a girl in a white dress, standing in front of the door with an embarrassed face. Young girl, bright white teeth, face without powder, but looked very amazing, very good looking. Let a person cannot move their eyes. Li Chang? Ji subconsciously asked back. Chapter 167 Li Wenwen. Perhaps seeing Ji was too much of a surprise. So much so that the young girl was even a little embarrassed. She smiled shyly, then said, Just Fatty Li. Oh. Ji put down his cell phone and also understood at once. Your brother Fatty's sister, aren't you? Upon hearing that, the young girl then nodded again in embarrassment. Yes. When you're here? It should have heard the sound from this side, and Fatty Li, who was still asleep over there, also turned around leisurely. He cheerfully got up and then walked over next to Ji. Come, let me introduce. Wenwen. This is brother's new colleague. Ji, this is my sister, Li Wenwen. Fatty Li said very enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Ji then politely nodded at Levin. Hello, I've heard brother Fatty talk about you for a long time. Yes? Levin smiled a little embarrassed. Her face slightly blushing, slightly shyly looked at the opposite side of the pool. More or less some dare not, and he looked directly at Wenwen is here. What did you cook for your brother today? Goliath, who was on the sidelines, heard the noise from this side and slowly came forward. Wenwen lifted the things in her hand. I heard from my brother that a new co-worker has come, so I made some extra food. Upon hearing this, Ji then smiled at Li Wenwen. Trouble you. Li Wenwen waved her hand in embarrassment. It's fine. It's just something I did in passing. Ji put away his cell phone, and then put it over there to charge. This lounge is still fully stocked. There was also a table in the center dedicated to eating, and there was even a brand new television set in front of it. Seeing Ji looking at the TV set in front of him with new curiosity, Gali then said with some tears and laughter, This is your fat brother, who has recently become obsessed with watching TV and playing games, so he bought a TV set specifically for this purpose. Fatty Li was over there arranging the guys for dinner, and when he heard this, his face turned red with shame. Aren't I kind of keeping up with the youngsters? Ji nodded. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. Originally, everyone was laughing after hearing Fatty Li's words. Now after hearing Ji's words, the people around him burst out laughing again. While eating, Ji first looked at Li Wenwen, then he looked at Fatty Li. Fatty Li noticed Ji's eyes and smiled prettily. How is it? Is my sister pretty? Ji nodded in amusement. Well, pretty. I looked straight up when I just saw it. Li Wenwen sniffed, pursed her lips in some embarrassment, and after slightly lowering her head, she ate her meal with some slow movements, although Levin looked like she was concentrating on her meal. In fact, all of her attention was now on the other's conversation. But our sister's mind can be on her studies right now. There's no idea of falling in love. Fatty Li said very suggestively. Ji was not a little cutie. Naturally, he was also able to hear the meaning of Fatty Li's words clearly. Gao Li, who was on the side, also laughed. Yes, Wenwen was a school bully inside the school. Where do you go to school? Ji casually inquired. The name Li Wenwen sounded a bit familiar, and with such good looks, Ji had little doubt that it could be one of the heavenly destined heroines that he could meet later on. It may be by chance that it is now met by itself. In Lingnan University, Fatty Li said with great pride on his face, with that proud little expression. Those who didn't know thought that it was him who was attending Lingnan University. Oh, it really isn't easy to get in then, Ji exclaimed. Yiro Ro and Song Qing's school was in Ling University, but they didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Good looking, with a familiar name, and still attending Lin University, Ji was already 100% certain that Li Wenwen might be one of the heavenly fate heroines. After dinner, Ji and the girls helped pack up and saw Gao Li and Fatty Li go into the kitchen to finish brushing. Li Wenwen then blushed, somewhat embarrassed, and walked over to Ji. I'm sorry, that's just the way my brother is, just able to talk. Nothing. Ji looked over with a smile. As far as he was concerned, Fatty Li wasn't really showing off, but was simply proud, and Fatty Li has a very good personality. Therefore, even if Fatty Li was showing off, in Ji's opinion, it wouldn't cause any discomfort. Li Wenwen stared blankly at Ji, coldly and directly shaken by Ji's smile for a moment. After being stunned for a split second, Li Wenwen hurriedly averted her gaze, and then she embarrassedly said, well, for the rest of the time after that, Levin had been sitting over there quietly clearing the table with red earlobes. Ji had originally thought of saying a few words to Li Wenwen, but he didn't expect Li Wenwen to be so shy. It had been quiet, head down as he gathered his things, and he hadn't said a word for the rest of the day afterward. Not only that, Ji even noticed that from the beginning until after he cleared the table, Li Wenwen's earlobes had been red. Ji stood by the side and narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not expect Li Wenwen's character to be so introverted. Surprisingly, he stayed silent without a good word. After getting clean kitchenware, Levin packed up and left. Do you still have to review when you get back? Remember to take care of your health. Don't you have class tomorrow? After Fatty Lee sent Lee Won to the door, he urged very uneasily. Aha, okay, don't worry brother. I'll take care of myself. Seeing this scene, Gao Li on the side came close to Ge and said, both of their parents are divorced, and both of them were raised by their moms alone, but their mom's health isn't really good either. So it's actually been Fatty Lee who has raised Lee Won all by himself since he was a kid. Fatty Lee went out into society at a very young age and started earning money to put Won Lee through school. In fact, to himself, Fatty Lee is still very stingy, only if it's for his own sister. Fatty Lee is a very generous person. Usually, Fatty Lee can't afford to eat $20-something of takeout even once, but a $10,000 tutoring class for 2 months. He said he'd enroll Won in it. After hearing Gao Li's words, Ge nodded. More or less, he understood Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee over there said goodbye to Lee Won and then tried to watch Lee Won leave as usual, but without thinking about today. Lee Won first looked at Ge before turning to leave. For this tiny movement, Fatty Lee naturally noticed it very obviously. So much so that when Fatty Lee went back, he looked at Ge a bit strangely. When he was working in the afternoon, Ge had been able to notice that Fatty Lee had been watching himself. Ge was tempted to ignore the sight, but helplessly, Fatty Lee's sight was just too obvious. Chapter 168, Lu Qingfang's Temptation. Finally, when Fatty Lee looked over, Ge finally couldn't help himself. Fatty? Helplessly looking towards Fatty Lee, Ge simultaneously sighed very helplessly. What? Fatty Lee, who had just withdrawn his sight, pretended to look over with great suspicion at the words. Seeing this expression on Fatty Lee's face, Ge was more or less in tears. Fat brother, am I covered in something? Ge said with a sincere face, seeing that Ge was inquiring so seriously. Or perhaps it was because Fatty Lee felt that he was hiding it very well. Therefore, after hearing Ge's words, Fatty Lee really did take a serious look at Ge all over. No nothing Fatty Lee said seriously. Ge then raised his eyebrows and looked at Fatty Lee. Then why have you been looking at me? When Ge said this, Fatty Lee was stunned. Fatty Lee then hurriedly waved his hand and said, how could you? How could I have been looking at you? Ge put a honeyed smile on his face. Brother Fatty, you're really obvious. Now, Fatty Lee was completely silent. This is not to see you look handsome? Fatty Lee said with great complaint. After all, seeing as his sister had been peeking at Ge, Fatty Lee also wanted to see what exactly made Ge so attractive. But after looking around this afternoon, Fatty Lee had to admit that Ge did have a bit of charm. Thinking of this, Fatty Lee couldn't help but sigh. It's so true that women don't get the job done. Ge hadn't expected Fatty Lee to say this, and after slightly raising his eyebrows, he nodded approvingly. Well, I feel the same way. Fatty Lee got off work very early today compared to yesterday. It's only 5 p.m. and it's already over. After Ge rode the small electric donkey back to the house, all of them froze. Brother E? Song Cheng said in shock. Yi Ro also walked out with a face of novelty. Brother E? What are you? Ge cheerfully patted his seat. My new car. Does it look okay? Yi Ro also fell silent all of a sudden this time. After all, before Ge riding a motorcycle, very handsome appearance, still vivid in my mind. But now, Yi Ro looked at that little electric donkey, and then looked at Ge. She really couldn't imagine how handsome Ge could be sitting on this. It's kinda cute. Lu Qingfang walked over at an unknown time, leaning on the doorway and said with a smile. Ge smiled and locked the car over there. That's true? When I went to buy it, the salesman kept telling me that this car has the best sales lately. Flower Butterfly also came from the side, looking at Ge. A smirk also appeared vaguely on Flower Butterfly's face. But then, Flower Butterfly's expression became complicated. It was because just today, Yihan specifically called Flower Butterfly, and the content of the phone call was more or less a surprise to Flower Butterfly, because Yihan had said that he would let Flower Butterfly keep a special eye on Lu Qingfang, as well as keep a bit of an eye on Ge. Although Flower Butterfly didn't know what Yihan meant, Flower Butterfly's mood was more or less complicated. She didn't know what exactly Yihan was doing by asking himself to spy on Ge, but maybe it could be that something was really happening that even she didn't know about. At the same time, Flower Butterfly was more or less worried. But if you really monitor Ge to monitor out any problems, then really have to tell Yihan as much as all of them? What if this behavior would hurt Icky? At the thought of this, Flower Butterfly also fell into a moment of silence. After all, the Flower Butterfly at this moment did not want to put Ge's safety aside at all. If Yihan really wanted to do something to Ge, Flower Butterfly would also protect Ge, even if you disobeyed Yihan. Suddenly realizing what she was thinking, This made even the flower butterfly suddenly startled, because flower butterfly never thought that she would even think about it one day, either. This made the flower butterflies ponder once again as well. Ge stretched and entered the room. Is the meal all done? Just got it done. Sister Qingfang originally thought of giving you a call too, but didn't think that you happened to come back. Yi Roro walked next to Ge and looked at him wryly. Lu Qingfang just stood aside and watched them. Then Lu Qingfang looked around again. And suddenly, Lu Qingfang realized, there seems to be an extraordinarily large number of women around Ge. You guys eat then. I'm going to take a shower. With that, Ge went straight upstairs. After all, I've kind of moved a lot of stuff today, and I'm pretty dirty. Downstairs, Lu Qingxiang greeted everyone and sat down. When they finished eating, Lu Qingfang chatted with them about this period of time. It's been 2 years since then. Ro, you're in school. Don't you have a suitable one? Lu Qingfang said while looking at Yi Roro flirtatiously. Yi Roro first froze. Su did not expect that Lu Qingfang would suddenly ask about this matter. However, very quickly, Yi Roro shook her head. No, my brother has been watching me very closely these past 2 years, and recently went to his company for an internship. Your brother is also really. The girl is old enough to fall in love. After all, falling in love also needs experience. After hearing Lu Qingfang's words, Yi Roro then looked upstairs without moving. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry anyway, just go with the flow. Lu Qingfang nodded. Well, that's good. Indeed, there's no rush. What about the butterflies? Flower butterfly was originally still quietly eating her meal over there. After hearing this, there was also a momentary lack of reaction, because just now, flower butterfly wasn't listening to the two of them. Instead, she was fidgeting, thinking about what Yi Han had said today. Lu Qingfang looked over with a smile. I mean, it's been 2 years and you don't have any boys that look good to you. Butterfly? This time, the flower butterfly heard Lu Qingfang's words clearly, but still blinked in bewilderment. No. Soon after, the flower butterfly shook her head decisively. No such idea either? Lu Qingfang inquired curiously. Flower butterfly still shook her head anyway, and then also subconsciously glanced upstairs with her afterglow. Not at the moment. What are you guys talking about? At that moment, Ge also happened to walk down from upstairs. It's fine, just chatting about these 2 years. Lu Qingfang said with a smile. Yes? Ge casually responded, but in his heart, he was more or less strange, because it seemed like everyone's eyes had been on his own since he came downstairs, so that made him curious as to what exactly he had just been talking about. Chapter 169 Zoe Ye's Carefulness. Although Chi-E was very curious, he looked at the people around him as if he didn't want to say anything. Seeing this, Ge is also embarrassed to ask. After all, everyone seems to want to say. After a meal, everyone was a little bit desperate for words. Ge could even feel the sight of eyes on him all the time, but every time, when Ge tried to look at the person, he couldn't check out who the person peeking at him was. After a meal was finished, Yi Roro suddenly opened her mouth. Right, I almost forgot one thing. Yi Roro looked at Lu Qingfang. Seeing this, Lu Qingfang then looked over as well. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yi Roro shook her head. That's not it. It's just that after knowing that you woke up, my mom said that she wanted to come and see you. Someone uttered in shock. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Song Qing, who was on the side. Song Qing was originally still quietly eating her dinner over there. When she heard the words and directly shrieked out in shock, everyone also perhaps did not expect Song Qing to call out directly. Therefore, they all looked over with some surprise as well. Seeing everyone looking at themselves in surprise and confusion, Song Qing first laughed a couple of times before saying, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help but feel a bit nervous once I heard that the old madam was coming. Yi Roro instantly saw Song Qing's small mind clearly. She bristled. Don't worry, my mom isn't the kind of person who has a lot of rules and is pedantic. Song Qing smiled twice and didn't continue speaking. After all, to just treat Mrs. Yi as an employer. But the problem is, Song Qing sent back to not treat Mrs. Yi as an employer. After all, Song Qing's heart that wanted to get to the top had never changed. At the same time, the heart was very visible. It was so obvious that Yi Roro could detect it very clearly. Plus, Song Qing as a person was already prone to weakness. It was evident from the moment Lu Qingfang woke up. Although Song Qing had, in the past 2 days, originally been silent because she wanted to settle down. But since Lu Qingfang had woken up, she was also even more distraught. 2 years have passed. I don't know how Auntie Yi is doing, but no matter what, she should still be charming. Lu Qingfang sighed. Flower Butterfly nodded approvingly at his words. Yi Roro couldn't help but laugh as well when she heard this, but didn't retort. because even Chi-E knew that what Lu Qingfang said was true. Although Yi Han and Yi Ruoru's mother, Yi Wenwan, was already in her 40s, she also looked very young because she was very well maintained. Even the original was written, and when Yi Wenwan appeared in the back, she couldn't help but amaze a crowd. Yes, Yi Wenwan, Ye's mother, is also surnamed Yi. When my mom went to give me a parent-teacher conference last year, my classmates and teachers all thought my mom was my sister. Yi Ruoru smiled sweetly and said, after all, having a mother who is like a sister is indeed quite proud. Lu Qingfang looked over with a smile on her brow. I also remember, when I first saw Auntie, looking at the back, I thought that Auntie was Yi Han's girlfriend, and then I saw the face, and saw that the two looked so much like each other. I thought it was my sister, and then I realized that it was Auntie. At this remark, everyone around them burst out laughing and smiling, except for one person, of course, and that was Song Cheng. She noticed that ever since Yi Ruoru finished saying that Mother Yi would be coming in a while, Song Cheng had been keeping her head down, eating her meal silently over there, and looking preoccupied as well. Ge raised an eyebrow, rather looking forward to tomorrow more and more, although I've seen this depicted in the original before, but imagining it, after all, is still different from seeing it in real life. So after dinner, Ge directly called Gaoli to ask for a vacation. This side has only been working for a day or two to take a vacation. Ge is still more or less a little embarrassed. Only, Goliath and the others are still cheerful. After hearing that Ge wanted to take a leave of absence, he didn't ask what exactly the reason for the leave was, and directly agreed to it. Perhaps it was also afraid of what kind of pressure Ge might feel. So Goliath over there also said straight away that he wouldn't be busy tomorrow anyway. So just don't come, brother Yat? Over here, Ge had just finished his phone call over the balcony when Yi Ruoru slowly walked over behind him. Upon hearing the voice, Ge subconsciously turned his head to look over. What's wrong? Putting away his cell phone, Ge inquired. Yi Ruoru looked to her cell phone, and then this time she looked to Ge. Brother E, my mom is coming tomorrow. Do you want to stay home? Yi Ruoru admitted that she did want to use this matter to get Ge to stay home, but she was more or less helpless. After all, Ge had been going out early and coming home late for the past 2 days. Yi Ruoru even had to wait until Ge came after he returned from work early to meet. Yes, Ge answered. Really? Yi Ruoru looked at Ge in surprise. Ge smiled and nodded. There's nothing to do tomorrow anyway. Great. Yi Ruoru could not help but jump a little in excitement. Seeing that Yi Ruoru actually jumped with such excitement, Ge couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in some surprise. Ahem, it's nothing, but what have you been up to all this time, brother E? Yi Zuozua hurriedly changed the topic in a twisted manner. Well, is working, moving bricks. Moving bricks? Yi Ruoru was surprised. Why do you want to move bricks? Yi Ruoru didn't hear Chi-Yi's words, and once she thought about how every time Chi-Yi came back, he was covered in dust, she immediately believed it. Yeah, moving bricks for a living. Chi-Yi currently had no plans to tell Yi Ruoru about his undercover work. After all, looking at Yi Ruoru like this, she would definitely want to be excited to follow herself to the place where she was working to take a look, but in that case, Ge would be in danger. Seeing that Ge was perfunctorily talking about himself, Yi Ruoru could actually tell that he didn't want to say much, so she could only be disappointed for a moment. That's fine, Yi Ruoru said. There was only one thing that Yi Ruoru still had a nagging feeling about. That was a few days ago when Lu Qingfang just woke up on the eve. She had mentally prepared herself for quite some time, just thinking about properly confessing her feelings to Ge. But I didn't expect things to come so suddenly. It directly disrupted her plans. It doesn't really matter if it's disrupted, it's mostly just straight up interrupted. In that situation, right away she was about to blurt out her thoughts. But who would have thought? Thinking of this, Yi Ruoru snapped her head up again to look at Ge. She looked at Yi Ruoru suspiciously, wanting to inquire as to what else she was up to. Yat hi. What's the conversation about? Chapter 170. What's in it for me? Yi Ruoru mustered up enough courage, just wanted to ask Ge directly, then suddenly heard a voice from behind her. Seeing the two standing face to face in front of this side of the balcony, Lu Qingfang then slowly walked up and flirted. What's going on? Are you secretly chatting about some little secrets? Sister Qingfeng, don't laugh. It's just that Zoe asked me if I'm still going to work tomorrow. Oh, then are you still going? Lu Qingfeng's pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Chi-Yi, vaguely carrying a little bit of anticipation. Not going, at home tomorrow. Ge laughed. Hearing this, even Lu Qingfeng was all smiles. In that case, then have Song Cheng make more food tomorrow. Aha. After Chi-Yi responded, he looked at Song Cheng who was on the other side. At this time, Song Cheng might not have reacted from the news that Yi Wenwan was coming tomorrow. It had already been a long time since he had finished eating, and from Ji-Yi's perspective, he could still see Song Qing staring blankly in the kitchen. Ji-Yi slightly hooked his lips. He kind of found out that although she had no small ideals, but the guts are small. When Lu Qingfang woke up in the past 2 days, it scared Song Qing to death. This is good. This side has not reacted. The other side of the Yi Wenwan to come again. It couldn't be helped. Lu Qingfang had already come over, and Yi Ro could only swallow the words she had started with. After the night passed, Ji-Yi got up early the next day. After all, today Yi Wenwan will come. Ji-Yi is still relatively excited. After all, in the original story, Yi Han tried very hard to avoid Ji-Yi and Yi Wenwan from seeing each other. It's because Ji-Yi looks like her late husband. That's why Yi Han was afraid that Ji-Yi would climb on top of his head. That was why Ji-Yi was so looking forward to Yi Wenwan's arrival. It was because Yi Han was now abroad, so this gave Ji-Yi an opportunity to take advantage of. Ji-Yi today is considered to get up earlier, but did not think. Downstairs, just met Song Qing. Ji-Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and walked up to find Song Qing again now, standing inside the kitchen in a daze. Yes, it's just standing around gawking at nothing. Even as Ji-Yi walked up, Song Qing didn't even realize that there was even someone behind him. What's going on? Scared out of your wits? Ji-Yi went up and tapped Song Qing's shoulder directly behind her. Ah! Song Qing was truly in a state of restlessness. After all, the thought that Yi Wenwan would be coming in a while made her very anxious. The whole thing was fidgety even sitting over there, not to mention doing things. Coldly being tapped on the shoulder. This startled Song Qing. She literally jumped from her spot, then jerked her head around to look at Ji-Yi. Looks like you're really scared. The whole thing is going silly. Ji-Yi said in amusement. Who said I was scared silly? Hearing Ji-Yi's words, Song Qing could not help but feel very unnatural on her face. Because Ji-Yi did have a point. She did fear a bit of a six-pack right now. Then tell me, what are you doing standing over here so early in the morning? Not cooking? Standing all the time? Ji-Yi sharply snapped. This question caused Song Qing to directly choke. It also made Song Qing unable to find an excuse for a moment. I am just thinking that Mrs. Yi is coming, thinking about how to serve her dishes. Song Qing stumbled sheepishly and said, Oh, are you thinking about how to serve Mrs. Yi, or are you afraid that Mrs. Yi will come and clean you up? Ji-Yi hooked his lips in a smile and looked at Song Qing teasingly. As he spoke, Ji-Yi slowly stepped forward, pressing Song Qing step by step. Song Qing was already afraid of Ji-Yi right now, plus what Ji-Yi said now. This caused Song Qing to sheepishly back up until her backside was against the cooking table. What are you doing? Seeing that there was no way back, Song Qing then hurriedly raised her hand against Ji-Yi's chest in fear. I'm asking what you have in mind. Ji-Yi slightly exerted himself, squeezing Song Qing's arm directly in front of him. Song Qing didn't want to answer Ji-Yi's question and only stammered threats over there. Ji-Yi, I can tell you, they're all up there right now, and Mrs. Yi will be here in a while, so don't mess around. Song Qing spoke in a very anxious tone. It was hard to hold out for so long, and besides, because of Lu Qingfang, everyone else had been at home most of the time in the past 2 days. But Song Qing also never expected that. All this, Ji-Yi would still want to mess around under everyone's noses. Song Qing looked to the side in panic as she pressed against Ji-Yi's shoulder. Fear that someone might unknowingly come down the stairs and into the kitchen. After all, this would be a complete disaster if it was discovered. Ji-Yi, count on me to beg you. Can you get out of the way? Song Qing wet her eyes and looked up at Ji-Yi. This appearance of Song Qing inevitably reminded Ji-Yi of Song Qing's attitude towards himself in the beginning. I can let you go, but you're going to tell me if you're weak and scared? Song Qing pursed her lips slightly, and finally raised her eyes to look at Ji-Yi. Seeing that Ji-Yi's expression did not waver in the slightest, it became clear that it seemed that Ji-Yi was determined to make himself say it. Unable to do anything about it, Song Qing could only nod her head in acknowledgement. Well, I'm afraid. Also what Auntie will say and find out when she comes. Song Qing gave himself up said. That will definitely be found. Ji-Yi said with great certainty. How did you know? Song Qing was a bit dumbfounded and confused. Ji-Yi hooked his lips. How else could he know? Naturally because he had read the original because the Yi family and those families that are friends with the Yi family, the nannies in the family are all big moms. Just you. Honestly, those rich wives are afraid that their husbands are cheating on them. There are places out there that they may not be able to manage, but where they can be seen. How could they possibly stuff a pretty woman in? At these words, Song Qing fell silent, because it had to be said that Ji-Yi had a very good point. But you don't have to worry, Ji-Yi said again. You got an idea? Upon hearing Ji-Yi's words, Song Qing then immediately looked up excitedly at Ji-Yi. Otherwise, How could you say the words then don't worry yourself? Ge looked at Song Chang with a smirk, but also just stood over there with a smirk and did not say anything. This could make Song Ching anxious. She stood over there nervously, all the time worried that someone would come down and see the two in action. It was also because of the nervousness that caused Song Ching's forehead to be secreting honey sweat right now. Say it, why don't you say it? Song Chang didn't care enough to put her hand against Ge's shoulder. Anxiously, she lifted her hand straight up and slapped Ikari's chest. Why would I say that? What's in it for me? Ge said with a sudden smile. Chapter 171, Song Ching's Generosity. Benefits? This time Song Ching was instantly baffled again, because Song Ching's intuition told her that Ge wasn't pressing his luck. Yeah, why else would I tell you? Song Ching slightly bit her lip with a struggling face. That. Ge looked down at Song Ching's hesitant and tangled appearance, thinking that it was still more fun to flirt with Song Ching while after all, Song Ching, as a person, seemed very wimpy. Obviously, one second they are ferociously baring their teeth at you, but the next second after they are caught at their lifeblood, they completely wimp out, and even curry favor with you in return. Just as Ge was looking at Song Ching with a playful expression, he also didn't expect that a soft touch would come to his lips in the next second. That gentle touch passed in an instant, and even before Ge could react, Song Ching had already hung her head. He raised his head in some surprise, and then he saw that Song Ching had already hung her head with a red face, and at this time, Song Chang was also annoyed and ashamed. Even Song Ching was still angry that she had just been hot-headed. Surprisingly, you tiptoed right up and kissed it? And it wasn't even at Ge's request. She was the one who wanted to kiss on it. Thinking this way, Song Chang became even more infuriated. I should have known to wait until Ge made his request. The more Song Ching thought about it, the more she felt a little embarrassed. She bit her lip so tightly that she was a little reluctant to even look up, because even without looking up, Song Ching could guess the mocking expression on Ge's face. Cough. See you so generous, then I will tell you, Ge said cheerfully. Song Chang, who hadn't dared to raise her head all this time, only jerked her head up to look at Ge after hearing these words. Then what exactly do you think there is to do? Song Chang said, and had even grabbed Ge's clothes in excitement. It's not really a solution. Ge said. Ha! At those words, Song Ching's eyes directly widened. Then she looked accusingly at Ge. So, then you're not trying to trick me, are you? She stared at Ge in exasperation, like she might actually get angry if Ge was really playing a trick on her. Actually, Auntie E knows all these little thoughts of yours, so she won't care, Ge said with a raised eyebrow. Song Ching, what's the difference between saying it and not saying it? She gritted her teeth and looked at Ge, instantly feeling that she had just made that move. It was a loss. Ge didn't feel guilty at all. He looked frankly at Song Chang. What's wrong? Don't you feel that your heart is suddenly a bit more at ease now? This time Song Ching was silent, because it had to be said that what Ge said was indeed the truth. But Song Chang still looked at Ge with some annoyance still, because the kiss just now was kind of a loss any way you think about it. This couldn't help but make Song Ching think about it as well. The first kiss before was also taken by Ge. Therefore, Song Ching stood over there as well. The more she thought about it, the more she felt stifled. Hey, Sister Qingfeng? Before Song Ching could finish her sentence over here, she was directly interrupted by Ge. After hearing Ge's words, Song Ching hurriedly stood back up, and even the expression on her face changed instantly. She turned her head toward the outside and smiled. Sister Qingfeng. Song Chang was silent once again, because at this moment, not to mention there was Lu Qingfeng outside, there were no other people or a fly. Sure enough, she had been tricked by Ge again. With anger in her heart, Song Ching turned her head to look at Ge. Only, Ge, who had just been standing over here, had already walked away at some point. Song Chang was getting more and more angry the more she thought about it. She first stood over in the kitchen and endured for a while, but after a long time, Song Chang also felt that this breath still could not be swallowed. She turned and strutted out of the kitchen. Ikoi! Song Chang walked out with her waist stuck out, angrily scanning the living room, wanting to see where the hell Ge had gone. What happened? A familiar voice rang out, which caused Song Ching to instantly swallow her angry roar back into her stomach. Even his original angry expression turned into a sardonic smile. Ching, Sister Qingfeng, you're up? Yes, Lu Qingfeng, who clearly hadn't been seen just now, was now standing in front of Ge. Well, what just happened to you? Did something happen? It had to be said that that sound just now did startle Lu Qingfeng as well. Lu Qingfeng smiled and glanced at Song Chang before turning her head back to Chi. Ha? No, nothing. Song Chang just didn't see Lu Qingfeng from over there. How could she have thought that Lu Qingfeng was standing here? She hung her head slightly and smiled sarcastically. For a moment, The atmosphere around them was awkward. Yes? Lu Qingfang said with a smirk before looking at Ge. Ge shrugged helplessly. I got up a bit early today, so I thought I'd give Song Qing a hand, but I didn't expect to accidentally help. So that's how it is. This is indeed your fault. Lu Qingfang's pair of beautiful eyes scanned over the two for a moment before she slowly said. Song Qing also hurriedly followed with a couple of sarcastic laughs. Though I don't know why Ge is helping himself to excuses now, but she would be too uninformed if she didn't go along with the steps. No wonder it pissed Song Qing off like this. Then I'll go back and continue preparing breakfast first, Song Qing said hurriedly, then returned inside the kitchen. After Lu Qingfang nodded gently, she looked at Song Qing's back with a smile on her face. It seemed that Lu Qingfang's previous guess was also correct. Sure enough, someone as nice as Ge is very charming and has a lot of women's favorites. Why are you up so early? Lu Qingfang turned her head to look at Ge. Don't you not have to work today? Ge shrugged and walked to the side to pour a cup of water and handed it to Lu Qingfang. Even though you don't have to work anymore, you can't slack off. Lu Qingfang looked at Ge with a smile on her brow, but thinking about the fact that Ge had gone out early and returned late in the past 2 days, she was still a bit puzzled. Are you actually working? Or is it because of something? Lu Qingfang softly inquired. After all, Ge had said before that he had made a little money while in the entertainment company before. So Lu Qingfang felt that right now, Ge was definitely not because of a lack of money. So that's why this was making himself so tired. Actually, making money isn't that hard for me right now. There's just some things to do, Ge said indifferently. And after hearing Ge's words, Lu Qingfang instantly understood. Her voice softened a little more. Was it a task given to you by Yihan? Upon hearing this, Ge pretended to be very surprised and looked at Lu Qingfang. Qingfeng's sister. How do you? Lu Qingfang coughed lightly. You can guess it. Because the butterflies have gone out on quite a few missions in the past 2 days. Chapter 172 Mother Ye's imminent arrival. Saying that, Lu Qingfang looked towards one side in a very awkward manner. Lu Qingfang also just asked out, and then remembered. He was in a coma for 2 years. Should not know this thing. Even if she herself knew about this, it was because of what she heard Ge say when she was unconscious. After seeing Ge just nodding as if he believed his words, Lu Qingfang was then sort of relieved. Is it dangerous then? Lu Qingfang continued to inquire. Ge looked at this expression that transformed on Lu Qingfang's face, and the entire person was also laughing. Just can't show it on the face either. It's not bad. It should be anything without danger at the moment, Ge said after frowning slightly. Looking at this expression on Ge's face, Lu Qingfang also instantly frowned. After all, seeing this expression on Ge's face, Lu Qingfang's heart also instantly understood. Yeah, how can a mission be without danger? In fact, before that, 2 years ago when Lu Qingfang and Yihan were on good terms, she more or less knew that they were all working abroad as mercenaries. But Lu Qingfang was very confused as to why she had to do all these things after returning to her country. When I first came back to China, I had no capital and no confidence, but it's been 2 years now. It was reasonable to say that Yihan's company had already developed in a more stable manner, so why did he still need to do these things? Thinking like this, Lu Qingfang also asked directly. I see that Yihan's company is developing quite steadily. Why do you still have to do these things? When Lu Qingfang asked these words, even she herself didn't notice that her own tone of voice also vaguely carried a bit of dissatisfaction. It can't be helped. He's the big brother after all. Ge let out a bitter smile. At that time also said, have the same blessings and difficulties. If he asked us to help, can not help is not it? Ge once again helplessly said. Without the charismatic boost of the male lead, the current Lu Qingfang was still very much awake, especially when Ge uttered these words. Lu Qingfang also instantly captured the Chinese point for a split second. Since it had been said before that we share the same blessings and difficulties, why did Jihan want his brethren to work for him by fighting to the death? And have to have your own brothers protect women for you? Thinking of this, Lu Qingfang's delicate eyebrows, all of a sudden, also wrinkled even more. Ding Ding detected that the host has strayed from the feelings of the male and female masters of the heavenly fate, rewarding 200 villain values. Ge raised an eyebrow. It's okay anyway, I'm used to it. He shrugged helplessly again. Ding Ding detected that the host has strayed from the feelings of the male and female hosts of the heavenly fate, rewarded with 200 villain values. After hearing this, Ge was really almost unable to hold back his laughter. It seems that since the goodwill is high, that straying from the hero and heroine's relationship will be easier. Lu Qingfang looked up at Ge, wanting to persuade him, but not knowing where to start. Actually, life is your own, can help, but you also have to consider your own safety, Lu Qingfang said very subtly. Only, Ge also heard it. It's telling yourself not to be so desperate when you're on a mission. prioritize your safety. Okay, I understand, don't worry. Ji looked at Lu Qingfang with soft eyes, as if because of what Lu Qingfang said. Even the smile at the corner of his mouth looked very gentle. Looking at Ji Yi's expression, Lu Qingfang's heart couldn't help but be touched. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 100 villain value. GEU. You're all up. Ha! Before Lu Qingfang's words fell, the crowd heard Yi Ro's voice, slowly coming from upstairs. Lu Qingfang naturally changed the topic. Ro, you're awake? Did Auntie say when she was coming? Yi Ro looked at the crowd downstairs with a smile on her face. Then she lifted her cell phone. My mom said she wanted to see how you were really doing, so she said she'd be here in a little while. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. So early? Lu Qingfang was also a bit puzzled. Yi Zuozua gave an embarrassed heave-ho. My mom says she's still not very comfortable and wants to come see you as soon as possible. And does Auntie like to eat anything? Song Cheng, who was on the sidelines, saw the scenes and hurriedly came up to inquire. Originally, she was thinking of taking her time to prepare lunch. After all, a large table. There must be something that Yi mother loves to eat. But it didn't occur to me that Mother Yi was coming now. This also Song Qing's mood, which had been relaxing easily, suddenly became tense again. Well, my mom and I still have similar tastes so you just look the same as usual. Yi Ro said after thinking for a while. Oh, good. After hastily nodding, Song Qing quickly turned around and returned to the kitchen. Yi more or less lost his smile as he looked at Song Qing that way. It looks like Song Qing is afraid to make a table of Yi Ro's favorite dishes today. Hearing that Yi mother was coming in a while, Lu Qingfang also found an excuse to go upstairs. It looks like it should be trying to clean up as well. Yi Ro did pack up, mainly to see their own mother. There is no need to pack too much. After coming down from upstairs, Yi Ro had been smilingly sitting over there while looking at her cell phone non-stop, thinking that she should be chatting with Yi mother. In here, besides Yi Ro, I'm afraid the happiest person is Ge. And likewise, Ge quickly cleaned himself up after waking up today. It's just a matter of waiting for Mother Yi to arrive. Chatting with Auntie? Ji softly inquired as he sat next to Yi Ro. Aha! Yi Ro heatedly smiled, then nodded. My mom and I haven't seen each other for a long time, and she's finally here. Ge nodded. Where is Auntie now? From what I heard in the original, Yi mother preferred quiet nature, so after she didn't need to work back there, she chose a place to live by the mountains and the water. Instead, the Yi siblings had stayed in Linhai City. It was also because Yi mother Yi Wenwan wasn't around, which made Yi Ro's guts become bigger. So much so that when he went to college later on, he was always keen on going to nightclubs, although there was a bodyguard, so Yi Zuozua wouldn't do anything too out of the cabinet. But that heavy makeup still made Ji Han a bit unbearable. So, after leaving the country, that's why Ge was asked to take care of it a little more. But he probably also hadn't thought about the fact that during his absence, Ge had indeed been taking good care of Yi Ro, but it may be accidentally over-supervised. So much so, that the position of him, his own brother, in Yi Ro's heart was not as important as Ge. Chapter 173, Mother Yi was dumbfounded. Yi Ro was now very excited and had forgotten the awkwardness the two had felt before. My mom said there are 2 more intersections to go. Yi Ro said with great excitement. Ge was also a little surprised, but did not expect Yi mother will come so quickly. Do we need to go to the front to greet them then? Ge politely inquired. Yi Ro waved her hand and said, it's fine, no need to be so polite. However, even though Yi Ro said so, even she herself still got up and went to the entrance of the villa. Seeing this, Ge could only shrug his shoulders, then followed along. Has it been a long time since you've seen Auntie too? Ge turned his head to look over. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro sighed very helplessly. I even suggested before that we live together as a family, but my mom finds my brother annoying, with too many women coming and going around. Plus she likes the peace and quiet herself. Saying that, the expression on Yi Ro's face also became more and more helpless. So, up until now, my mom and I haven't seen each other for most of the year, although we usually do call often. Yi Ro said softly. Just as they were talking, a white car slowly stopped in front of them. The two of them subconsciously looked over, and after getting a good look at the car, Yi Ro had excitedly greeted them. Mom, you're here? Saying that, Yi Ro already couldn't wait to help open the car door. Look at you. What's the hurry? Seeing that the car door was opened by Yi Ro first, the woman inside the car more or less cried and laughed. Hey, didn't I miss you especially? Hearing the woman's words, Yi Ro smiled mischievously and then said, You. Ge only saw a white hand reach out from the car, gently nodding at the top of Yi Ro's head. After that, Yi Wanwan slowly stepped out of the car. And, after taking a good look at Yi Wanwan, Chi-E couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After all, it is the mother of the hero, and this look is naturally online. Moreover, Yi Wanwan's aura was different from any woman Ji had seen so far. Not only did she look just as warm and gentle, but even her body looked voluptuous. That kind of wifey vibe is something that no one else can imitate. It's not easy for you to come on a trip, so I can't get a little excited? Yi Ro said as she went up to embrace the beautiful woman, somewhat slightly dissatisfied as she pouted her pink lips. Ji had to admit that the image in front of him was really eye-pleasing. The young girl's figure wasn't bad. On the contrary, it looked very well proportioned. Just right. And the beautiful woman in front of her didn't look as old as she actually was. To the naked eye, it looks like he's in his 30s. However, the beautiful woman did have a top-notch body. These two stunning beauties were now embracing each other, and it didn't look like a normal eye candy to the naked eye. Well, what does it look like at the gate? Better hurry up and go in. I don't know if Qingfeng is up yet. Yi Wanwan cried and laughed as she looked at Yi Ro. Then she gently pushed Yi Ro and her arms away with a doting face. After finishing talking with Yi Ro, Yi Wanwan subconsciously looked over to the villa side. And, just at this instant, Yi Wanwan then also instantly saw Ji, who had been standing at the side. It was also in that instant that Yi Wanwan froze over there all of a sudden. She looked straight at Ji, especially at the unusually familiar face. This made Yi Wanwan's eyes widen at once. Her eyes were slightly startled as she looked at Ji's face, trying to find some clues out of it. After seeing Yi Wanwan's attitude, Shi knew clearly that Yi Wanwan had already realized that she looked very similar to Yi's father. Yi Ro, who was on the side, looked at Yi mother who kept looking at Ji, so she came up with a smile and explained, I just wanted to introduce you. His name is Ji. He's my brother's brother. Yi mother reacted as soon as Yi Ro said brother. This person should also have spent time abroad with Yi Han, because Yi Wanwan was also aware of Yi Han's experience before. Although Mother Yi had met quite a few of Yi Han's brothers before, this one had not. Yi Wanwan repeated softly. Only, even so, Yi Wanwan was still looking straight at Ji. She'd never imagined that there were people in the world who could look so much like each other. In fact, this reaction of Ye's mother right now, Ji had guessed it before. For the sake of this reaction of Ye's mother today, Ji had also specifically searched for Ye's father's previous photos in the past 2 days. Even today's hairstyle was very similar to Ye's father. After introducing Ji, Yi Ro also noticed that Yi mother had actually been staring at Ji the whole time. This looked at Yi Ro a little embarrassed. Seeing this, she hurriedly poked Yi Wanwan's waist gently with her hand. Mom, what's wrong with you? She hurriedly whispered a reminder. After hearing Yi Ro's words, because Yi Wanwan also came back to her senses at once. Sorry, I accidentally stayed up a bit late yesterday, so I'm a bit out of it now. So it's Chi. I did hear Yi Han mention you before. This is the first time we've met. Well, yes, there was never a chance to be able to meet before either, Chi said after a light laugh. In fact, there were very many opportunities to meet before. However, those chances were intercepted by Yi Han in advance. Still the same as what was said before. Yi Han, an arrogant person, even if there is a little chance that Ji can become his stepfather, he does not want to have. After all, he doesn't want anyone to be able to lord it over him, either. But I see that this child, has a more or less familiar face, as if I've seen it somewhere, Yi Wanwan said. Yi Ro looked at the two and didn't say anything. After all, Ye's father was gone before Yi Wuzwa was born, and she didn't know she was adopted. So, naturally, he wouldn't know that Ji looked like Ye's father. Then the ones auntie knows shouldn't be from my family either. Speaking here, Ji directly let out a bitter smile. After all, I've been an orphan since I was a child. Ever since Ji drew the acting skill, even normal expressions could be empathized with very easily. So after seeing Ji give a bitter smile, Yi Ro and Yi Wanwan couldn't help but feel more or less distressed in their hearts. Mom, why are you asking so much? It's getting late. Let's hurry up and go in as well. Yi Ro hurriedly reminded from the side. Now, Yi Wanwan also realized that her question just now was more or less offensive. Oh good. Iki come in with us. Aha. After answering, Ji went ahead and stepped forward to help open the door, and after seeing Ji's back, Yi Wanwan couldn't help but fall into contemplation once again, because she realized that Ji didn't just look like Yi father Yi Chi, even the backs were and are similar. Chapter 174 Yi Wanwan in a trance. This time, Yi Wanwan was completely in a bit of a trance, because, since Yi Chi's death, Yi Wanwan has never wanted to find another half. After all, she was devoted to Yi Chi. mainly because she also felt that there was no better man in the world than Yi Qi. So, even after all these years, even though the two children had grown into adults, Yi Wenwan was still thinking about Yi Qi in her heart. Although, it had also been decades since then. In her mind, she could also still clearly recall Yi Qi's appearance. But, even if that was the case, Yi Wenwan had never thought that there would be a person in the world that was so much like Yi Qi. From the outside, until she walked into the villa, Yi Wenwan's eyes were on Ji Yi's body. It was because of this that Yi Wenwan also found out. Ji Yi was very similar to Yi Qi regardless of his body shape and appearance. Even his usual little actions were exactly the same. Now, Yi Wenwan was completely shocked, because she hadn't expected the world to be so alike either. She has even begun to suspect that Ji Yi is Yi Qi's illegitimate son. But, this suspicion also existed for a tight moment only. It was then completely rejected by Yi Wenwan, because Yi Wenwan very much believed in Yi Qi's character, and also believed that Yi Qi was not that kind of person. The others were already downstairs when the three walked in. Looking at Lu Qingfeng, who slowly walked towards her with a pale face, Yi Wenwan could only withdraw her sight from Ji Yi's body. "Auntie Yi, you're here?" Lu Qingfeng slowly walked up and laughed softly. And the moment she saw Lu Qingfeng, the expression on Yi Wenwan's face instantly became warm, especially when he saw that Lu Qingfeng's face was still somewhat pale. Yi Wenwan then also hurriedly walked forward quickly and assisted Lu Qingfeng. "Qingfeng ah, why are you up? There's no need for you to pick me up. Hurry back and sit down." Saying that, Yi Wenwan assisted Lu Qingfeng and wanted to go and sit down over the sofa. Seeing that Yi Wenwan was so worried about herself, Lu Qingfeng smiled and patted her hand, then said, "Don't worry about it. Even the doctor has said that my body is recovering very well." "Yes?" Yi Wenwan sat on top of the sofa with Lu Qingfeng. Looking at Lu Qingfeng's still somewhat pale little face, there was still some palpitations. After all, before Lu Qingxiang had a car accident. In order to protect Yi Han turned into a vegetable after the Yi family very guilty at the same time, but also very heartbroken. Just like Yi Ro, it was because Lu Qingxuang had become a vegetable because she was protecting Yi Han. Plus, 2 years ago, there was only one Lu Qingfeng by Yi Han's side. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng's character and temperament were very good. This also led to the fact that the Yi family loved her very much. It is also because of this look that seeing around is also one after another in the past 2 years. This was more or less unbearable for Yi Wenwan and Yi Zuoro. But, after all, it was her own son, and after she had discouraged it, she couldn't do much about it. In the end, it was just a case of out of sight, out of mind. It was also considered that they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, so Lu Qingfeng sat over there and then chatted with Yi's mother for quite a while, seemingly very much in tune with each other. On the other hand, Yi Ro and Flower Butterfly were very well behaved and sat on the side. Just now when Mother Yi came in, Song Qing actually welcomed her out, but alas, Mother Yi did not notice her. After all, Song Qing was very weak-minded, and even if she walked out, she definitely didn't dare to walk towards Mother Yi's heel. Seeing Song Qing quietly return to the kitchen again, Ji Yi glanced at the two people chatting happily over there, so he followed along. "Is breakfast all done?" Ji Yi inquired as he stood behind Song Qing. Almost there. Almost there." Song Qing was coldly startled and hurriedly answered. "Soon? How come I see you haven't gotten anything done?" Ji Yi said very nonchalantly after scanning the circle. Isn't this getting ready?" With that, Song Qing started to busy herself without stopping. It was true that he had just been distracted, resulting in slower movements. It's just that now that people are outside, it's all too unseemly not to hurry up and have breakfast. Thinking of this, Song Qing's hand movements became even more rapid. Looking at Song Qing like this, Ji Yi was really laughing. "You, what are you laughing at?" Ji Yi's laughter was just a little too loud, so much so that Song Qing couldn't even ignore it if she wanted to. "Nothing, it just feels like you're especially like an animal right now," Ji Yi said as he leisurely sat on the side. "What animal?" Song Qing's curiosity couldn't help but be piqued a bit by Ji Yi. Shrinking head turtle. Ji Yi looked at Song Qing, narrowed his eyes and said softly, "What did you say?" The moment she heard Ji Yi's words, Song Qing instantly exploded. "What's wrong? Don't you want to think about it yourself?" Ji Yi looked at Song Qing cheerfully. "But you made a move today that was still quite bold." As Ji Yi said that, his gaze swept to Song Qing's lips. Ji Yi's sight was which was so burning that Song Qing now felt heat starting to rise on her lips. You're shameless." Panicking and looking behind her, Song Qing was afraid that someone would come from behind. "Shameless? How am I shameless? If you want to be shameless, it's you who are shameless, right? How dare you kiss me indiscriminately? You are intentionally trying to take advantage of me, right?" As Ji Yi spoke, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Song Qing with a look of contempt. "Song Qing, looks like I guessed right. You're quite the rascal. Seeing that Song Chang was silent, Ge said again. After saying that, Ge turned around and walked straight out of the kitchen, ignoring Song Chang's reaction. It was also the moment he stepped out of the kitchen that Ge instantly felt an extra line of sight on him. Following that line of sight, Ge happened to meet Yi Wenwan's line of sight. Ge hadn't expected that Yi Wenwan would always notice himself. He slightly hooked his lips and smiled at Yi Wenwan. Then he walked forward and sat down. Seeing that Yi Wenwan's eyes were always on Ge, Lu Qingfang laughed. You probably haven't seen Ge before. Yi Wenwan withdrew her own line of sight on Ge. She nodded. Yeah, just now after Zoe told me that Ge was also Yihan's brother. I was surprised for a bit. After all, I really hadn't even met him before. It's also because there was no opportunity before. Now isn't this fate coming? Ge laughed. And this smile also caused Yi Wenwan to suddenly shake her head again. Because, this smile that Ge had just given was also really too much like Chi. This caused Yi Wenwan's line of sight to stay uncontrollably on Ge as well. Chapter 175, Yi Wenwan's fertile waist. Auntie? Auntie? Seeing that Yi Wenwan had been staring blankly, Lu Qingfang called out a few times with great suspicion. In an instant, Yi Wenwan snapped back to her senses, probably also sensing that she was out of line. She then smiled a little embarrassed. Sorry, my body is slightly uncomfortable, Yi Wenwan said softly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the audience revealed a worried expression. Then after dinner, Auntie, would you like to go upstairs to rest for a while? Lu Qingfang said worriedly, gently shaking his head. It's fine. I should be fine after dinner in a little while. I'm just a little weak. After all, Yi Wenwan wasn't really uncomfortable. She was just giving herself an excuse. That's good. That's good. Yi Ro was also sort of relieved. The others looked relieved as well. Only Ge but smiled. How come Song Ching cooks so slowly? Looking at the same time, Yi Ro looked towards the kitchen and couldn't help but spit out. It's fine, there's no hurry. Yi Wenwan looked towards the anxious Yi Ro and patted Yi Ro's hand soothingly. But it was when she turned her head to look at Yi Ro. Yi Wenwan coldly and directly met eyes with Ge who was sitting on the side. After her heart suddenly accelerated, Yi Wenwan's eyes widened slightly, and then she hurriedly shifted her eyes away. But, even then, that feeling of a racing heartbeat still remained or didn't go away. This made Yi Wenwan feel very strange, because even decades ago, when she and Yi Qi had just fallen in love, she didn't feel this way. So, this more or less makes Yi Wenwan feel a little distracted. It also made Yi Wenwan a little fidgety. After all, after decades of life, she never seemed to feel this way. I'm going to the restroom first. Although she was very flustered in her heart, Yi Wenwan did not show it on her face. She smiled warmly at the man in front of her, then turned to go to the restroom. Strange, why is Song Ching so slow today? Feeling very strange in her heart, Yi Ro got up and went to the kitchen. Butterfly, come on, go upstairs with me and clean up. Auntie's house is too far away. Let's see about letting her stay here today. With that, Lu Qingfang went upstairs with Flower Butterfly, and Ge, who was naturally left where he was, raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't expected the opportunity to come so suddenly. Seeing that the crowd had all left, Ge got up and walked in the same direction as Yi Wenwan. Yi Wenwan closed the door of the restroom, and then she used cold water to rinse her face, trying to clear my head, but it didn't help, because the shock that things brought to Yi Wenwan was just too great, causing Yi Wenwan's entire body to go into a bit of a trance. Just by standing over here and not moving, Ge's appearance could surface in front of her eyes. And now Yi Wenwan felt that it wasn't just Ge's likeness. There must be other aspects of Ikoyi that appeal to him. Just as he was thinking that, there was a sudden knock on the restroom door. Still somewhat ethical, Ge walked over and waited outside for a long time before knocking on the door. Auntie, is that you in there? Ge softly inquired. Hearing this familiar voice, this could not help but make Yi Wenwan tremble. Hey, I'll be right out. After organizing her appearance in the mirror, Yi Wenwan then turned around and opened the door. Sorry for taking up. Yi Wenwan smiled apologetically at Ge, but she hadn't expected it. Just the moment he opened the door and stepped out, Ge also happened to take a step forward. Probably because she was panicking in her heart, Yi Wenwan subconsciously tried to avoid Ge, but it was this action that caused Yi Wenwan to suddenly sway. She hadn't noticed the puddle of water on the ground, plus she hadn't been standing still in the first place, so now it slipped straight to the ground. Ah! Yi Wenwan let out a cry of alarm, and in her panic, she subconsciously had to grab Chi beside her. Chi was also quick on his feet and directly reached out with his long arm and wrapped it around Yi Wenwan's waist. Neither man expected this scene to happen. Even Chi hadn't expected the opportunity to come so quickly. Auntie, are you alright? Chi tightly wrapped his arms around that plump waist and softly inquired. Although Yi Wenwan's body looked very plump and sexy, but not very fat. On the contrary, very substantial. As soon as Chi-E was now the owner of the building, he found this out straight away. Ha! No, it's fine. Yi Wanwan turned red in an instant. At this moment, being swept up in Ji-Yi's arms, Yi Wanwan instantly began to be at a loss for words. After she quieted her mind, she hurriedly pushed a Ki-E away from her eyes. Afterwards, she hurriedly probed and looked around, and only after seeing that no one had seen them did Yi Wanwan finally let out a sigh of relief. "Auntie, are you okay?" Ji-E took Yi Wanwan's expression in. Then he bent down with a worried expression and tried to check Yi Wanwan's ankle. Looking at this action of Ji-E, Yi Wanwan did not react for a moment. It was only after Ji-E's warm and cool hand touched Yi Wanwan's ankle that she was startled, only to see Yi Wanwan tremble. Then she hurriedly took a few steps back. "No, it's fine. I'm fine," she said hurriedly. "Well, that's good. Then I'm relieved." Ji-E smiled as if he hadn't noticed anything and nodded at Yi Wanwan. And looking at Ji-E with such a simple smile, for some reason Yi Wanwan's conscience couldn't help but ache. After all, it seemed that Ikoyi had thought nothing more or less than nonsense. On the contrary himself, from the moment he came in at the beginning, his mind began to wander. Thinking of this, Yi Wanwan's heart could not help but also feel more than a hint of guilt and sin. After sighing very helplessly in her heart, Yi Wanwan walked out of the washroom with quick steps. "Well, then, why don't you use the washroom, and I'll go ahead." "Aha!" Chi-E stood in place, not in a hurry to walk in, but looked at Yi Wanwan's back that seemed to be fleeing with a smile. By the time Ji-E arrived late, the crowd was already sitting at the table. "Ji-E, why are you here now? Hurry up and sit down and eat together." Seeing that Ji-E had returned, Lu Qingfang stood over there and greeted him. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro also smiled and waved at Ji-E. "Yat, come quickly." However, Yi Wanwan only hastily glanced at Ji-E when she saw him, and then quickly averted her eyes. "Good." Nodding his head in response, Ji-E sat down across from Yi Wanwan. He looked around the room and realized that there was surprisingly no Song Qing at the table. Glancing over at the kitchen, Ji-E saw Song Qing standing over there furtively. Why didn't Song Qing come to dinner? The bad taste in his heart rose, and Ji-E spoke directly. "Song Qing?" The crowd's attention was now on the guest, Yi Wanwan, so they hadn't really noticed Song Qing. Chapter 176, A Beautiful Little Life. After hearing his name from Ji-E's mouth, Song Qing, who was hiding in the kitchen, immediately trembled, and her heart thumped. Even so, Song Qing was still praying that people never noticed themselves. It was a pity that Song Qing's expectations were dashed in the next second. "Song Qing, come out for dinner together." After hearing Lu Qingfang's voice, Song Qing could only walk out with a helpless face. Not only that, even after walking out, Song Qing could only wear a smile on her face. Was just busy. Song Qing smiled sarcastically, before sitting down at the table. After seeing everyone's attention finally shift away from herself, Song Qing then secretly glared at Ji-E with a vicious ear. This expression was directly caught by Ji-E. When she met Ji-E's teasing expression, Song Qing immediately revealed a sarcastic smile on her face, looking very innocent. Ji-E slightly hooked his lips, gently raised his eyebrows, then turned back to continue eating. After all, there were still a few eyes watching him right now. He had to pay attention to his demeanor. For the entire duration of the meal, Song Qing had been sitting over there eating her meal with trepidation. Throughout the entire meal, Song Qing also kept her back straight. At the same time, she was afraid that the topic of conversation at the dinner table would fall on her. But thankfully, all the way to the back, Yi Wanwan didn't notice herself. This caused Song Qing to let out a sigh of relief while at the same time, her heart could not help but feel more than a hint of loss. After all, it was indeed a good thing that Yi Wanwan didn't notice herself. But not noticing herself at all made Song Qing's heart more or less unbearable. Was she just too unassuming looking? How come Yi Wanwan seemed to be ignoring her all the time? Thinking this way, Song Qing raised her head warily to look at Yi Wanwan. As expected, at this moment, Yi Wanwan did not look to her side. But, strangely enough, Song Qing realized that Yi Wanwan's line of sight seemed to look at. From time to time, Song Qing followed Yi Wanwan's line of sight and did not expect to see Ji-E sitting over there at a glance. This caused Song Qing's heart to be startled, and along with it, a bold idea gradually arose in her heart and ears. But this idea only arose for a split second before Song Qing dismissed it. After all, how is that possible? Even if it was someone in the audience, Chi-E dared to mess around. However, Yi Wanwan was Yi Han's mother. Is it possible that he really doesn't want to die? With this thought, Song Qing shook her head slightly, directly rejecting the idea. After a meal, Yi Wanwan saw that Lu Qingfang had gone to rest. So she also took advantage of her discomfort and overwork to go upstairs to rest. Seeing Yi Wanwan so uncomfortable, Yi Ro was very worried, so she hurriedly followed along. Butterfly, on the other hand, is off on another mission. Seeing that Flower Butterfly had taken her equipment and walked towards the door, Ji followed along. And now you're going out on a mission? Ji said with a frown. The Flower Butterfly didn't expect Ji to follow along, so even the movement of getting into the car paused. Well, there's a mission this afternoon. Flower Butterfly stood over there obediently, and after hearing Ji's words, she gave a truthful explanation. At those words, Ji then frowned heavily. Didn't I tell you to take care of your health? Why are there so many tasks this time? Chi's tone was very dissatisfied. Although Chi's tone sounded very bad, the Flower Butterfly knew that it was actually just Chi worrying about himself. I don't dare to say that it's because I'm short of money, said the Flower Butterfly. Originally, flower butterflies were not short of money. After all, she had lived here all her life, spent very little money, and had no particular hobbies. Even though she had worked her ass off every day before and ended up with a paycheck of only $20,000, she was never dissatisfied. But not anymore. When she has something she wants to buy, she suddenly realizes that this paycheck just doesn't seem to be enough. But if they were counting on Yihan, then I'm afraid that the one thing that the Flower Butterfly wanted to buy would not be able to afford it for the rest of her life. So, with no choice but to take advantage of their free time, Flower Butterfly could only secretly take on some high-paying quests on their own. These quests were very difficult, but they weren't too impossible for Flower Butterfly to deal with. Besides, she now had the spring transforming cream that Ji had given her. So what if she was a little injured? As long as the money is earned. When she thought of this, Flower Butterfly raised her eyes slightly to look at Ji. Yes, since Ikoyi bought a birthday gift for Flower Butterfly, Flower Butterfly was also secretly preparing a gift of her own choosing for Ikoyi behind his back. Seeing that Flower Butterfly was hesitant to speak, Ji could only fail to press the issue. Alright then you take care of your safety. If there's really something you can't deal with, just tell me directly. I'll help you talk to the boss. Ji still said with a tight frown still. Despite this, the worry on Ji's face didn't look like he was faking it. After hearing Ji's words, Flower Butterfly's heart once again warmed. And for once, Butterfly had to admit she was impulsive. She stepped forward and hugged Ji directly. Okay, I know. After speaking softly, the Flower Butterfly then instantly reacted to what she was doing. Her face instantly heated up. Then she lowered her head and hurriedly withdrew from Ji's embrace. Well, then, I'll go ahead. Smiling and rubbing the Flower Butterfly's head, Ji nodded in a very happy mood. Well good, then be safe on the road. Look at that. The high end of the game that you played a while ago, isn't it showing a little bit now? Now there was no need for Ji to do anything specifically. There were good things waiting for him all the time. Ji had to lament that life was just too nourishing now. It's just that he'll have to work harder for a brighter future. With that thought, Ji turned around leisurely and returned to the living room. Suddenly, the afterglow caught a glimpse of Song Qing's figure slightly flickering over in the kitchen. Ji raised an eyebrow and walked straight in. When he entered, Song Qing was over there pretending to prepare the dishes. But with a little observation, Ji knew that Song Chang was putting on an act. Doing any more chicken stealing? Ji spoke in a drawn-out tone. And before his words fell he went up and slapped Song Qing's pee-pee. You! How could Song Chang have imagined that Ji would suddenly make a move? Which caused her to be instantly shocked. But considering that there are still people at home, she can't yell, and can only turn her head to look at Ji with a red face and indignation. You, what gives you the right to hit me? Just by the fact that you're always spying on me, Ji said slyly. Where did I spy on you? Song Qing first choked, and then said in a very vain and stubborn manner. Chapter 177, A Sight Full of Aggression. You say that again? Say it again and I'll really be rude. Ji said quietly once again. This time, Song Chang was truly silent once again. It's not like I saw anything anyway. Song Qing was still being stubborn. After all, Song Qing still thought that what she had unintentionally bumped into earlier was the most exciting. But I'll be kind enough to warn. After Song Qing coughed lightly, she then sneakily approached Ji. I know you're bold, but now that the villa is full of people, I'd advise you that it's best not to be so flamboyant. It had to be said that Song Qing was really advising Ji from the bottom of her heart. After all, Ji was hooking up all over the place, and if those people knew about each other, wouldn't Ji be screwed? Ji did not expect Song Qing to actually speak kindly to him. You would be so kind? Ji stood next to Song Qing with a skeptical look on his face. Song Chang choked. Indeed, her sudden kindness might indeed be suspicious, but in fact, Song Qing was also saving herself. After all, if things were really found out, she certainly wouldn't be in too good a position. I just gave you a suggestion. believe it or not. Song Ching gave Chi-E a look without any good humor. Then she skimmed her mouth. Okay, got it. By the way, prepare a nourishing bird's nest for me. After casually rubbing Song Ching's head with a casual movement, Ji-E directly sat aside and instructed. This would be fine if it were usual. Song Chang would have tolerated it, but she had just kindly discouraged Ji-E, and she was even suspected. Ji-E's insensitive appearance really made Song Chang hold her fire a bit. She grunted. Who am I to? Geez, I've been watching this video lately, and the more I watch it, the more it really seems to be full of aesthetics. You think it'll explode if I post it online? Ji-E, who was on the side, directly interrupted Song Ching's words and said with a jovial expression. And Song Ching's words lurched, and after hearing the voice from the video coming from the other end, she turned around at once and started to get ready, because the sound of that video was so familiar. That video, apparently, was the video of the two French kissing on the second-floor balcony earlier. Cough. That what will be done soon. You wait. Song Ching hurriedly said. It's okay, no rush. Ji-E replied with a smile. Right. Has Yi-Han called you recently? Ji-E looked at his cell phone and pretended to say casually. 2 days ago there was. And then 2 days ago there wasn't. Speaking of this, the movements in Song Ching's hands couldn't help but slow down as well. Because even if he had called a few days ago, Yi-Han had done it with a purpose. Just wanted to keep himself under surveillance of Ji-E. In that case, I thought Miss Morris was the only one in Yi-Han's eyes now? Speaking casually, Ji-E opened the game in passing. Since noon yesterday, Ji-E hadn't even looked at the game since then. Song Chang sniffed and her hand movements lurched, but quickly resumed. Ding Ding detected that the host has separated the male and female masters of Heaven's mandate, rewarded with 200 villain values. At those words, Ji-E was somewhat surprised as he lifted his eyes from the game and then looked at Song Chang. Although Chi-E realized that Song Ching's attitude towards himself was much better than before, and it seems to be reacting to itself in certain ways. But thinking about how Song Ching was so infatuated with Yi-Han before, Chi-E really didn't expect it either. He himself could even stray away from Song Chang and Yi-Han's relationship one day? Looking at Song Chang, who was pursing her lips and expressionlessly handling the ingredients over there, Ji-E did not make a sound in flirting with her. Today this cue is not it also means that the back he can also let Song Ching initiative. Ji-E's eyes flickered for a moment as he looked towards Song Ching, and then this time he looked towards his cell phone. Only just as he looked at his phone, he noticed a friend request flashing across the screen. Seeing the name on it, just 2 letters, instantly made Ji-E's smile deepen, then quickly passed the friend request. Song Ching over here had just turned her head to look at Ji-E when she realized that Ji-E was smiling very cheerfully. This directly startled Song Chang. After all, he had just been watching a video of the two of them, probably thinking of some bad idea now. The thought flashed through her mind, and Song Ching hurriedly accelerated the movements of her hands, and Ji-E over there merely logged into the game to take a look, as Morris was not yet online at this time. Things are done. I just saw that Sister Ching phone shouldn't have rested yet. Song Ching kindly reminded. After all, on Song Ching's side, she felt that if Ji-E had gone off to wreak havoc on other people, he wouldn't have the effort to be able to wreak havoc on himself. I didn't give this one to Sister Ching phone. Ji-E inexplicably glanced at Song Ching. What? Hearing Ji-E's words, Song Ching on the opposite side of the table couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ji-E didn't pay attention to Song Ching's appearance, but teasingly said, then do you know if Auntie E is resting? No, right. Song Ching stared at Ji-E with wide eyes, surprised. Now Song Ching's worldview was completely collapsed. Looking at Ji-E carrying his things and about to walk out, Song Chang hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the hem of Ji-E's coat. Not. Ji-E, you wait a moment. You're giving this to Auntie E? You don't want to die? Song Ching really didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Or what? Glancing at Song Chang with a wry smile, Ji-E turned around and walked towards the upper floors. Song Chang, who was standing inside the kitchen, on the other hand, was slow to return to her senses. It was only after she had watched Ji-E walk into Yuan-Wan's room with her own eyes that she withdrew her gaze. No way. Song Chang stood in shock and murmured softly. After all, Song Chang had just thought about it. Even if Ji-E was no more daring, he wouldn't, or at least wouldn't dare to hook up with Yuan-Wan. But what's going on here? Having fought with Ji-E for a few months now, Song Ching more or less understood Ji-E. Ji-E is very courageous when he does anything, showing that he does have capital behind his back as well. But now he was looking to ride on Yi-Han's head. What did that mean? Could this not be an indication that he now had enough capital to be able to fight against Yi-Han? Song Ching couldn't help but brainstorm something again as she stood over in the kitchen. But the more she brainstormed, Song Chang became even more dumbfounded. As for Ji-E over here, after knocking on the door, it was Yi Ro Ro who opened the door for him. Brother Yat? Why are you up here? Yi Ro hurriedly opened the door for him and sidled up to let Ge in. Ge carried the bird's nest in his hand straight towards Yi Wenwan, who was sitting by the edge of the bed. Yi Wenwan was originally still smiling warmly as she looked at Ge, thinking of being polite, but after meeting Ge's naked eyes, she hastily averted her eyes and didn't want to say anything else. I don't know if it was Yi Wenwan's illusion, but she always felt that Ge's eyes that were looking at her were very gentle though, yet it seems to be full of aggression. Chapter 178 Heartwarming Yi Wenwan. Didn't I just see that Auntie was a bit uncomfortable? So I thought of asking Song Qing to make something to bring up. With that, Ge walked over to Yi Wenwan and placed the bird's nest in his hand on the bedside table. And just as Ge walked over to the nightstand, he intentionally brushed past Yi Wenwan's knee. It was only for that instant that Yi Wenwan, as if she was electrocuted, hurriedly shrunk her legs back. Ge also understood in his heart when he noticed this action of Yi Wenwan that Yi Wenwan must have thought a lot of things in her mind. Otherwise it wouldn't be so daring. Yi Ro closed the door and then walked over to Ge. Brother, yet you have such a fine heart. I'm relieved to have you at home. Yi Ro said after she seemed to be relieved. What do you mean? You're going out? Ge turned back to Yi Ro in confusion. Yi Ro face sighed helplessly, slightly gagging her lips and said, Isn't it true that I've taken a little too much vacation time in the past 2 days? So I can only take a half day off today. What a pity. Saying that, Yi Ro then sighed very helplessly again, and then also glanced up at Ge in passing. Of course, Yi Ro wouldn't say that Zhou Mei had vaguely inquired about Ge towards herself several times since he didn't come to pick himself up from work, only to be dismissed by Yi's was what every time. She originally disliked Zhou Mei very much, but after all, Zhou Mei's work ability was still very good. She then thought that it would be kind of nice to have a boss like that. After all, she had just worked, and with such a strict boss, she should have a good ear to supervise her work. And work. It should at least enhance the job quite a bit, but now Yi's didn't think so. After all, it's been over half a month, and Zhou Mei still can't get enough of Ge. This made Yi Ro's heart more or less upset. The thought of Zhou Mei coveting Ge. Yi Ro went home and did not want to talk about what she did in the company. She was afraid that Ge would ask himself something about Zhou Mei. It's okay, what's the point? It's not like you won't see Auntie when you come back from work. Ge comforted. Only after all, Yi Wenwan was still over here now, so Chi didn't go up to rub Yi Ro's head. Well, that's also true. Yi Ro's shoulders suddenly drooped, and her entire body looked a little breathless. This look was more or less funny looking at Yi Wenwan. Well, work is indeed the most important. The main thing is that you have just graduated. You need to exercise a little more in the future if there is nothing important. Less leave. Yi Wenwan uneasily instructed. After all, although Yi Wenwan hadn't stayed in Linhai City all the time, she still knew all about Yi Ro's fun-loving personality. Okay. I know. It's almost time, so I'll go to the office first. After helplessly coping with a few sentences, Yi Ro glanced at the time and could only turn around and leave. And Chi just gave Yi Ro a symbolic send-off and didn't walk out. After all, it wasn't certain that if this walked out, there would be an excuse to re-enter the room. After Yi Ro went out, she subconsciously closed the door of the room. For a moment, the room fell silent, and ever since Ge walked in just now, Yi Wenwan hadn't opened her mouth to say a word to Ge. Even though he had just opened his mouth, it was only words spoken to Yi's Wuzwa. Auntie, are you still physically uncomfortable anywhere right now? Chi turned his head before opening his mouth to inquire with a worried expression. Seeing Ge looking over, Yi Wenwan first smiled, then said, It's okay, don't worry, I'll go first, just a little dizzy. A moment to sleep for a while will be fine. Chi instantly heard the other meaning of the words. Nothing more than wanting to go to sleep and get yourself out of there quickly. But at this point, playing dumb is the smartest. So Chi directly pretended not to understand and said, Auntie, why don't you drink the bird's nest first, so that more or less your body can still feel better? When Yi Wenwan heard this, she thought that maybe if she drank the bird's nest, Ge might go away. Thinking like this, Yi Wenwan carried over the bird's nest on the side with an elegant demeanor. Although Yi Wenwan's movements were very elegant, but in Ge's eyes that move of eating bird's nest was also more or less a bit hasty. This made Ge more or less cry and laugh. Is it that scary? Isn't this just the first time we've met? Mentally shaking his head very helplessly, Ge also patiently waited on the sidelines for Yi Wenwan. After a long time, Yi Wenwan gently put down the empty bowl, and then she slowly and methodically took the paper towel on the side and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. Is it good? Ge inquired at the sight. Yi Wenwan nodded. Not bad. Well, that's good. Then, there was no then. Throwing the tissue in her hand into the trash can, Yi Wenwan looked up at Ge somewhat strangely, not understanding why Ge hadn't left yet. And Chi who was standing over there, still held the same attitude he had at the beginning. That's playing dumb. Auntie heard you say that you're still a little dizzy? Is it because you're tired from the bus ride over here today? After all, her side was an hour's journey from the villa here. Yi Wenwan hurriedly nodded. Well, it should be. So it feels good to sleep and rest well. Auntie, a nap in your condition shouldn't ease it too much, Ji said directly. Even Yi Wenwan, who was on the side, froze at Ji's words. Seeing some doubts on Yi Wenwan's face, Ji continued. Auntie, why don't I give you a massage? No. Hearing that Ji wanted to give herself a massage, that beautiful woman sitting over there also instantly panicked. She waved her hand hurriedly, followed by a hasty refusal. In fact, since Yi Han's business had started to do well, Yi Wenwan naturally focused on maintaining her health at the same time. Like a massage, she gets massages all the time, but she massages herself with female technicians hired specifically for that purpose. After all, this age, Yi Wenwan, although the face looks very young, only 35/6 this appearance, but the heart is still more or less some conservative. It's okay, Auntie, you don't have to be polite with me. I've massaged Zoe before. Don't worry, I'm professionally learned, not that kind of half-assed. Ji stepped forward and said very enthusiastically, and after hearing Ji's words, Yi Wenwan could not help but be stunned again. But then she thought of Yi Ro's temper and character. Although Yi Ro looks soft and weak, her temper could not be considered too good. It's also very annoying when people put their hands on them. If, for example, Zoe was willing to let Ji give her a massage, then didn't that mean that Ji was indeed very mindful of proportion? Thinking of this, Yi Wenwan couldn't help but feel a little moved. Although there was nothing physically wrong with her, but the boat ride did feel like the muscles in her body were now stiff. If I don't get a massage, I'm afraid I'll be more or less sore tomorrow. Chapter 179, Shameful Yi Wenwan. Looking at the hesitation on Yi Wenwan's face, Ji already felt that this matter had almost come to an end, only to see the beautiful woman sitting on the edge of the bed blinking those rippling eyes. Then this only hesitantly said, that's fine. At those words, Ji's heart burst with joy. Only, naturally, these emotions could not be shown on the surface. He still had the same poker face, as if he had no emotions at all. Then Auntie, you can just lie down on the bed, Ji said softly. Oh. Although she knew that this was the process, Yi Wenwan was still more or less embarrassed in her heart. But then she carefully raised her eyes to observe Ikari's expression. Seeing that Ji's face did not have any joy at all, the idea was only a hint of worry. It does seem like there should be nothing else on your mind? Thinking this way, she also remembered that both Lu Qingfang and Yi Ro both praised Ji a lot, and her heart was more or less at ease, and she was sort of relieved. Therefore, this time, Yi Wenwan only hesitated for a split second, and then she moved slowly to lie down on the bed. I have to say, Yi Wenwan at this time lying over there to be more awkward and more awkward. The heart has even generated some thoughts of regret, but when I think about it, I have already agreed to go down, and lie down, and then regret is also a bit too much to do. Thinking about it, Yi Wenwan did not say anything, just teeth slightly biting the red lips, lying over there without saying a word. Seeing this, Ji knew that it was time for him to perform. He is very confident in his heart. Don't look at the current Yi Wenwan hesitant. Even in his heart there has been some regret, but he guaranteed that after Yi Wenwan had enjoyed the system-enhanced massage technique, she would definitely want to die. So much so that it will surely be missed day and night behind it as well. With this thought, Ji slightly rolled up his sleeves and bent down slightly. Needless to say, being in the middle of summer now, it even brought a lot of convenience to Ji. After all, it's hot right now and people are dressing cooler to cool off. Of course, in that case, it was naturally convenient for Ji. Yi Wenwan lay on her back over there and waited nervously. After all, it was a first for letting a strange man touch her body. Thinking like this, Yi Wenwan unexpectedly couldn't help but hold her breath. Also with Ji's hand touching on Yi Wenwan's waist, this made her not help but tense up all of a sudden. Well, without holding back her voice, Yi Wenwan then bit her lips tightly. Avoid making a sound you don't recognize again. She slumped over and buried her head deep in the crook of her arm, afraid that Ji would see his face full of blush. After all, she had never shown this expression in front of people before, and it was shameful. Yi Wenwan's thoughts were chaotic and even gradually began to be unclear, because Ji's technique was really comfortable. It was better than the skills of the female technician she had privately and highly paid for before. Although it was said that Yi Wenwan didn't show anything, but Ji still managed to take in the changes in her. Ji, on the contrary, did not give Yi Wenwan the fiercest at first. It was only when he saw Yi Wenwan's breathing slowly begin to even out that Ji slowly began to increase his size. Well, yike. It's okay. Well, at the end of the day, Yu Wenwan nearly couldn't hold it together and hurriedly opened her mouth with forced composure. Good. Ge was also an obedient person, and when he heard Yu Wenwan's words, he instantly withdrew his hand. This caused Yu Wenwan to have a huge discrepancy not only in her heart, but also in her body. After all, anyone who is in a state of lust-induced death 1 second and then starts to fall straight back into obscurity the next can't stand it. Yu Wenwan breathed heavily and slumped over there, more or less regretting it in her heart. Even tried to open his mouth to let Ge continue. However, she was more or less unable to pull her face now, so she could only lie down over there alone to rest and adjust. Are you alright, Aunt Yi? Ge slowly walked forward and sat directly beside Yu Wenwan. Noticing that Ge had sat beside her, Yu Wenwan felt like she had been scalded and hurriedly propped up her waist and moved inside. At this moment, she hadn't adjusted, and even when Ge changed his name to himself, she was not reacting to it. No, it's fine, Yu Wenwan said as she shook her head with a sweaty head. It was indeed fine, although the feeling was more or less stimulating when the massage was just done, causing Yu Wenwan to be covered in sweat now. Even the long, close-fitting dress on her body was not immune to getting much wet from sweat. Is it really alright? Why do I see you in a bit of a state? Ge looked at Yu Wenwan, who was lying over there with her back to herself, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cozy smile. It's fine, Yu Wenwan said softly, then shook her head breathlessly, because she was feeling so drained right now. She just had some energy left to talk, but it had to be said that Ge's massage technique was indeed very good. She didn't feel tired at all even though she was now drained, and even the exertion of the morning's car ride had all but disappeared by now. Yes? I'll take a look at. Ge looked like he didn't hear Yu Wenwan's words and still inquired in a very worried tone. Yu Wenwan responded suspiciously. Only in the next second she felt her waist was violently held by someone. The hot touch of that palm came, and before Yu Wenwan could react, her whole body was suddenly turned around by the man. Originally, she was lying on her back on the bed with her back to Ge, but now, well, she was directly in a flat position on the bed. While her heart was stunned, Yu Wenwan did not react for a moment, until she was lying flat on her back over there. She was still blinking her beautiful eyes and staring blankly at Ge. You half a day. Yu Wenwan froze and did not even say a word. On the contrary, originally Yu Wenwan was only blushing. Now lying flat on his back, he was directly connected to the redness of his eyes. What are you doing? She hurriedly raised her hands to cover her eyes and said in a slightly choked tone. Seeing this, even Ge froze, because he also really didn't expect that Yu Wenwan could actually redden her eyes. It made Ge wonder what he was going to do. I just looked at you like that and thought you were uncomfortable. So, Ge couldn't help but soften his voice. And even so, Yu Wenwan on the side still hadn't lowered her arm that was covering her eyes. After all, this was her first contact with a strange man, and she accepted the massage even if she did. Surprisingly, he even let him see himself in this state. This made Yu Wenwan feel really ashamed the more she thought about it, seeing how Yu Wenwan's character was so twisted that she didn't want to take her hand off. Chapter 180, Flushed Little Face. Active Lu Qingfeng. Ge first sat over there for a moment and thought. Then he picked up the tissue on the side. He took the paper towel and carefully wiped it on Yu Wenwan's body. Along with that, he also helped Yu Wenwan wipe the honey sweat on her forehead, and on her body. She was wearing a long dress at the moment, and most of the honey sweat on her body had been absorbed by the dress, so at this point the blotchy clothes couldn't help but cling to her body. The outlining of her figure could be marvelous and seductive. This made Ge didn't hold back to look at her twice more, and then he took a tissue and delicately wiped her off. Yu Wenwan had been lying over there with her eyes covered. After noticing Ge's actions, the first thought that surfaced in Yu Wenwan's mind was not that she found Ge thoughtful. Instead, she was also in fear that Ge would take advantage of this opportunity. Perhaps it was because of the reason of good maintenance. So before even when Yu Wenwan followed Yihan to go shopping together, there were always people who mistook the two as a couple. Actually, Yu Wenwan wasn't exactly narcissistic. It was also because of the good figure that made Yu Wenwan very bitter. Every time she went out shopping, or went to the company to look for Yihan, there were always some people who looked at Yu Wenwan with strange eyes. This made Yu Wenwan very disgusted. In fact, this was also the reason why Yu Wenwan didn't want to stay in the city and went to a mountainous and beautiful place to recuperate afterward. She tensed up, feeling Ikari's movements. Subsequently, Yu Wenwan was surprised to find out, although Ge moved carefully, the places that shouldn't be touched were not touched at all. In the beginning, Yu Wenwan even thought about it in her mind, thinking that if Ge was not honest, then she would have to go to Yihan's side to hint at it. After all, if you're not honest with the person you're meeting for the first time, Yu Wenwan doesn't think Ge will be honest with other women. But without thinking about it, Yi Wenwan's heart was more or less out of the blue. Ding ding, good feelings detected. Rewarding 20 villain values. At the same time that his hands noticed Yi Wenwan's body go from taut to eased, Ge also heard the system's beep at the same time. According to this hint to reasoning, and is not the fate of the heroine, that should be Yi Wenwan undoubtedly. Ge, on the contrary, also really didn't expect that Yi Wenwan would now suddenly provide herself with villainous values, and would suddenly have a favorable impression of herself. Although this favorability didn't look like a lot, Ge was already considered satisfied. After all, it was the first time they had met and she had just experienced an exciting massage. He even cried because of his actions, so the fact that he was even a good impression of himself now was already considered good. Alright, Aunt Yi, the massage is almost done. Although I've sweated a bit, but it's not suitable for a bath yet. It's not too late to wash up after you've rested. Saying that Chi then stood up and smiled warmly at Yi Wenwan. Yi Wenwan had already lowered her arms a long time ago and quickly picked up a tissue to wipe her face clean of tears and honey sweat. Although she had left a good sinister impression on Ge, but now that she had violently locked eyes with Ge, facing that familiar face, Yi Wenwan was still more or less embarrassed. Well, okay, thank you for that, it's really a pain in the ass. Ge smiled radiantly at Yi Wenwan. Aunt Yi, what's the trouble? Just by the way, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, can let me help you then. In this aspect of the massage, I am still more confident than Price. Although Ge's words sounded so confident, but listening to his tone and looking at his expression, Yi Wenwan knew that this was just Ge being funny. Yi Wenwan couldn't help but smile, then nodded. Good, then I will not be polite in the future. Ge smiled and nodded, turning to open the door and walk out. There was no point in dragging it out or looking for an opportunity to stay. Even the Ge just now didn't take advantage of people's danger, nor did he mooch off of them, which, I have to say, made Yi Wenwan unavoidably raise her perception of Ge a lot more. Along with that, all the twinges from the massage disappeared instantly. After leaving Yi Wenwan's room and looking at the empty villa, Ge thought that everyone should have gone for a lunch break by now as well. After all, it was late for breakfast, and we had all just talked together for a while, and now it was noon. Ge stretched slowly, soothing his muscles. Massaging Yi Wenwan wasn't very tiring, but enduring it was indeed tiring. So, that operation just now had really tired Chi out. However, the current Chi was in high spirits and didn't feel sleepy at all, thinking that he could go to the game in a while to see if Maurice was online. With this in mind, Ge walked to the door of his room, only just as Ge had taken hold of the doorknob, and before he could open the door, he heard the sound of the bedroom door next door opening. Ge, what did you just do? How come I didn't find you? Lu Qingfang stood softly in the doorway and looked towards Chi. I don't know if it was Ge's illusion, but it seemed like there was a hint of complaining vaguely in that tone. Chi laughed. Roro only took a half-day's vacation, and didn't feel at ease with Aunt Yi, so she asked me to help take care of it, and I had Song Qing boil up a little bird's nest for Aunt Yi and serve it over. Lu Qingfang did not doubt Chi's words in the slightest, but slowly nodded her head. In that case, then is Auntie's body still not feeling well? Lu Qingfang even inquired with some concern. Although the current Lu Qingfang no longer had any feelings for Yi Han, she also felt warmed by Yi Roro and Yi Wenwan's concern. It's nothing serious, she said. It's much better after resting for a while. In that case, nodding her head in response, Lu Qingfang then looked straight at Ge. The way she looked at Ge was really a bit strange, and seeing that she kept quiet, it made Ge feel a bit apprehensive. After all, Lu Qingfang is a strong, capable female president. Ge never doubted her powers of observation. Seeing Lu Qingfang's delay in speaking, Chi even had some doubts that Lu Qingfang had discovered something, but he had just been in Yi Wenwan's room and had done nothing but a little more badgering. She shouldn't be able to see anything. Seeing that Ge was getting more and more vain, Lu Qingshang finally spoke up as well. So what? You come in for a minute. Lu Qingfang twisted her head and looked around, and after seeing that no one was around, she waved at Ge. Even as Lu Qingfang walked into the room, Chi saw an additional blush on her fair cheeks. Ge was stunned for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Is it hard to be actively inviting yourself? Thinking about this, Chi couldn't help but get a little excited. I'm sure it's not the same with a high favorability rating. This having thought, Chi loosened his grip on the doorknob, and with a turn walked towards Lu Qingfang's room with large strides. At the same time, Ge closed the door while incidentally also unlocking it. Chapter 181 Shame. After Chi unlocked the door, he subconsciously looked up towards the front, and just this one glance made Ge's breath catch in his throat. Just now, outside, probably because Lu Qingfang was looking at him a bit weakly, so Chi didn't realize that it turned out that Lu Qingfang had already changed her clothes now. Fang had gone up to change her clothes because of Yi Wenwan's arrival, so Lu Qingfang had gone up to change her clothes. And now, for some reason, and probably because she felt it was more comfortable, Lu Qingfang wore a lighter nightgown. This kind of close-fitting pajamas looked as if it was the size of Lu Qingxian's 2 years ago, because the swinging place looked a bit wide. After all, Lu Qingfang had been lying over there for the past 2 years, and had more or less lost a lot of weight. But even if that was the case, there was one place where Lu Qingfang was still the same size as before. Looking at the whiteness that seemed to immediately call out to him, Ji hastily moved his eyes away. Although the garment looked much whiter, it was more seductive in a hidden way, and I don't know what Lu Qingfang is going to say in the end. At this time she is sitting over there, even with a flushed face, somewhat embarrassed to look at Ji. When Ji saw this, he couldn't help but feel some urges again. Hurrying to suppress it, Ji then slowly walked forward. Sister Qingfeng, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Yes. Is there something? Want to trouble you? Seeing Ji slowly walk up, the blush on Lu Qingfeng's face also reddened even more. As she said that, she even slowly lowered her head. This made Ji also become more and more curious as to what favor he was going to ask himself. Surprisingly, it would cause Lu Qingfeng to show this kind of expression. So in order to get Lu Qingfeng to say things, the expression on Ji's face became softer and softer. If you want to do any favors, Sister Qingfeng, you can just say it. There's no need to be polite between us. Ji let out a light laugh. Lu Qingfeng's face heated up. But then again, after hearing the words "there's no need to be polite between us," she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart again. Lu Qingfeng crossed her hands between her legs, raised her hands and pulled her hair before saying, "It's like this. I heard that your massage is quite good, so I thought of letting you help me massage it." At those words, Shiyi's heart was immediately very disappointed. Only after the disappointment, Shiyi was more or less amused in his heart. Any way you want to think about it, Lu Qingfeng didn't hear about it just because she pretended she didn't remember what happened when she was in a coma before. Yeah, now, Shiyi agreed painfully, then went up and approached Lu Qingfeng. By the looks of it, Lu Qingfeng, in this outfit, was clearly ready. In that case, how could Ji still refuse? Then, Sister Qingfeng, just lie down, Ji said and then rolled up his sleeves again. Just now he had been very gentle with Yi Wenwan, but he wouldn't be so gentle with Lu Qingfeng. Hey good. Lu Qingfeng's heart was instantly happy. Then she obediently laid down over there. Sister Qingfeng, where have you been uncomfortable lately? Do you want to use essential oil? I might be the reason why I haven't gotten up and walked around for a long time. Now when I stand up and walk around a little bit, I feel that the waist and crotch side is very sore and swollen, as well as the thigh side. While saying that, Lu Qingfeng nodded her head, signaling that she wanted to use the essential oil. Ji pretended to take out a bottle of essential oil from inside his clothes, but actually took it from inside the space. Just as he took the item out, Ji saw the puzzled look in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. Seeing this, Ji just shrugged his shoulders with a helpless face. He then laughed. There was a friend beside me before who needed to use this vitalizing oil, so I brought it with me out of habit, and the bottle wasn't too big anyway. The reason why I didn't take it out for Yi Wenwan's massage just now was because it was just too deliberate. As for Lu Qingfeng, when she heard this, she looked at Ji in a daze, and then her eyes brimmed over as she looked at the essential oil in Ji's hands. I don't know if her guess was right. She always felt that this friend that Ji was talking about was herself. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. The first massage. Your body may be a little uncomfortable. Sister Qingfeng, you just bear with it. Saying that, Ji bent down and directly lifted the hem of Lu Qingfeng's loose pajamas. Because when Ji had massaged Lu Qingfeng before, Lu Qingfeng had gotten very used to it. So even if Ji started directly now, Lu Qingfeng didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Ji held onto Lu Qingfeng's slender waist, then began to knead it. Is this side uncomfortable? Even if he was immodest in his heart, Ji still had a poker face on his face. Well, yeah. Perhaps it hadn't been massaged for 2 or 3 days. Lu Qingfeng always felt that this time, the sensation was much more exciting than before. It made her nearly a little tense. She lay over there, looking at the serious-faced man beside her, and couldn't help but flush her cheeks once again. Ji, you're so skilled. Do you often give massages? Lu Qingfeng inquired tentatively. Not really, but rather, I often massaged the brethren before. After all, if they were injured, it would not be good if the stagnant blood was not cleared as soon as possible. Oh, like this Hearing that, Lu Qingfeng was sort of relieved. To be honest, there were quite a few things that Lu Qingfeng wanted to tell Ji. It's just that the two of them really haven't been able to spend much time alone together lately. Moreover, in the past 2 days, GE was still busy with some tasks as well. Yeah, right. I remember you and Zoe weren't very close before. Why do you seem different now? Lu Qingfang pretended to make an unintentional jab. And those hidden meanings in her words, GE heard them all at once. Maybe it's because Zoe didn't understand what I was like before, so she was full of thorns. And now she's probably grown up too? GE said casually. Oh, so, Lu Qingfang nodded. Although GE had said so, Lu Qingfang always felt that there was something else wrong. After all, Yi Rou's character, Lu Qingfang, still knew better. And now Yi Rou's attitude towards GE was really unusual as well. Without having time to think much, Lu Qingfang's breath stuttered immediately afterward. Wait a minute. Her body jolted as Lu Qingfang quickly reached out to hold down GE's hand at her waist. What's wrong? Not feeling well? GE, who had his hand held down, had a puzzled look on his face and subconsciously looked up at Lu Qingfang. No, it's not. Lu Qingfang denied through clenched teeth, but she was too embarrassed to say why. After all, she couldn't just say that this place was her min sense point. That would be such a shame. Lu Qingfang didn't say anything, but GE favored him as if he hadn't read anything. He used his hand slightly and pressed the spot. Is this the place that hurts more? That. Before GE could say anything, he was directly swept up by Lu Qingfang. Chapter 182. Hastily, he swallowed the sound he hadn't yet managed to make. Lu Qingfang was afraid that GE would be dishonest again, so she hurriedly reached out her hand and wrapped it around GE's neck, then hurriedly pulled him down. It had to be said that Lu Qingfang's idea was good. Because of being pulled like that, it was as if GE was now being held tightly in Lu Qingfang's arms. In a moment of inattention, he also directly fell on top of Lu Qingfang like this. Qingfeng, sister? GE shouted in a soft voice. Lu Qingfang's face was red at this time, and for a moment she herself froze over there. She had just been thinking about it, stopping GE's move, but it never occurred to me that this impulse made things even more awkward between the two of them as well. Now Lu Qingfang didn't just feel her face heating up, even her body started to heat up. Hold. Sorry. Pushing GE away violently, Lu Qingfang said in a panicked voice. GE stood up and coughed lightly twice. Qingfang sister, you are like this. I am more or less unable to suffer. He seemed to murmur with some distress. As for Lu Qingfang, when she heard GE's words, she was first stunned, and then her eyes lit up. Does GE mean by this statement that it is because he is attracted to him? I'm sorry. I just got too excited for a moment. Lu Qingfang hurriedly stood up and said, It's fine. So continue? GE inquired with a raised eyebrow. If it were normal, or someone else, it would have been so embarrassing. Lu Qingfang would not have continued, but at this moment, the person standing in front of her was GE. Moreover, having just realized that she was attracted to GE, how could Lu Qingfang just let go of this good opportunity? Therefore, Lu Qingfang's face was scarlet, and she nodded somewhat shyly, then pursed her lips and whispered, seeing in front of the eyes in front of other people, very strong beauty, at this time in front of their own good behavior lying down. GE cannot help but some of the blood on the rise. Looking at GE who was seriously massaging in front of her, Lu Qingfang softly spoke. GE, have you met with your ex-girlfriend recently? GE's face was as usual. No, I don't want to see her again either. This sentence is the truth. After all, at this time to make themselves into this appearance he buy, although there is still some posture, but looks very vulgar. GE was really a bit of a looker. In this way after getting this answer, the corner of Lu Qingfang's mouth couldn't help but add a touch of smirk. And this smile, even Lu Qingfang herself didn't notice. So, then have you met any girls you like lately? I saw you running outside every day before. Lu Qingfang said pretending to be casual. GE secretly laughed in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. No, I'm not thinking about that aspect of relationships at the moment, and I won't be anytime soon, GE said again. After hearing GE's words, Lu Qingfang's heart was both disappointed and elated. Disappointed because I heard that Ikoyi won't fall in love in the short term, but rejoice also because of this. After all, if GE wouldn't consider these things for a short time, that also means that no one else will have a chance either. Overall, Lu Qingfang thought that she still had a chance. And what about you, Sister Clear Frost? Seeing the smile on Lu Qingfang's face deepen, GE also asked directly in return. Lu Qingfang didn't react for a moment. When you woke up this time, did you not reconsider about what happened before? GE's hand movements did not stop as he slowly inquired. Lu Qingfang was first silent for a moment, but actually immediately understood what GE meant. In fact, I've also looked away. Waking up again feels as if all those passionate feelings from before were as if they were fake. Saying that, Lu Qingfang laughed sarcastically. And I've also realized that I suddenly see so much truth. Lu Qingxiang said softly again. Because it was also only after she came to her senses later that she realized that Yihan seemed to have never given her some formal, verbal promises. This was what really killed Lu Qingfang. Ji stopped his hand movements, then he sat down next to Lu Qingfang. Seeing Ji's movements, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but follow suit and sit up. Ji reached out his hand and rubbed Lu Qingfang's head with a look of compassion, then sighed softly. Then the two of us are really unlucky. Looking at Ji in front of her, a sudden urge surged in Lu Qingfang's heart. There was also an extra touch of unusual sentiment in his heart. Ji. She couldn't help but cry out softly before she raised her hand to take hold of Ji's hand on her head. Ji looked over in confusion. But the next second, the whole room fell silent. Lu Qingfang nervously held Ji's hand, and because of her nervousness, even her hand was trembling. Ji slightly widened his eyes and looked at Lu Qingfang in front of him with some surprise. Although the atmosphere was very good just now, Ji hadn't expected that Lu Qingfang would be so proactive. Sensing Lu Qingfang's nervousness, Ji's eyes flashed with a smirk before he quickly took the initiative. He tightly held Lu Qingfang's hand back, while his other hand was raised and tightly clasped on the back of Lu Qingfang's head, and then he deepened the kiss. Lu Qingfang's other hand gradually clenched into a fist, and even her breathing carried a rush. After all, this was a thrill that Lu Qingfang had never experienced before. She had never experienced this feeling before either. Time is slowly passing, but the two seem to have no appetite, still close to each other, as if they want to draw more from each other. It was at this time that the door to Lu Qingfang's room was suddenly knocked on. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door made Lu Qingfang instantly wince. At the same time, this also succeeded in pulling Lu Qingfang's consciousness out of that chaos. Qingfang, are you in there? Yi Wenwan's voice came from outside. This caused Lu Qingfang's breath to stutter, and her entire body instantly stiffened with nervousness. Seeing that Lu Qingfang was about to open her mouth to speak, Yi hurriedly lowered his head and blocked the words she was about to come out with his mouth. Looking at the stunned Lu Qingfang in front of him, Ji raised his head and smiled at her. Shoo, just pretend you're not there. Kiyoshi? Strange, aren't you inside? Yi Wenwan outside the door seemed to be very puzzled. But, it's okay. Ji wrapped his arms around Lu Qingfang, his big hands patting her back gently. After all, when he had just come in, he had already unlocked the door, so naturally he was confident that Yi Wenwan couldn't get in or find out. But Lu Qingfang didn't know, so she kept staring at the door nervously. Because of the passionate kiss just now, Lu Qingfang's red lips were moist at this time, and she slightly opened her lips as if she was inviting Qi. This caused Qi to not help but obscure his eyes for a moment, and once again, an impulse welled up in his heart, and this time, instead of choosing to continue suppressing it, Qi chose to give vent to his urges. Chapter 183, I'll help you? Just as the atmosphere in the house was warm, another knock sounded outside. This scared Lu Qingfang so much that she couldn't help but tremble once again. Qi tightly wrapped his arm around Lu Qingfang's waist, and after noticing Lu Qingfang's movements, he couldn't help but hook his lips in amusement. His palm clasped the back of Lu Qingfang's head. Sister Qingfeng, concentrate, Ji whispered in her ear. As he said that, Ji gently rubbed her earlobe with his lips. Lu Qingfang gently bit her lips, still looking at the entrance of the room with a panicked expression after hearing Ji's words. But, nothing but. Without waiting for Lu Qingfang to finish her sentence, Qi leaned forward once again and managed to interrupt Lu Qingfang's words with his own actions. Lu Qingfang's heart had originally been apprehensive, fearing that Yi Wenwan outside the door would come in, but gradually her consciousness sank. Lu Qingfang originally still retained a trace of lucidity, but helplessly, she couldn't resist Ji's passion after all. Ji looked at the person in front of him with a very contented face. At the same time, he also paid attention to the fact that Yi Wenwan had left outside. Although Ji unlocked the door, not afraid that Yi Wenwan would suddenly come in. However, I have to say, Yi Wenwan is still very respectful of others. Knocked a few times after the door, see no one to take care of turned away, and did not open the door to come in. And at this time, Yi Wenwan outside did feel very strange. After all, Lu Qingfang originally body is not good, should also be in the rest is how can not in it? Thinking like this, Yi Wenwan straightened the clothes that were attached to her body. Originally, she did feel a bit drained and was ready to rest, but because of the sweat all over her body, even the dress on her body has been soaked wet with sweat. Since it was very uncomfortable to wear, she hesitated for a while before thinking of getting up and borrowing a set of clothes to wear first. However, the blushing, honey-sweaty look she just had was just too much to see, so she first tidied up inside her room and even wiped the sweat off her body before she walked out. However, originally she was going to borrow Lu Qingfang's clothes first. After all, Only Lu Qingfang's clothes here were somewhat similar to hers. But unfortunately, right now, Lu Qingfang was not in the room. Thinking of this, Yi Wenwan couldn't help but sigh with some regret, thinking to go to Yi Ro's room and find a set to make do first. And, on the other side, the atmosphere in the room was still searingly hot. Lu Qingfang gradually sank, and both of her arms tightly wrapped around Qi Yi's neck. Lu Qingfang has already 27, to be honest, at this age, and has never been in love before in Yi Han, an only ambiguous period between. So, it would be a lie to say that it's not lonely. And, right now, the feeling Qi Yi gave her was really aroused, and even she herself was a little out of control. This was also the reason why Qi Yi felt that Lu Qingfang was very proactive. The two of them fell onto the chuang and couldn't help but both breathe a little heavily. They were like dying fish, frantically demanding moisture from each other. Lu Qingfang stroked Ji Yi's abs somewhat lovingly, while Ji Yi was likewise enjoying himself. Although he had already seen Lu Qingfang's ferocious weapon positively before, the white softness visible to the naked eye was very large, but after actually getting his hands on it, Qi Yi couldn't help but be a little shocked in his heart. Sure enough, as a sister-in-law, she's still very grounded and very material. But, just as the two were getting into the swing of things, the vibe was all good. As Qi Yi's large hand slowly made its way downward, his hand was suddenly held down by Lu Qingshan. Qi Yi's hand was pressed down to where Lu Qingfang's waist was, which caused him to hang his head and look down in some confusion, only to see that at this moment, Lu Qingfang slightly opened her red lips. Her face was scarlet, and even her eyes were flushed as she looked at Ji Yi. I'm not ready. With the hindsight of being a bit shy, Lu Qingfang turned her head to the side with a shy face as she spoke. Just now, Lu Qingfang was really enthusiastic, and even Qi Yi didn't expect that she would suddenly come to her senses. Seeing Ji Yi seemingly frozen over there, Lu Qingfang seemed to be more or less embarrassed. Sorry Iki. Me, she murmured softly, but it's really hard to know what to say after that. Qi Yi looked at Lu Qingfang with a very helpless face, but also clearly knew that this was not the time to insist. After he sighed helplessly, he sat up with his hands supporting his body. It's fine. Smiling helplessly, Ji Yi reached out and rubbed his hair. Then if it's okay, I'll go back to my room first. Saying that, Qi Yi didn't even look at Lu Qing as he stood up and was about to leave. Seeing Qi Yi like this, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but get a little flustered. Ji Yi, wait. She sat up hastily and took Qi Yi's hand. What's wrong? Qi Yi turned his head to look at Lu Qingfang. Even if Lu Qingfang was a powerful shopping mall before, but at this time, seeing Ji Yi's expression, more or less still some apprehension, she looked cautiously at Ji Yi. Ji Yi, you're angry? Ji Yi raised an eyebrow, then said in a helpless tone, no. So, then you. Ji Yi slowly drew back his hand, and then the expression on his face became even more helpless. I'm just afraid that if I don't leave, I'm afraid I really won't be able to help myself. Qi Yi let out a light laugh. Now, Lu Qingfang was completely frozen over there. She sat over there in a daze for a while before the expression on her face which gradually rose red. Her line of sight then gradually shifted downward, but immediately, she let out an outright gasp of surprise and hurriedly covered her face and twisted her head away. Qi Yi looked at Lu Qingfang in amusement before he was about to turn around and leave. After all, now through practice, Ji Yi also understood that a little more patience now would lead to a better experience waiting for him in the future. Only, it didn't occur to me that after all this, Lu Qingfang was still unwilling to loosen her grip on Ji Yi's hand. Qi Yi once again looked at Lu Qingfang in confusion, and at this point he didn't know it. When Lu Qingfang saw him in this state, her heart felt more or less a tinge of guilt. Why don't I help you? Lu Qingfang raised her eyes somewhat awkwardly to look at Ji Yi. After a long time, Qi Yi walked out of Lu Qingfang's room with satisfaction. We didn't make it to the end, but we got what we deserved. In this regard, Ji Yi was still more than satisfied. With that thought, Ji Yi took a big step towards his room. Only that before he even entered the room, he saw Yi Wenwan slowly walking out from Yi Ro's room. At this moment, Ji Yi was dumbfounded. Aunt Yi? Ji Yi said dumbfounded. Hearing such a surprised voice, Yi Wenwan subconsciously looked over, and then she let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly raised her hand to block her chest. Chapter 184 Explosive News. Why are you here? Yi Wenwan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Ji Yi's words came out of his mouth. I just came back from working outside, Ji Yi said, while slightly narrowing his eyes, looking up and down at Yi Wenwan. He hadn't expected to have such an exciting day already. It's surprising to see even more excitement now. That's right. At this time Yi Wenwan was no longer in the same outfit as before. Looking at Yi Wenwan's appearance, he thought that he should have just come out from Yi Ro's room after bathing. But unfortunately, She had such a voluptuous figure that it was simply not something that Yi Ro-Ro's pajamas could suppress. The casual that still looked slightly loose on Yi Ro-Ro, at this time on Yi Wen-Wan's body, was a little tight. Regardless of this, even though it looked so tight, it didn't look bloated, but instead looked like Yi Wen-Wan's body was extremely sexy. Let's just say that the white softness looked as if it was going to overflow in the next second. Yi Wen-Wan seemed to be aware of this, so she kept her hand pressed against the bodice of her chest to prevent herself from being naked. Seeing that Ji had been looking straight at himself the whole time, Yi Wen-Wan was more or less annoyed. She had a red face, looking angrily at Ji. "You, what are you looking at?" Ji quickly withdrew his eyes, followed by a couple of sarcastic smiles. That what time is late? Auntie Yi, you have an early night." After saying that, Ji took big steps, and quickly, opened the door directly into the room. Listening to the year's decisive bang sound, this made Yi Wen-Wan more or less stunned. She also did not expect. Ji is not even a glance, directly turned away, not even a hint of hesitation. To a greater or lesser extent, this could not help but cause Yi Wen-Wan to have more than a hint of self-doubt. Could it be that she was wearing Yi's was clothes inappropriately, so she wasn't attractive at all? After all, just now, Ji's turning back, and the action of closing the door, was just a little too decisive. Ji was now more or less tired after a few exercises, so after returning to his room, he didn't even log onto the game and fell asleep in a daze with Yi Wen-Wan's figure just now floating in his mind. And at that moment, Ji also didn't know that those performances he just gave had successfully caused both women to have self-doubt. Yi Wen-Wan was more or less skeptical of her own charm, and then returned to her room absent-mindedly. And at this time, Lu Qingfeng, who was lying down in her room to rest, at the same time, also developed self-doubt. Rubbing her sore wrists, she couldn't help but blush once again at the thought of what had just happened. But immediately, Lu Qingfeng frowned. "Just so long, is it real?" After that, startled by the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Lu Qingfeng hurriedly shook her head to discard the thoughts in her mind, before turning around and quickly burying her head under the covers. Song Qing didn't know anything about all these things that happened in between. She took a comfortable nap herself, thinking that everyone hadn't eaten their noon meal, and that it was almost time for them to get up after the 2 or 3 hours that had passed. With this thought, Song Qing got up refreshed and went downstairs to prepare lunch. Only that not a single person had come downstairs until Song Qing had prepared a sumptuous lunch. This made Song Qing instantly wonder a little if the time on her cell phone was misplaced. After repeatedly confirming the time, Song Qing then went upstairs. Only, she didn't dare to call Lu Qingfeng and Yi Wen-Wan to get up alone. After all, as soon as she faced these two women, she couldn't help but feel weak. After thinking for a moment, she came to the door of Ji's room first. After all, there are too many people who have an affair with Ji, so she thinks about letting Ji go and call it off. Knock knock. "Brother Yat, are you there, Brother Yat? Are you awake, Brother Yat?" Song Qing shouted from the doorway. Seeing that there was no sound coming from inside, Song Qing continued to knock on the door and shouted a few times. Ji didn't want to take care of Song Qing at first, but he really didn't expect that Song Qing, this person, would be so persistent. "Come in." Enduring a response, Ji remained lying over there with his eyes still closed. After hearing the sound, Song Qing gently opened and closed the door and walked in. Looking at the man lying on the bed, Song Qing was still a little afraid to approach. "Yat, Brother Yat, aren't you getting up yet?" Song Qing nervously clutched her hand and cautiously inquired. In fact, standing over here at this moment, Song Qing had more or less regretted walking in. After all, what was the difference between walking into Ji's room and sharing a room with him and entering the wolf's den alone? She might as well have been waiting downstairs. When Ji heard Song Qing's voice, he opened his eyes in a daze and looked over. To be honest, Ji felt like he had just closed his eyes here when Song Qing arrived. Only, I don't know if it was because he didn't hear him clearly, or if Song Qing's own voice was just too low when she spoke. Therefore, Ji froze and didn't hear what Song Qing said. "What did you say?" Ji looked over with a displeased face and frowned. Song Qing froze, then she hurriedly bowed her hand. "No, nothing, Brother you continue to sleep. I'll leave first." With that, Song Qing turned around and was about to leave, but, immediately afterward, her wrist was violently gripped. "Woke me up, and you're just going to leave? Nice try." Hearing the teasing voice coming from behind her, Song Qing first felt a sharp chill on her back. She then felt the sky spinning in front of her eyes, and when her eyes eased up, she was already in Ji's arms. Ji, what are you doing?" Song Qing was dumbfounded, and then she stiffened her body for a split second. "Hush, don't make any noise. Be careful, I'll just do you in." Ji frowned impatiently, then threatened. As expected, Once these words came out, Song Ching immediately stopped squeaking. She stiffened her body and cautiously looked aside at Ge. Seeing that he had his eyes closed as if he was going to go back to sleep before she was sort of relieved. Afterwards, Song Ching couldn't help but be glad in her heart that she had just closed the door with her hand when she came in. Song Ching patiently laid over there for a while, and then only after seeing that Ge seemed to be really asleep, did she think of carefully fiddling away with Ge's arm, wanting to sneak away. Pivoting Ikari's arm went smoothly, but the next moment, the creepy voice came back to his ears. Still fidgeting? I see you really don't know what you're doing. Why do you think none of them are up right now? Upon hearing this, Song Chang was so shocked that her eyes widened, and her entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Ge's words immediately exploded in Song Ching's mind. Chapter 185 Song Chung, who confessed to being a goon. She stiffened and reached out for Ge's hand, slowly placing it back on her body. See? Song Ching lying over there completely froze. Ge hooked up a bad smile, followed by this before closing his eyes. Seeing Song Ching frozen over there, Ge was just confident that Song Ching wouldn't have the guts to go out. It was only until Ge's breathing beside her gradually even out that Song Ching was able to relax a little. However, even with this, the shocking waves in Song Ching's heart still did not dissipate down. No way. Could it be that Ge really had the capital to be able to fight against Jihan? Otherwise, how did you become so bold? Thinking like this, Song Chang's thoughts in her heart were suddenly in disarray. By the time everyone was up in the afternoon, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. When Ge went downstairs, he saw Lu Qingfang and Yuan Wan sitting downstairs together chatting about something. Only, the clothes on Yuan Wan had now been changed to the one she had worn when she came in the morning. It looks like it should have been dried in a dryer. When Ge saw this, he just slightly raised his eyebrows, then more than a trace of guilt, but only by a whisker. After hearing the footsteps, Lu Qingfang and Yuan Wan subconsciously looked up at the same time. Only, after seeing that it was Ge, they simultaneously hung their heads again. Ge couldn't help but lose a bit of laughter when he saw this. Brothery, just so happens that you've come down, and it's time to start dinner. Saying that, Song Ching hurriedly cleaned up over there, just in the room. After hearing the footsteps coming from outside, Song Ching was a bit fidgety, and then after getting Ge's permission, she hurriedly came downstairs. Seeing the two absolute beauties, after he came down, he suddenly became a bit unnatural. This made Ge feel more or less tearful in his heart. Only, Ge didn't make things difficult for the two, and after going downstairs, he went to eat and help out. This time, the nervous person changed to Song Chang. Upon seeing Ge come in, Song Chang immediately trembled with fear. She had originally napped at noon, so just now when she was in Ge's room, she was dry lying over there, organizing her thoughts. However, after half a day of organizing, Song Ching realized that Ge's skills seemed to be really not small. The people around Jihan seemed to be on good terms with Ge now, it seemed. After thinking about it, Song Ching still felt that the current Ge was not simple. Although in the past 2 days, Ge had been leaving early and returning late, saying that he was moving bricks. But Song Ching now thought about it and felt that the situation was more than a little uncomplicated as well. Anyway, Song Ching finally concluded that pleasing Ge was necessary. After all, now that Yihan is not in the country, Ge looks like he is covering the sky with one hand. Thinking of this, Song Ching's attitude towards Ge became more and more pleasing. Ge came in to help serve food and what it, which scared Song Ching hurried to work, afraid to let Ge do some more. Ge was also clearly aware of the change in Song Ching's attitude towards himself. To put it more clearly, that meant that every time Song Ching's attitude towards Ge changed a bit, Ge could detect it. This also made Ge have to sigh. Song Ching really was a toast to the world. Soon, the meal was served and Lu Qingfang and Yuan Wan walked over first. Seeing Ge and Song Ching coming up with the last of the dishes, the two who were originally chatting happily over there also slowly stopped their conversation. Ginger was still old and hot, just as Lu Qingfang was sitting over there in a twisted manner. Yuan Wan had looked at Song Chang with a warm smile. You're Song Ching, right? After coming here, I haven't had a good talk with you yet. Come sit over here with Auntie. Ha, hey, okay. After hearing Yuan Wan's words, Song Chang, who was standing on the side, froze. This was followed by answering the question and walking forward. Then honestly and warily sat beside Yuan Wan. Song Ching also originally wanted to find a corner to sit down this time. She also really did not expect Yuan Wan to call herself. And after Ge, who was following Song Ching, saw this situation, he also smiled and sat down next to Lu Qingfang. Lu Qingfang's body instantly tightened up, and after she sat over there and saw Ge sitting down, she smiled at him. Although that smile looked as gentle as usual, the scarlet that slowly surfaced to her cheeks still revealed the current mood of Lu Qingfang. Yi Wenwan over there was chatting happily with Song Chang, which caused Song Ching to be somewhat flattered at once. After all, she thought that Yi Wenwan would definitely not treat herself too well when she arrived. But, where could she have imagined that Yi Wenwan would treat herself so gently now? Therefore, at this moment, Song Chang was more or less in a trance. Of course, she was still very happy in her heart. After all, to see Yi Wenwan treating herself so gently, doesn't that mean that Yi Wenwan actually still likes herself? Compared to the two people over there who were chatting happily, Lu Qingfang and Qi Yi's side was more silent. Seeing Lu Qingfang reddening her earlobes and lowering her head without knowing what she was rambling on about, Qi Yi let out a light laugh and then chucked a dish into Lu Qingfang's bowl. Sister Qingfeng, you're not quite fit yet, so quickly eat more rice. Qi Yi deliberately approached Lu Qingfang's ear and spoke. Warm spit sprayed over her ears, which made Lu Qingfang snap back to her senses. Her body trembled slightly. Then she hurriedly said, "Ha, oh okay, thank you." After hurriedly replying, Lu Qingfang subconsciously and sheepishly glanced over at Yi Wenwan. However, after seeing that Yi Wenwan and Song Chang were chatting happily and didn't notice this side, Lu Qingfang was relieved. Only, at this moment, Lu Qingfang didn't know that even if she heard something over here, Yi Wenwan wouldn't turn back. After all, right now, she couldn't wait to not meet Ji Yi's eyes, let alone take the initiative to turn her head to look at him. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Qingfang's absent-mindedness in eating, Qi Yi deliberately went forward and inquired worriedly. Sister Qingfeng, is she not feeling well? Can't eat? Ha, no, she said with a dry laugh. As Qi Yi approached, Lu Qingfang also clearly smelled the scent of smoke on Qi Yi's body. As soon as she smelled this flavor, Lu Qingfang recalled the scene when the two of them were entwined again. Oh, that's good. If there's anything uncomfortable, you must tell me. Ji Yi looked over worriedly. Well, don't worry, I still know my own body. Lu Qingfang blushed a little when she thought of the two people, but after turning her head to see Ji Yi's worried face, her heart could not help but still be touched. Ding dong ding dong. Just at this time, the sound of the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Chapter 186, Shang Yan and Yan Fei Fei are here. If anyone else comes back, it's coded. So, now the person outside the door has the crowd wondering. Song Chang looked towards the door and subconsciously was about to get up to open it, but before that she saw that Ji Yi had already strode forward. Seeing that Ji Yi had gone to open the door, Song Chang resumed her seat. Qi Yi was stunned when he opened the door and saw the person standing outside. Sister Scarlet Burns, how do you Fei Fei? Seeing Shang Haiman standing outside, Qi Yi's heart was already more or less surprised and stunned, but what made him even more surprised was that Shang Haiman was even followed by Yan Fei Fei. Seeing that the person who came to open the door was Ji Yi, Yan Fei Fei rubbed her head. Ji Yi, long time no see. She smiled radiantly and waved her hand excitedly at Ji Yi. Ji Yi looked at her with a tearful smile. It has indeed been a long time. In fact, careful calculation is not long, but after all, these days Ji Yi every day is very busy, so now see two people. There is really a kind of long time to see the face of the illusion. I didn't expect you to be at home as well. We came to see Lu Qingfeng. Shang Haiman smiled and carried the things he was holding. Ji Yi nodded, then sidestepped to make room. It just so happens that Sister Qingfeng is eating right now, but Aunt Yi is also here. Aunt Yi? Yi Han's mother? After hearing Ji Yi's words, Shang Yan's footsteps paused, and taking advantage of this time, Yan Fei Fei had already walked in slowly. After all, she didn't know who Auntie Yi was. Right. Ji Yi nodded. At those words, the expression on Shang Yan's face gradually became serious, but she quickly regained the same smirk she had just worn, and then she smiled shyly at Ji Yi. Ji Yi, I'm really sorry about last time. I didn't expect that I would get that drunk. This Shang Haiman really didn't think about it. After all, she hadn't expected to have such a dutiful conversation with Ji Yi to make her happy and drink so much. Other than the last time she had dinner with Ji Yi, Shang Yan hadn't drank that much in a long time. Even when Shang Haiman was drunk, he didn't know how he got home behind him. It's fine. Doesn't this also show that the two of us are very compatible? Saying that, Ji Yi then winked wryly at Shang Yan. Seeing this action of Ji Yi, Shang Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and along with that, his favorability towards Ji Yi increased quite a bit in his heart. After all, I heard that it was Ji Yi who sent himself home last time, and after that incident, Shang Yan understood in his heart that Ji Yi was a decent person, and now, Ji Yi had done a good job of diffusing the awkwardness between the two, causing Shang Yan to feel even more favorable towards Ji Yi in his heart. Also, let's go in then. Smiling, Shang Haiman also carried the things in his hand and followed behind Yan Fei Fei and walked in. Ding Ding detected Divine Destiny Heroine favorability, rewarded with 200 villain value. The favorability came too suddenly. leaving Ge more or less unresponsive. But after all, it is also a good thing, so Ge did not dwell on it, and happily followed them into the heart. At this time, the people inside, seeing that someone had come, also stood up to welcome them. After seeing the visitor, Lu Qingfang was more or less surprised in her heart, but her face was still smiling. Yi Wenwan also recognized the two, especially Shang Hinyan, so her face was also smiling. To say that among the three, the one who reacted the most would belong to Song Cheng. Upon seeing Yan Fei come in, Song Cheng's eyes immediately widened. After all, she hadn't expected to actually see the superstar. However, although it was a surprise to see Yan Fei's surprise, after seeing Shang Haiman, Song Cheng was directly shocked. After all, she knew that Shang Haiman was more or less ambiguous with Yihan, but she hadn't expected her to come as well. This time Song Cheng was directly frozen in the back. Then she looked at Lu Qingfang and then at Yi Wenwan. After seeing that the two men were still very calm, Song Cheng hurriedly forced herself to be calm as well. "Hello auntie." "Hello sister Qingfeng." Yan Fei stood in front with a sweet smile and greeted the two. Seeing these two women, Lu Qingfang's heart was more or less bitter. But once she thought that everything about Yihan now had nothing to do with her. When she thought of this, Lu Qingfang's heart was suddenly much smoother. "Aya, you are Fei right. I often see you on TV. Auntie loves your songs." Yi Wenwan hurriedly greeted her. Yan Fei smiled shyly. "Yes, is that right he? But are you brother Yihan's mother? I didn't expect you to be so young and well-maintained." Yan Fei looked at Yi Wenwan and said very sincerely. And at this time, Shang Hinyan also walked over. "Aunt Yi, Sister Qingfeng, I heard that you woke up, so I came over to take a look at you." As she spoke, Shang Hinyan then also sized up Lu Qingfang. At the same time, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of amazement. It had to be said that although she had heard of Lu Qingfang before, she had also seen Lu Qingfang's picture. After all, in the shopping mall, Lu Qingfang was still quite famous. But I didn't expect to see the real thing and be so amazed. Seeing that both of them were holding something in their hands, Song Cheng saw the situation and hurriedly went up to get her own hand and then put it up. "It's really troublesome for you guys to make this trip," Lu Qingfang said with a gentle smile. At the same time that Shang Hinyan was sizing up Lu Qingfang was also sizing up the two people in front of her, a young and energetic, a voluptuous and incomparable. It is indeed no wonder that Yihan could not hold it, but it didn't even matter to her now, and she genuinely felt that both of them in front of her were quite good, and at the same time, she felt bad for them. After all, there wasn't much goodwill left in Yihan's heart and Lu Qingfang's heart now. Yi Wenwan looked at the two of them from the side and also said, "Yes, I came today because I also thought to come and take a look at Qingfang. But seeing that Qingfang has recovered quite well, I am also relieved." However, she hadn't expected the two to meet so gently. After all, both are considered strong women in the mall and have strong personalities. However, when they met at this time, it was exceptionally harmonious. Seeing this, Yi Wenwan was sort of relieved, although she also felt that her own son was scum, but after all, he was her own son, so she couldn't say anything. And Shang Hinyan, this girl is also quite good. Sometimes she will greet her on New Year's Eve and festivals. As the saying goes, there's no need for her to give people bad looks when they're reaching out. "Don't all stand. Quickly all sit down. Song Cheng, go prepare tea." Ge in the back slowly walked up and spoke after seeing the person in front of him. Song Cheng answered and hurriedly turned around to go back into the kitchen. "Aunt Yi and Sister Qingfang are still eating? It's okay, you guys don't need to care about us. Just eat first." Sweeping behind her, Shang Haiman smiled embarrassedly. Chapter 187 Private Chat between Lu Qingfang and Shang Hinyan. In response, Lu Qingfang also smiled warmly. "It's okay, we were just about done eating and chatting over there when you guys got here." So, in this way, all four members of the party were seated on the couch. Seeing this, Ge sat down on the single sofa aside as well. However, looking at the scene in front of him, and looking at the four people who were all wearing smiles, Ge's heart was still more or less very puzzled. After all, in the original, even if Lu Qingfang woke up later, there's also no such thing then in the original arrangement, only Yi Wenwan came. So, in the face of the butterfly effect at this point, this made Ge all a bit confused. Looking at Shang Haiman in front of her, Lu Qingfang is sure that she should not know through Yihan that she woke up. After all, there is no need for Yihan to talk to Shang Haiman. Compared to Yi Wenwan and Yan Fei's side where they were chatting more cheerfully, Lu Qingfang's side was much quieter. Lu Qingfang had originally thought that if Yan Fei and Shang Haiman were both more fond of Yihan, the relationship between the two of them would have been more subtle. But now it seems as if it's very natural for the two to get along with each other. This made Lu Qingfang feel more or less surprised in her heart. Does Brother Han know about you waking up? After hesitating for a moment, Shang Himyan softly inquired. Hearing this, Lu Qingfang nodded gently. I called him on that day, and I happened to meet some interesting images. Oh, what picture? Shang Himyan understood Lu Qingfang's nature. After all, we were all in the business world, and she still knew Lu Qingfang's character very well. Don't look at the present. Lu Qingfang smiles quite gently. But in the business world, but the famous cold-faced king of hell, lightly glancing at Yi Wanwan, who was chatting happily with Yin Feifei on the other side, Lu Qingfang softly said, saw that he and Miss Morris were having a good time. Shang Himyan looked at Lu Qingfang somewhat dumbfounded, not thinking that Yi Han would let Lu Qingfang, who had just woken up, see this kind of scene. But then, Shang Haiman frowned, because these few times when he contacted Yi Han said that he had been busy with work-related things abroad and was exhausted. This makes Shang Himyan can't help but feel a little heartbroken, and every time he gives him a call, he hurriedly comforts him and then hangs up the phone. Raising an eyebrow at Shang Haiman's reaction, Lu Qingxiang slightly leaned over and took the teacup on the coffee table, smiling as she gently took a sip. But I think that the help that Morris can offer Yi Han is indeed the greatest. With that, Lu Qingfeng shrugged her shoulders and said in a casual tone. Seeing this reaction from Lu Qingfeng, Shang Himyan was also even more dumbfounded. Don't you ever feel sad? Shang Himyan similarly chatted in a small voice just like Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng smiled lightly. Why should I feel sad? These words caused Shang Haiman to freeze completely. However, Shang Haiman was not a cutie pie either. She stood up after being stunned for a split second. Ge had been eavesdropping from the side, and when he saw Shang Haiman standing up, he subconsciously looked over as well. He then saw Shang Haiman slightly arching his body to cover his stomach after he stood up. Sister Qingfeng, I'm having a bit of a hard time with my stomach. Can you help me to your bathroom? Lu Qingfeng raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay, I'll help you. Seeing this, Yi Wanwan naturally looked over with worry. Shang Himyan turned his head and smiled shyly at Yi Wanwan. Probably didn't count the days. Yi Wanwan instantly understood. Fine, quickly let Qingfeng help you up. Sister Scarlet Burner, are you alright? Yin Feifei inquired uneasily. Even after all, Shang Haiman shook his head. It's fine, don't worry. After saying that, Shang Himyan was helped by Lu Qingfeng to go upstairs. Looking at the backs of the two as they went upstairs, Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. After all, who knew what the two would talk about when they got up there? However, Ge wasn't in a hurry. After all, he just had this confidence. And Yin Feifei over there was still chatting with Yi Wanwan. Neither of them noticed Ge over here. Only Song Chang, who was sitting quietly on the other side, observed Ge's expression. This made Song Ching more or less jumpy, but in the end, her heart still didn't understand what exactly Ge was plotting something. However, at this time, even after the dazzling two absolute beauties went upstairs, Song Ching was too embarrassed to walk up. After all, she had always had pride before though. However, it was only after seeing these people together now that Song Ching suddenly realized, compared to them, I'm really not much better. This caused Song Chang, who had always been confident, to feel frustrated for the first time. At this time, Yin Feifei, who had originally been communicating with Yi Wanwan, also looked curiously at Song Ching. I haven't said hello since I came in. Auntie Yi, is she Zoe? What a pretty face. Yin Feifei looked at Song Chang with a sweet smile and complimented. When these words came out, Song Ching first froze, and then an awkward smile appeared on her face. Yi Wanwan also froze for a moment, and then explained. No, Ro, she went to work. Qi raised an eyebrow and looked at the embarrassed Song Ching over there, then opened his mouth and said, Ro, she could only take a half day off, and rushed over at noon. That one is my colleague, called Song Chang. Oh ha, like this. After hearing their explanations, Yin Feifei nodded, and then she looked at Song Ching with an apologetic face. Sorry. Song Ching shook her head. It's fine. She could see that Yin Feifei did really think that she was Yi Ro, which was why she opened her mouth to inquire. And after the words had just fallen, Song Ching turned her head to look at the man over there who was laughing and joking with Yin Feifei. She was never expecting that Ge would take the initiative to help herself out. Although no one felt it, Song Ching felt very embarrassed just now. And those embarrassments disappeared as soon as Ge opened his mouth. When I saw you from the internet before, I thought you were very high and cold. I didn't expect to be so lively. Yi Wanwan sighed as she looked at the very energetic Yin Feifei in front of her. Yin Feifei smiled embarrassedly, then said, before that was in front of the camera. Definitely need to restrain a little bit of it. Only before the body is not really good. It is true that sometimes some of the fatigue cannot care about the other. So, how's your health now? A few years ago, Yan Feifei retired from the circle for a while due to illness this thing, but it was a sensation all over the internet. Even Yi Wenwan, who wasn't a star chaser, had heard some of it. Yan Feifei sighed. That's all. After treatment it's sort of stabilized. It's just that the mood swings can't be too big. I even fainted once 2 days ago. Really? Chapter 188 Nervous Yi Wenwan. Hearing Yan Feifei's words, Yi Wenwan could not help but let out a gasp of surprise. After all, the Yan Feifei in front of her looked very healthy, but she didn't think that she was also the kind of person who could faint when she said she would. Yan Feifei nodded. Shi was also present at that time, and from what Sister Hyman said, he even divinely pointed out a few acupoints for me, but luckily the doctor came in the end and said it was no big deal. So that's good. But I didn't realize that you also know medical skills. Yi Wenwan looked more or less curiously at Ji. Shi modestly smiled. Not really, Will. Just before when learning massage. By the way, learn a bit of acupuncture points. Understand a bit just. Oh. As soon as she heard the word massage from Ji's mouth, Yi Wenwan instantly became unnatural. Even his speech was stumbling a bit. Auntie Yi? What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well? Yan Feifei's sharp eye saw the color on Yi Wenwan's face bursting red and inquired worriedly. No. It's just that I've stayed in the suburb for a long time, and I feel a bit suffocated here. Saying that, Yi Wenwan smiled and raised her hand as if to fan herself. Ji saw this and couldn't help but laugh a little. Song Cheng, help go open the window some, he said with a hidden smile. Obviously, except for Ji, everyone else has already believed Yi Wenwan's words. Ahem, by the way, Feifei, you have such a good personality. Do you have a favorite person? Yi Wenwan looked at Yan Feifei first. After a while of chatting, she was indeed full of good feelings towards the little girl in front of her. At those words, Yan Feifei first froze, then she unnoticeably glanced at Ji, who was talking to Song Cheng. With her afterglow, she shook her head with a tangle on her face. I am not sure. Seeing this, Yi Wenwan looked over ambiguously. Not sure. So there are hesitant candidates? However, as a person who has been there before, Auntie would like to remind you that you can't just look at the appearance of a person. You have to be more observant. Yi Wenwan bitterly discouraged. After all, her son Yihan was a living example. Shi sat on the side, and when he heard the conversation between the two, he looked over with a smile on his face. It was also at this time that a system beep suddenly came from Chi's mind. Ding Ding detected that the host has strayed from the relationship between the male and female masters of Heaven's destiny, rewarding 500 villain values. The beep made Ji immediately startled. After all, he was sitting here right now. However, although he had some doubts in his mind, he had already made a guess. After all, just now, when Shang Hyman and Lu Qingfang went upstairs together, Shi had already made a guess. But it didn't occur to me that this credit would be attributed to myself. What's going on with the system? Adhering to the principle of asking if you don't understand, Ji called up the system. Since the host influenced Lu Qingfang, which in turn influenced Shang Hyman, this credit also belongs to the host. The system's voice came, and at the same time, Ji completely understood. So that's how it works? I have to say, it really is easier to get villain values this way. Not a moment after Ji received the system prompt, he saw Sheng Yan and Lu Qingfang walking down the stairs together. The people around them were still chatting, just subconsciously glancing at the people coming down the stairs. Instead, Ji looked closely. Taking a closer look, he realized that Lu Qingfang's expression was similar to Fang's. It was Shang Hyman's expression that looked much more grave than just now. It looks like after Lu Qingshang's lobbying, Sheng Yan was more or less shaken. That's a good sign. After all, after a while, he was going to put his focus on the side of the Guhua gang. Although all the people around Jihan now were after all pried up by him, although he was still very strong in his own right now. However, if there was not enough strength to be able to fight against Jihan, that would not work. At the same time, even on other aspects, Shi has been paying attention to, and even already has the idea of starting a business. But helplessly, Ji had never touched this aspect of things before, so if it was practiced, there was more or less some hesitation. But it didn't matter. Now that Ji had more or less some money on him, he planned to hire some people to realize his idea. Of course, these were all things that Chi was going to set up later. Aunt Yi, it's getting late. There are still some things on my company's side, so I'll leave first. After descending the stairs, Sheng Yan then walked to Yi Wenwan's side and said shyly. After all, her mind was just too confused at the moment and she desperately needed to find a quiet place to organize her thoughts. Leaving now? Yi Wenwan followed suit and stood up, speaking with some disappointment. After all, right now, she was having a nice chat with Fei Yin. Yen Feifei was obviously not chatting her heart out either, but she keenly noticed that Sheng Haiman's mood was a bit off at this point, so she followed along to say goodbye. Seeing this, Yi Wenwan couldn't afford to stay, so together they sent the two to the door. It was only when they saw the two get into the car that they withdrew their eyes. Yi, however, acutely realized that Yen Feifei, the little girl, had mischievously winked at herself. This caused Ji to cry and laugh a little. After sending them away, packing up and cleaning up, Yi Zuoro returned as well. After all, it had been a long time since I had seen Yi Wenwan, and after Yi Ro came back, she had been pestering Yi Wenwan to chat about that, but it had to be said. It was also because of Yi Ro easing the atmosphere that Yi Wenwan and Lu Qingxuan were able to breathe a sigh of relief. After dinner, the crowd went upstairs to rest, so Qi went back to Song Cheng and asked her to prepare a bowl of bird's nest, then took it upstairs himself. Knocking on the door of Yi Wenwan's room, the person who came to open the door was indeed Yi Ro. Brother Yat? You prepared bird's nest again? Yi Ro didn't expect Qi to be so thoughtful. Her heart had been hung up on Yi Wenwan's body, and when she saw that he had brought another bird's nest, her heart couldn't help but be warmed. Well, I was afraid that Angie would still be unwell, so I had Song Ching prepare it. Yi Ro smiled and sidestepped. How is my mom's body that weak? It should just be that it's been a long time since she rode in a car for such a long time. Walking in with the bird's nest in his hand, Ji saw Yi Wenwan sitting stiffly by the edge of the bed. I didn't expect Yi Wenwan to act so nervous. Then and Yi, you remember to drink. I'll leave first. This time, Ji purely and simply came to brush up his presence without any bad intentions, so he put down his things and left. Seeing this, Yi Wenwan could not help but let out a secret sigh of relief. Well, I'm really sorry to have bothered you, and you should go back to rest soon. The line of sight inevitably shifted back to Ji's face. Yi Wenwan said with a complicated mood. Chapter 189 Maurice who doesn't give the slightest face. As she walked to the door, Yi Ro looked at Ji clearly still having a feeling of wanting to speak. However, after looking at Ji, Yi Ro hesitated for a moment, but still did not say anything. After all, now Yi Wenwan was still here. Besides, she really hadn't seen Yi Wenwan for a long time, and now accompanying Yi Wenwan was the main thing. So in the end, Yi Ro didn't say anything and just watched Ji leave. Zoe? Seeing Yi Ro's delay in closing the door, Yi Wenwan didn't hold back from opening her mouth to remind her, afraid that the next second, Ji would still leap in. Ha! Oh, here it comes. After answering a question, Yi Ro hurriedly closed the door and turned around to walk back. After returning to his room, Ji slightly washed up, and then opened the game while lying on his bed, bored out of his mind. Coincidentally, just after Chi's side went online, he received an invitation from player MS Morris. See that team invitation? Chi slightly raised his eyebrows, and even some doubt. This speed so fast, it is difficult not to have been waiting for their own? However, the idea was soon dismissed by GE. After all, that's the $1,000 daughter of the biggest mafia in Morris. Why, even if she's a fan of the game, she's not like this, is she? But GE didn't expect that he had actually guessed correctly. Maurice over there has been waiting for GE to come online, especially the moment he saw his avatar light up. Maurice couldn't wait to start the invitation. But what was tiresome was that just the moment Morris saw that the grouping was successful, he received a call from Yihan. Seeing this, Morris couldn't help but frown slightly. But after all, Yihan did have the strength to please her father, so she had no choice but to pick up the phone again. Previously, Yihan had used his scheming to help her father fix a matter, and he hadn't asked for any reward at all afterward. Just a smirk and a hint about not hitting on him. For that matter, Morris was also given a few reminders by his father. This caused Morris to rebel straight away. But fortunately, her father had also expressly said that even if she didn't want to take care of him in the face of his advances, the usual perfunctory approach would be fine. That's what made Maurice feel better. Otherwise, she really almost didn't hold back from pulling the plug on Yihan. Thinking about the game, Morris quickly picked up the phone, thinking of a quick fix. Hello? Nano? The moment he answered the phone, Morris heard his voice, and upon hearing Yihan's address to himself, Morris's face, which was originally expressionless, suddenly became gloomy. Seeing that Maurice was slow to speak, Yihan could only smile twice. Maurice? Are you there? Aha! Hearing Yihan's change of address to himself, Morris reluctantly answered. As for Yihan over there, after hearing Morris's voice, he still couldn't hold back a secret belly laugh in his heart. However, even if he was no longer dissatisfied with Morris in his heart, the current Yihan still had to smile at her. However, Yihan was still very confident that he could take down Maurice. After all the women he had met before, which one of them hadn't fallen under his suit pants? Thinking like this, Yihan didn't care so much about Morris's attitude towards himself at this time, and he was thinking that one day he would take Morris anyway, and at that time, even if she was arrogant, she would still have to be at his mercy. The weather looks nice this afternoon. Want to go over to the beach and have some fun? Yihan graciously invited. The last pool party let Yihan see Morris's body, which had not been seen for several days, and his heart was more or less itchy. No, I have things to do this afternoon, Maurice said with a hint of perfunctory and some impatience in his tone. After all, she had to be in a hurry to get back to her game now. Looking at the call page now, she was afraid that Y over there had quit the team. A couple of friends who were playing earlier are going too, and we're all thinking of continuing the night after. No, I'm really up to something. Without waiting for Yihan to finish his words, Maurice once again decisively refused. Seeing that Maurice was so disrespectful, Yihan on the opposite side couldn't help but fall silent as well. And hearing that Yihan was silent, Maurice thought that he had nothing to say. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Hey wait. Once again, without waiting for Yihan to finish his words, Maurice had already hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, it was a relief to see that Y was still in the line, which made Maurice breathe a sigh of relief. She put on her headset and was just about to explain why she had hung up for so long when she heard a magnetic male voice from her headset immediately afterward. Hello, when does it start? When the two were on a team before, Morris hadn't really been listening to Y's voice, and at this moment, hearing such a magnetic voice, it made Maurice not help but be stunned. I hadn't realized that the man had such a nice voice when he spoke, but it was only a mere thought that arose, and Morris once again focused all his attention on the game. After all, she didn't add Y now because she wanted to cybersex, but she just wanted to hit the leaderboards and segments. Sorry, a call just came in. Morris spoke in an apologetic tone. Okay, fine. The other party's attitude was more or less indifferent. This was more than a little disconcerting to Morris, who was used to being courted. She subconsciously frowned slightly, but didn't care. After all, this was a game, and the other person was the big guy, while she was a little chick. Double or quadruple? Morris inquired. I can do both. Maurice raised her eyebrows slightly. Although it was easier to get on the segment in 4 rows, she thought about it and hesitated a little before choosing to double row. After quickly assembling, Y not only got a lot of stuff for himself, but even shared a lot with Maurice. In the past, at this time, Maurice was still taking her time with Go, but at the same time, she had already followed Y in a few melees. Now, Maurice was finally in this game, experiencing the feeling of hot blood. After all, earlier in the day, Morris had just begun to feel the heat, and before he could feel it boiling over, the man had fallen to the ground. Since then, Morris has also been out of the mix. Sometimes, when they hear something moving somewhere, they will specifically go around it. Now she was so excited that when she heard movement anywhere, she couldn't wait to rush forward first. She was finally stopped by GE, and she calmed down quite a bit. I'm sorry about that. I almost got exposed. It's fine. It's not a big impact. Just keep meeting out. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Maurice vaguely seemed to hear the other party laugh softly. Chapter 190. What is GE's status? The status of a great god. Inexplicably, for some reason, Maurice felt his face heat up. Didn't you just keep fighting? Why are you being meticulous now? Considering the style Y just had, Morris had thought he was going to make it all the way to the final round. I'm not stupid. It's the final round. Wouldn't it be easier to let them consume a little bit and rush up when they haven't reacted? She more or less cried and laughed when he heard Morris's question. Thinking about the icy little face that I had seen from the video earlier, and then thinking about the silly Maurice just now, it was more or less a sense of contrast. Morris nodded. That does make sense, but it always felt like it wasn't your style. Style? Oh, and what style am I? Hearing Morris's question, GE inquired curiously. It's just, highly skilled, beat people up all the time kind of thing, Morris said after a moment's hesitation. And after hearing Morris's words, this instantly made GE laugh again. Hearing the burst of laughter coming from the headset, that full of magnetic voice shocked Morris's heart seems to be a little crispy. She had never chatted with anyone like this before, and rarely turned on her voice when she played games with them, so this experience was more or less a novelty now. In addition, the other party has been laughing. She may also feel that her question just more or less a bit stupid, and even with the face is also more hot up. GE laughed for a while before stopping as well. After all, the persona of the high and mighty god still had to be maintained. Maurice across the room, perhaps too embarrassed to speak, was also silent. Actually, Morris wasn't embarrassed. He just didn't know what to say anymore. After all, she is really dish. Just invited Y team. Also want to recruit him to bring their own at the same time to teach themselves to play the game. but did not think of confused two people began to play the game. It's now. Straight ahead. Maurice was fuming on his side when he suddenly heard the man's bashful voice. Seeing the masked figure that sped forward, she then suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly followed. Only, her involvement didn't seem necessary, because after she rushed forward and slashed just slightly twice, the match was instantly over. Morris. Looking at the settlement page, Morris silently fell silent while taking a screenshot, because it seemed like she had never won so easily that it still felt a little surreal to her. Still coming? Just as she fell silent, the familiar male voice came again. At that, Morris hurriedly exited that page, then said, coming, right away. Just like that, a sparse Morris was promoted several times in a row. In the end, she was taken directly by Y to hit her previously unattainable segment. Now, Maurice was completely dumbfounded. Originally she was thinking of spending money to hire someone. Where did she think that this great god was so kind? Took off directly with himself? Once he succeeded in advancing, Ji slowly stretched his back. A quick glance at the time and it was already early in the morning. Playing to win isn't hard for Ji. It just takes a really long time per game. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. Seeing that Maurice didn't say anything, Ji took the lead. Morris over there was still looking at his segment and screaming silently when he heard Y words. Ha! Oh well. Wait a minute. This game is really an international game. And the people you are matched with each game are also from all over the country. So everyone is at a different time of day. There was no question about that. Except that she suddenly remembered something else. So what can I add your contact information? Morris inquired, more or less embarrassed, both in reality and in the game. This was the first time Morris had ever asked for a man's contact information. Yeah, Ji directly and painfully agreed. After all, adding the contact information meant that he was one step closer to Morris as well. Anymore, being able to have real-life contacts is better than having only game friends anyhow. Maurice had been looking nervously at the male character on the screen after he carefully inquired out. And after hearing Ji's promise, it made Maurice instantly happy. But we use VX on our side, do you have it? Ji inquired, pretending to be puzzled. I do. Just send me the contact info directly. Morris replied immediately. Ji hadn't expected Maurice to be so impatient. That surprised him a bit. In order to show off his high spirits, Ji went offline after sending his contact information over. Having just requested a friend, Morris saw that Y's avatar turned gray. But that's fine. After all, there's already a personal contact. Thinking of this, Morris also exited the game and looked at his friend request. Ji over here puts down his cell phone to charge it after viewing the game and goes downstairs to pour himself a glass of water to drink before returning. Slow and very leisurely. Only, now he was so laid back. But there was a man on the other side of the blue star who was anxious. Looking at the delayed friend request, Morris even thought he had added the wrong person. This made her a little uncertain to go online and look at the chat log. After 100 times to confirm that she had not added the wrong person, Morris then patiently began to wait. If anyone else had just let Morris off the hook so casually, she would have been impatient. Even if it really made Maurice anxious, she was really going to shoot the guy on the spot. But it's different now. People are big gods, and they've taken a drag queen of their own without complaint to fight their way up to this segment. Not to mention how grateful Maurice is to Y Now. But Y Now has an unusual place in Morris's heart. Having just positively reached her previously unattainable segment, she was even a million times more excited to post a friend circle to show off. Ding dong. Just as Morris was fuming, his cell phone finally beeped with a message. It made her look over with a million pangs of excitement, thinking that it was Y supposed to have promised her best friend. However, it never occurred to me that the message was from Yihan. Looking at the message on his cell phone, Maurice let out a somewhat impatient TSK. I should have known that I would have pulled the plug on Yihan when I sent the friend circle. Yihan, so you play this game too? Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? Yihan didn't come out to play. Just because of the advancement coming at home? Are you still playing now? Do you want to form a group together? Morris, no. Not playing anymore already. Yihan, that's fine, but I've already added you as a friend. Remember to tell me when you play next time. We'll be together. Morris. Chapter 191. Morris, shocked to the core. Looking at the message from the man across the room, Maurice just felt his silence deafening, perhaps also noticed Morris's silence, opposite Yihan also much quieter. But in the end, he couldn't resist sending a message, urging Morris to remember to oblige his friend request when he came online. Seeing this, Maurice silently rolled his eyes, and then directly threw his cell phone to the side. Ding dong. Just then, a new message was instantly added to the cell phone page. Looking at the avatar, Morris's beautiful eyes widened slightly before he quickly took a big step forward to retrieve the phone. only to see that by now Y had already agreed to her friend request. Why, hello. Maurice, hello God. GE raised his eyebrows and lost his smile as he looked at his cell phone screen. Why, Maurice, that's what everyone calls it. Say, does the Great Spirit usually play games a lot? GE looked at the message sent by Maurice. It was hard to imagine how Maurice had sent this message. After all, he still remembered her from her constant cold face. If GE didn't know Morris's character, he would have thought that Morris was a cute girl just by looking at the chat logs. Why, I play it in my free time. Morris seconds back, then please God every time before going online queue before me. Maurice racked his brain and spoke to Y in what he thought was the kindest tone he could muster, fearing that Y would run away. Why, but we're not in the same area. Time is not synchronized, are you okay with that? Maurice, it's fine. It's fine. If the Great Spirit finds it troublesome, I can pay for it from my side. Why? Maurice leaned in front of the bed with his hands on his cell phone, both big eyes blinking at this one question mark sent from Y. But Maurice couldn't understand what it meant. This made Maurice a little apprehensive. After all, when he talked to others before, he had things straight away. Although there were people who secretly complained about their low emotional intelligence. But for Maurice, those who come to find their own is just want to flatter their own. She is willing to take care of even good. After an instant's hesitation, Morris then carefully sent a message. Morris, I'm serious. Is $5 million a month okay? Just now GE just wanted to play a hand. But now that he looked at the message sent by Morris, he was truly silent. Seeing that Y didn't reply to the message, Morris on the other side hurriedly went on to explain. Morris, dollars. Morris, don't worry. Just follow your schedule normally. Just bring me along when you play the game. Looking at the message box popping up, GE could feel a burst of heartache. Look at that. Look at that. What a job. A few hours a day. $5 million a month. Free time. Unfortunately, for the sake of future heaven-breaking riches, he could only endure the pain of rejecting these small favors now. Why, no. I want to play the game purely, and usually just bring you along. Morris had been staring at his cell phone, expecting a reply from Y. She thought that the price she gave wasn't less, and if Y really felt it was less, she could add more. So, I guess he'll say yes. However, Morris also never expected that after waiting for half a day, Y would reply to himself like this. But it must be said that the shock given to Morris by this statement was also very much in evidence, so much so that in looking at the words, Maurice couldn't help but look at the words a little longer. Morris, I'm sorry to be abrupt, but I really think you play the game and play it very well, and that's what made the decision. Morris, really very sorry. Maurice was now looking at the messages sent by Y, and was feeling more and more vulgar the more he loved to look at them. Y, it's okay. I understand how you feel. It's just that this kind of thing should never be said again. Morris responds in seconds. Okay, I understand. After that, the two of them chatted for a few moments before GE made his excuses and rested. And Maurice over there couldn't help but still feel a bit of wonder as he looked at the chat between the two. After all, it's kind of a strange thing to meet someone like that in a game. However, it looked like the Great Spirits were all high-strung and withdrawn, so it looked like he would have to be careful with his words in the future. The next day, GE still had to go to work at Vigorous Movers. However, the time stipulated by Goliath was still quite sufficient, so after finishing his meal, GE then went out to work. Of course, he still had to greet his elders before leaving the house. Sister Qingfeng, and Yi, then I'll go out first. Hearing GE's words, both of them nodded with gentle smiles. Yuan Wan looked at GE's face and honestly really didn't see enough, although it might be more similar. Somehow, probably because GE was young and energetic, even that face was very eye-catching up, and Auntie Yi, seeing that GE was going out, Yuan Wan was more or less relieved, but it didn't occur to me that he shifted the goalposts immediately afterward. What's going on? GE hadn't thought that it was at this point in time that Yuan Wan would still be so flustered. He smiled. Aunt Yi, if you're still not feeling well, you can ask Song Qing to make you an extra nutritious porridge. Yes. GE doesn't know where to get the recipe. This nutritional porridge I've been drinking for a while now. It's indeed very beneficial to the body. Lu Qingfeng on the side heard GE's words. Also Li even nodded his head. Oh, okay, I remember. Yuan Wan responded more or less perfunctorily. When GE saw this, he couldn't help but lose a bit of laughter, and then he turned around to leave, riding his own small electric donkey. He didn't have much traffic during this rush hour, and arrived at the power moving company just 10 minutes later, only to GE's surprise, just walking into the store, he saw a young man with an unfamiliar face working. The two men looked up, and the moment they looked up at each other, they both saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. You're here, GE? GE was just about to open his mouth to inquire, When he heard Gao Li's voice coming, Goliath walked up slowly, and then he smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. By the way, let me introduce you to. This person is called Zhou Li. He was just interviewed today and is also a permanent worker. Zhou Li, this is GE, also from our company. Oh, hello brother Yat. That kid was on the ball. And just after Gao Li finished speaking, he opened his mouth directly to say hello. GE nodded. Seeing that you are indeed younger than me. How old are you? Zhou Li laughed. I'm 20. Indeed just out of society. Do a good job here. Brother Gao Li and brother Fatty are still very good people. Chapter 192 Zhou Li's mind. With that, Chi then went up to pat Zhou Li's shoulder as well. However, I don't know if it was GE's illusion. Although he saw that this kid was very uptight and had a smile on his face, GE just felt that something was strange, but he was a little speechless for a moment. Without dwelling much on the matter, GE set his things down and then began to help carry the goods together. Seeing Chi come, Fatty Li, who was in the back cold room, was sort of relieved. Chi, seeing that you're here, I'm relieved. Fatty Li panted. Although he was now in a cold room, Fatty Li was still sweating. Chi looked at Fatty Li in tears. What do you mean by that? That Fatty Li relied on the side of the shelf wearing a rough breath. Not the slightest reminiscent of the cold storage shelf cool. Looks like it is really being exhausted. He waved his hand breathlessly. You don't know Gao Li went to look at the bill of lading or something to go. Let the new young man to help me move the goods. That young man looks quite tall. Where to think that will be so breathless the speed is so slow. No way. I can only work as quickly as possible. After probing his head and seeing that Zhou Li didn't come over, Fatty Li couldn't help but start rambling to GE. Is it that much of a stretch? GE helped Fatty Li carry the goods, and as he listened to Fatty Li's endless words, he raised his eyebrows slightly. That is of course, harm. If you ask me, young people nowadays are just too weak. One by one in the gym, not as good as your fat brother's meat. When he heard Fatty Li's words, GE was again in tears. After moving this batch of goods, Goliath called several people into the restroom. It's a busy morning. All of you have some water first. Seeing that each and every one of them was tired, Gao Li hurriedly handed them water over. There's something to tell you guys. There's a batch of goods that's very important in the next 2 days. So everyone be vigilant in the next 2 days. Especially pay attention to whether there's any suspicious people around the company. You know. After instructing this, the expression on Gao Li's face even became serious again. Don't see that there are only a few people in our company now, but when it grows bigger in the future, there will be more people, and the salary in our company is really not that small. GE nodded. Indeed, the paycheck really wasn't that small. Compared to Yi Han's side, it was just a slight contribution, no need to sell your life, and the salary was higher. What to do? So a comparison. It seems to appear that Yi Han's side is more divided by Raw, and that is, because this batch of goods is more serious. So after a while someone from above will specially come to see it. So I hope everyone will do a good job. Recently, the wind is tighter up there, so if you do a good job, everyone's salary will be doubled this month. It seems that Goliath isn't exactly a pie-in-the-sky guy, and throws out the rewards straight away. So posh. After hearing Gao Li's words, that Fatty Li didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. And Chi observed that the eyes of newcomer Zhou Li rubbed together after hearing that a big shot was coming from above in a couple of days. With that, he slightly hung his head to wonder what he was thinking about. And even after Gao Li said the reward later, he didn't even pay much attention to it. This gave Chi an even stranger feeling on the other hand. Looks like this new guy Zhou Li does have a problem. He came here with a purpose, but I wonder what this Zhou Li's purpose is? Thinking of this, GE looked at Zhou Li's side face with interest, not realizing that things were really getting interesting. After a busy day up there, today it was still Fatty Li's sister, Li Wenwen, who came to deliver the food. It was just a busy day at first noon, and closer to noon, everyone sat down in the lounge to wait for lunch. Successfully prevented Zhou Li order takeout. Fatty Li faced with complacency said, not I brag young man, my sister cooking that is a first class. Wait for you to eat will know. After Fatty Li patted Zhou Li's shoulder, he sat beside him. It also looked like he wanted to show off his sister. Really? That Zhou Li looked at Fatty Li with seeming faith, but in the end, she also put down her own cell phone and gave up on ordering takeout. Seeing that Fatty Li was going to start showing off his sister again, Chi sat down on his own bed with some tears and laughter, taking out his cell phone and preparing to open the game. Only, just as GE lowered his head and prepared to play the game, he saw a hint of disdain in Zhou Li's eyes. Think maybe he thinks Fatty Li's behavior is low right now, or maybe he doesn't really think there's anything good about home-cooked food. But I have to say, look at the side is still smiling, very enthusiastic about talking to Fatty Li, And look at this side of the eyes flashed a trace of contempt. Jolie, GE really heart inexplicably some upset Although they had only been together for a few short days, GE was very clear that Gao Li and Fatty Li were still very good people. At this time, he obviously also saw that Jolie, this person does not speak, may be afraid of him recognizing life. So this is so warm, but did not expect. But by this young man as a donkey's liver lung It had to be said that GE did see a hint of arrogance on Jolie's face. Except that after GE looked Jolie up and down for a moment, it was really a bit difficult to understand where his arrogance came from. And like this, in the face of Fatty Li's enthusiasm, Jolie also looked very perfunctory. GE put down his cell phone and dismissed the thought of trying to play the game. Don't look at Fatty's exaggerations, but his sister's cooking is really good, and GE has tasted it before. Perhaps to see the fat man some embarrassment, Gao Li sitting aside on the bill of lading, also some did not hold back said. GE nodded and said very facetiously, yes, Maisie Li's cooking. That taste made me take yesterday's leave from work and stay home, and I couldn't even hold back the memories. Hey, you brat, it didn't look like you love to eat so much. Fatty Li laughed and scolded. GE lazily sat over there. That's for sure. I also want to save face. When I eat, I definitely need to restrain myself. This time, it caused both Fatty Li and Gao Li to fail to hold back their laughter. And looking at a few big men, chatting for half a day actually just talking about rice, which made Jolie somewhat disdainfully skimmed his mouth. He thought he had made his movements stealthily enough, but there were two human elves present who had seen him move. Only Fatty Li is the only person who cannot see Jolie's true colors, just thinking that he is young, not much strength, and want to help him hone a little. And have the sisters-in-law ever come to bring food? Just as several people were chatting, Jolie coldly looked up and asked this. Chapter 193 Jolie's Little Tricks. When these words came out, the rest of the few people looked over in confusion. Facing the eyes of the rest of the people, he probably also felt that what he said was too abrupt, so he smiled sarcastically. Ha ha ha. I mean, is it usual for the family to often come to deliver food? The corner of Jolie's mouth pulled up a stiff smile and said softly. But, even after Jolie explained it all, the atmosphere in the lounge was still a bit weird. After all, it was hard not to think too much about that statement he had just made. It was at this time that there was a knock on the lounge door. At the sound, Jolie hurriedly stood up and smiled. I'll go open the door. Looking at Jolie's back as he went to open the door, the remaining three all looked at each other with some wrong colors. After all, at this time, even the somewhat foolish Fatty Li felt out that something was wrong. Goliath was even sitting over there frowning slightly. GE didn't say anything. After all, he knew that Gao Li could also sense the hostility in the young man's body. It's up to Goliath whether he stays or goes. Only, GE still felt quite sad. After all, letting this little thing that doesn't know what it's doing ruin such a relaxing atmosphere. Yes, although in the vigorous moving company, tired is a little tired, but this relaxed atmosphere, GE still quite like. Jolie went to open the door while repenting in his heart, repenting how his mouth was so fast just now, and directly said those things that he thought. After all, Jolie still some do not understand. It's amazing how some grown men, sitting around, just talk about irrelevant lunches, and women are not mentioned at all. This made Jolie more or less disdainful. After all, he thought that the number of women he'd managed to get when he got out in society was what he had to brag about, not chatting about meals and other homely things. While thinking like this, Jolie walked to the door and opened it. Who is it? Jolie looked up with some impatience, but then his tone eased as he looked up to see the visitor. Jolie claimed that he had still seen a lot of beautiful women, but there was no woman who could be as beautiful as the woman in front of him, so beautiful that she was out of the mortal world. Such an innocent fairy, he had never expected to see it in this place. Seeing the man staring at himself in a daze, it made Levine frown the delicate brow a bit unpleasantly. Hello? Oh, hello, you're here. Hearing the fairy's voice, this caused Jolie to instantly come back to his senses, and then he couldn't help but look up and down at the fairy in front of him. I have to say, this little fairy is beautiful as hell though, and looks very simply gorgeous. But, the figure is still very empowering. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jolie's eyes then flashed with a hint of greed. And Li Wenwen, who had seen all kinds of eye color since she was a child, immediately noticed the look of the man in front of her. This made the expression on her face even more unpleasant, and she even took 2 steps back. Hello, I'm here to find Fatty Li. As he said this, Li Wenwen looked around, wanting to find Fatty Li quickly. After all, she really didn't want to be alone with the man in front of her. Oh, so you're Fatty's brother's sister, you came to deliver food? After hearing the fairy's words, Zhou Li's face then revealed a surprised expression. After all, when he heard Fatty Li say that his sister would come to deliver the food, he thought it was also a fat person. But I didn't expect it to be so amazing. If he had known, he would have curried favor with Fatty Li when he was working in the morning. No wonder that the one called GE has been attentive to work with Fatty Li, so it is because of this. Zhou Li thought to himself. He put up what he thought was a kind smile on his face, and then he reached out his hand to try to take the lunchbox in Li Wenwen's hand. "Give me the lunchbox first, I'll take you in to find Brother Fatty," Zhou Li said attentively. Watching the other party's hand gradually approaching, Li Wenwen's face became even more displeased. If this were normal, others would more or less have the sense to stay away after seeing her expression. But the man on the other side of the room acted as if he couldn't see the expression on her face, and was still slowly approaching. Seeing the man's hand getting closer and closer, it made Levine's patience wear thin as well. "I said. When you're here? Why haven't you gone in yet?" Just as Levine was impatiently preparing to speak, the yellow-haired teenager in front of him was suddenly squeezed away. A familiar voice came. Li Wenwen subconsciously looked up, and saw a familiar, yet very delightful face. "Brother Yat? Why are you back? Is it because you're done with things at home?" Li Wenwen took the initiative to greet him and inquired. When she came to deliver the food before, Li Wenwen then chatted with GE a few times, and she had to say that Li Wenwen felt that it was still quite opportune to talk with him. Later, when she heard that he had taken a leave of absence due to a family matter, she lamented it for a while, but she didn't expect it to be just for a day. To say that before in Li Wenwen's eyes, GE was just a colleague of her brother. But now, after Zhou Li's comparison, Li Wenwen realized how normal and good GE was. Watching the two of them talk happily as they walked towards the inside, it made Zhou Li, who was squeezed to the side, skim his mouth in some displeasure. He narrowed his own narrow eye slightly as he looked at the backs of the two, which caused him to let out a cold snort. He knew that the one called GE was also interested in this woman. Why else would you be so attentive? Thinking of this, Zhou Li then followed and walked up with a not very good face. Only, the lounge was only this big in total, so the words he had just said outside, and the actions he had taken were also clearly seen by the people inside. Goliath's frown also tightened. To say that Zhou Li is also a person smart, go back and immediately found the situation is a little wrong. Once he changed his smelly face, a smile appeared on his face. "Brother, you guys go ahead and wash your hands, I'll wash them and just stop by to serve you dinner." Saying that, he didn't even look at Li Wenwen who was on the side, but was over there arranging the meal. Seeing this, Gao Li's tightly furrowed brow eased considerably. And Fatty Li looked at him, then at Li Wenwen and GE, before getting up to wash his hands. GE raised an eyebrow, not thinking that this kid was quite refined and noticed so quickly. Seeing that the other two had left, Li Wenwen subconsciously looked at GE for help. After all, if GE were to leave as well, she would be the only one here to get along with this yellow hair. GE, who managed to receive a look from Li Wenwen, gave her a reassuring look before he too began to help set up the meal. Seeing this, Li Wenwen was sort of relieved. Only looking at the very attentive yellow hair over there, she still silently moved closer to GE's side. Chapter 194: The Importance of Education. It was probably also evident that Li Wenwen's attitude towards herself was very cold. So Zhou Li took the initiative to find a topic. "I just heard Fatty say how delicious his sister's cooking is, and now I can't help but smell it." That Zhou Li said while reaching out his hand to gesture to pat Li Wenwen's shoulder. Only, before his tattoo-covered hand could touch Li Wenwen's shoulder, it was dodged by Li Wenwen. Now, the smile on Zhou Li's face stiffened. "Well, cleaned up pretty much, Xiaozhou. I see you just didn't wash your hands either. By the way, go wash your hands too," said Qi. Directly walked to the middle of the two, skinned and patted Zhou Li's shoulder. Zhou Li inexplicably glanced at Ge, then he was about to raise his head to dislodge Ge's hand. "No, I." Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly stuck. Zhou Li then turned his head to look at Ge with some surprise. He hadn't expected the man to be so strong that he hadn't managed to dislodge the man's hand for a moment. What's going on? Ge was still looking at Zhou Li with a smile on his face, but the strength of his hands was gradually increasing. Zhou Li ate the pain, so he used his strength as well, trying to dislodge Ge's hand. However, it didn't occur to him that even with this, he still hadn't gotten Ge's hand off. On the contrary, the force on his shoulder was gradually increasing, and he even bared his teeth in pain. I know. This is going to Yat." After answering, seeing that Ge still wouldn't let go, Zhou Li hurriedly called out to Brother E. Well, go on. After saying that, Ji lowered his head as if nothing had happened and took 2 benches for himself and Li Wenwen. As Zhou Li turned to leave, Fatty Li just happened to come back with Gao Li laughing and talking. Fatty Li glanced at Zhou Li's back and said with some doubt, "No, what's wrong with Xiao Zhou? Why does it look like his face isn't looking very good? Not feeling well?" Ji nodded, "I think so, just now he said he had some diarrhea in the past 2 days. So?" Fatty Li didn't dwell on it much, so he directly sat down on the other side of Li Wenwen and picked up his chopsticks. And since the beginning, Li Wenwen, who was on the side, had been looking sideways at Ji. She wasn't a cutie pie, and even though she was still in school now, she wasn't so stupid that she couldn't see everything. So, she knew all the things that Ji had just done for himself. Sure enough, people are all comparisons. Before Li Wenwen also just thought that Ji just looks cool looking and forceful, people are also considered humorous. However, she hadn't expected Ji to be so attentive and thoughtful. In fact, being stared at all the time like this by Li Wenwen, Ji could naturally feel it. Only, he didn't care, but it didn't occur to him that this little ninny couldn't stop looking at it. Unable to do anything about it, Ji had no choice but to turn his head as well. "What's wrong?" Ji said with a gentle smile. "No, it's nothing." Unexpectedly, Ji would suddenly turn his head, which frightened Li Wenwen, who hurriedly twisted her head away in panic. In just a matter of an instant, that originally white and flawless skin was suddenly flushed. This caused Ji to look at him with interest for a few more moments before he turned his head back to continue eating. By the time Zhou Li returned, there was no more room beside Li Wenwen, so he skimmed his lips and could only sit beside Gao Li. "Say, is Wenwen tired of cooking more and more now?" Ji spoke up. Indeed, when Laban came to deliver food before, she only needed to use a small lunchbox, but now she came, carrying one of those big lunchboxes. Goliath sniffed and nodded right along with him. "Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed to eat it." Fatty Li was enjoying his meal over there and only reacted after hearing their words. He frowned. "Yeah, it's okay if we order dinner if you're tired." Although Fatty Li did enjoy eating Li Wenwen's cooking, as an older brother, he still felt sorry for Li Wenwen. "It's fine, it won't take much time to cook, besides, I'm cooking even if I eat alone, so if I bring you food, won't I be able to eat together too? Is it really okay? We're just afraid we'll delay your exam." Gao Li and Fatty Li had known each other for a long time, so for so long, they had also been treating Li Wenwen as their own sister. "Don't worry guys, it's just cooking, I'm really not tired." Li Wenwen laughed. Seeing that Li Wenwen had said so, everyone was much relieved. "Exams, Wenwen, are you still a student now?" Zhou Li inquired on sight. Li Wenwen frowned slightly. "Well, I'll be graduating soon, and I'm preparing for graduate school." "So did not think that you were still the school bully. Have heard that the school bully have never been in love. Have you ever been in love?" Hearing Li Wenwen's answer, Zhou Li also instantly became excited, and then pursued the question. Laban's frown deepened, but she replied politely, "No." This answer also made Zhou Li even more excited. After all, he had thought that Li Wenwen was pure before, but he hadn't thought that it would be so pure. "That? Okay? What kind of nonsense questions are you asking?" Fatty Li, who was on the side, really couldn't listen any longer and said in a bad mood. Although Fatty Li was usually smiling and looking very affable, but at this time, he boarded up his face and looked at this body type as also very intimidating. Now, Zhou Li was completely shut up. After finishing the meal, everyone helped clean up the table, and looking at the stack of bowls, Chi walked straight up and once again patted Zhou Li's shoulder with a leathery smile. "Zhou, help with the dishes." Facing Ji's instructions, Zhou Li was very unconvinced. But, feeling the familiar force on his shoulders now, he gave in after all. "I'm going to go right here, right now." With that, Zhou Li turned and picked up the stack of bowls and turned to leave. Seeing this, Goliath also raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tuned in so quickly?" Ji shrugged, "Which can be, this kid still has too much caution." At that, Goliath nodded approvingly. The lad still lacks a bit of education. As soon as these words came out, Ji then exchanged a glance with Gao Li, before they both laughed unanimously. Fatty Li had just come out after brushing his lunchbox. He handed the wiped clean lunchbox to Li Wenwen, who was at the side, and then looked at the two inexplicably. "No, what are you two talking about when you're laughing like that? Isn't this your sister-in-law's pregnancy, and Ji and I are discussing how we're going to educate the child in the future?" Ji also nodded with a smile. "Yes, we both said that in the future, we should both educate our children to be very obedient." Chapter 195, The Chanting Zhou Li. After hearing the two say this, Fatty Li then nodded his head as if he understood. However, he soon looked at Goliath with some disapproval. It's not that I'm talking about you, the baby's not even out yet, what's your hurry? This reaction of Fatty Li instantly caused the remaining three to cry and laugh. Alright, I know, you hurry up and go see Wan off. Cao Li laughed and cursed without any good humor, then pushed Fatty Li out. Li Wenwen's face was smiling after she had just heard their words. Now after seeing Fatty Li come out and hearing those questions he asked, he instantly burst into laughter again. Following Fatty Li out, Li Wenwen simultaneously turned around and waved her hand at Gao Li and Ge. See you tomorrow, then, Gao, Ge. The two men responded softly, and also waved their hands along for Lavan. On this side, Li Wenwen and Fatty Li had just walked out, and Zhou Li at the back walked out immediately afterward holding a stack of bowls. Where is Wenwen? He held a stack of bowls, looked around, but did not see Li Wenwen's figure, so he inquired with some doubt. Goliath looked over with a somewhat bemused face. Just gone. Ha? This is leaving? Zhou Li truly did not expect that Li Wenwen would leave so quickly. Perhaps also feeling that his reaction was a bit exaggerated, Zhou Li then smiled and said again, I was thinking that I came here and she would play for a while before leaving. Looking at his reaction, Ge could not help but sneer. Ha? Cao Li also slightly frowned. Xiao Zhou'a, in the future do not ask Wenwen these questions, her main task now is to study, although she is very self-disciplined, but you do not say so in front of her did not. In fact, Cao Li is warning Zhou Li that now that people are studying, don't think about hooking up with them. But nay, Zhou Li the man just couldn't understand. Okay, I know. Responding perfunctorily, Zhou Li thought, anyway, in the future, when he is in front of him, just talk less. Gao Li naturally saw Zhou Li's perfunctory behavior, but he didn't say anything more. It's just that after leaving work this afternoon, Zhou Li was straight up tired as a dog. In the afternoon after work, Fatty Li looked at the gloomy weather outside. It's not going to rain, is it? It's going to rain in 2 hours, so I can't get wet if I go home now. After looking at the weather forecast on his cell phone, Goliath said. Then Ge, you should hurry up and go, you rode the car here, it'll be troublesome if it rains in a while. Fatty Li instructed with some uneasiness. Ge nodded and went to the restroom to get his helmet. Although the weather forecast said that it would not rain for another 2 hours, it rains in the summer, but it also rains when it's supposed to, and besides, the neighboring provinces have been haunted by typhoons lately. Maybe this rain will come down in a while. What kind of car does Yat drive? Zhou Li, who was sitting in the restroom gulping down water, raised his head curiously after vaguely hearing their words. Ge picked up his helmet, as he was in a hurry to buy a car. At that point he just drove straight off with a charger or something, not even a helmet or raincoat. So now the only way to wear a helmet was to wear the one he'd bought when he'd ridden his motorcycle earlier, but he was also thinking that he'd have to go to the supermarket to buy a raincoat after work in a while before he could do that. After all, the summer rains were cloudy, so he had to be well prepared in order not to get drenched. It's just a regular car. Ge gave him a smirking look, took his helmet and went out. Seeing this, Zhou Li went out right after him, and at first he thought that Ge had driven out. But after seeing that helmet, he thought that Ge should have come out in a motorcycle. Only, he was never expecting that after going out, Ge sat directly on top of a small electric donkey. Brother E, is this the car you were talking about? Zhou Li covered his stomach, one did not hold back his laughter. Ge nodded matter-of-factly, then raised an eyebrow at him, what's wrong? Is it funny? No, it's fine, I thought, ha ha ha. Not that I'm saying, yet you're old enough to buy a serious car. Because of today's events, when he thought that Ge had just delayed himself from getting close to Li Wenwen, Zhou Li was a bit stifled, and he was also more vindictive. So now he opened his mouth directly to taunt. He was doing it on purpose, trying to embarrass Ge. But it didn't occur to him that Ge still had a bland expression on his face. It's new to me, how is it not proper? Besides, riding this bike to work, at least there's no traffic. Brother Yat, my brother really doesn't mean to laugh at you, but you're getting to the age of finding a daughter-in-law, and you're still riding this. Who can? Zhou Li stood on the steps, a pair of triangular eyes mockingly looking at Ge, opening his mouth to educate Ge. Only, before he could finish his sentence, he felt an extra hand on his shoulder, which caused his words to pause immediately afterward. Xiao Zhou'a, what are you smiling so happily? Fatty Li had walked behind him at some point, and was currently looking at him with a smile on his face. I mean yet he. He originally still felt eerie behind him, but when he turned back and saw that it was Fatty Lee behind him, he was instantly unafraid. After all, in his eyes, this Fatty Lee was like a little cutie. The same. Xiao Zhou, it's going to rain later, how are you going to get home later? Do you have a car? A voice suddenly came from the side. Zhou Li turned his head, which realized that Gao Li did not know when he was standing on his other side. Although he dared to be reckless in front of Fatty Lee, but looking at the expressionless Gao Li, he was still more or less terrified in his heart. My brother will come to pick me up in a while. After a pause, Zhou Li then said. Ha? You don't have a car either? As soon as Zhou Li's words fell, Fatty Lee, who was on the side, spoke very loudly. It was so loud that even the passers-by could hear it clearly. I'm still young after all. It's not, besides, my brother, he doesn't have a car? Seeing Fatty Lee repeating his words so loudly, Zhou Li could not help but feel a bit embarrassed on his face. But after talking about his brother having a car, he took on more or less a hint of smugness on his face. It's like he owns the car. Hey, just in time, that's the one in front. With that, Zhou Li walked over to the steps and waved his hand excitedly at the curb. Seeing this, the crowd also looked over with Zhou Li's line of sight. And at that look, the crowd fell silent. Shi Yi couldn't help but be silent for a moment as well, and then he became somewhat skeptical. Are all the non-mainstream young people nowadays so pretentious? Chapter 196, Playing with Children. It was a somewhat older XX car with a 1.5L. And seeing as his friend was about the same age as him, the car looked a little old, so it was a used car at first glance. It's not that GE is blowing, this car goes to a used car dealership and can be driven away for 2W at most. After all, I'm afraid that two youngsters were just in middle school when that car came out. Just like Zhou Li just now, GE was also very faceless and laughed outright. Puffing a used car? GE said directly. By this time, that friend of his just happened to pull up in front of the store. Upon hearing GE say this, not only did the smile on Zhou Li's face instantly stiffen, but even the expression on his friend's face instantly became strange. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and the youngster in the car looked like a grumpy one too. After hearing GE's words, he directly got out of the car with a cold face and threw the door shut with force. Dude, what do you mean? He didn't have the heart to say. Hey, Blade. Seeing this, Zhou Li, who was on the side, hurriedly came forward to pull the arm of the young man called Knife. However, the moment he heard this name, GE was again it did not hold back. Even Gao Li and Fatty Lee, who were standing on the steps, couldn't hold back their laughter. GE surveyed Blade all over his body, and in the end, he just found a scar over his jawline. Knife brother? He smiled and raised an eyebrow at the youngster, then laughed again. Really sorry, I do not mean to offend you, it's just listening to Zhou Li so praised your car, I thought. Speaking of this, the expression on the face of the youngster called Knife brother became even more twisted. He grimaced and looked at Zhou Li, who was on the sidelines, without any goodwill. Did you start it? Agu, no. Zhou Li hurriedly waved his hand in his defense. Besides, the car looked brand new when Blade bought it. Even the sales guy was packing up, and it sure didn't look like an old car when you drove it out. But who would have thought that this one called GE would see it at first glance? In response, Zhou Li more or less felt a bit confused. So you're mocking me on purpose? Brother Blade looked at GE angrily and said without a trace of anger. He then looked GE up and down with a mocking expression, not. You driving a broken electric car, you still. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, GE directly patted his electric car with a proud face. This electric car of mine is 1.5W, and there's no traffic, how nice. GE complimented from the bottom of his heart. Now, that Brother Blade was silent all of a sudden. GE raised an eyebrow at Blade. Ojo looks like it really blindsided itself. It looks like that used car that's almost a decade old is cheaper than your own little electric motorcycle. Look, all of a sudden to others Knife brother dry silence, the whole GE are a little embarrassed. Brother Knife, why don't you say something? I really don't mean to discriminate against you. By the way, where did you buy that car? I want to buy one too. How much does this one car cost down here? That Zhou Li tightly grasped Brother Blade's hand, and then began to stammer. But at this time, that Brother Blade couldn't help himself. He didn't have the good sense to directly throw Zhou Li out of the way, and then he was about to throw a kick at GE. I re you horses, Nemas de Sista. Blade reddened and kicked straight through, thinking about GE now sitting in the car. Kicked the car, and didn't the man go down with it? Only, this Blade brother also never expected that this kick would go over and his movements would directly stop. Ha! No, I really didn't do it on purpose. GE looked at Brother Blade with a simple face. Only, although that tone of his was very gentle, the force under his hands was not so gentle. The moment Blade kicked over, he reached out his hand directly to block it. Only, he didn't want to touch someone's stinky feet, so he just grabbed his calf. You let go. Blade stood over there on one leg, red-faced and furious. He shook his legs hard, but he didn't expect the opposite side of GE to still be standing still over there. Even with how violently he flung his legs, GE still remained motionless sitting over there, even his figure was not moving at all. Moreover, as the force in GE's hand gradually deepened, it also made the expression on Brother Knife's face more and more hideous. You let go. Seeing that using brute force didn't work, Brother Blade could only say in a bad mood. Hearing his tone soften all of a sudden made the people around him cry a little. Gowley and Fatty Lee had wanted to go up and stop Brother Blade when they saw him move with brute force. But it didn't occur to him that GE had cured him in one go. And seeing that the Blade brother he worshipped was directly subdued, Joe Lee was also a bit dumbfounded. Brother, do you believe now that I didn't mean to taunt you? GE looked over with a smile. Believe it. Feeling the sudden increase in the force on his leg, Blade could only clench his teeth to keep himself from making a fool of himself and nodded with a red face. Seeing this, GE then snorted and let go of his hand. Coldly, his leg returned to the ground, which caused Blade to stagger a few steps straight away, finally until he was leaning against his car, which stabilized him. Brother Blade, are you alright? Seeing this, Joe Lee hurriedly went forward to assist. Nothing, your ass. Without good humor, Joe Lee shoved Joe Lee away, that Brother Blade directly got into the car and drove away. This now left Joe Lee frozen in place alone. After all, Joe Lee also did not expect that Brother Blade just left, and even did not care about himself. Geez, why did he just leave like that? It can't be that he's still angry, right? GE sat on the small electric motor and said in a conspiratorial manner. You're done. Joe Lee was furious in his heart, so he turned around and warned GE. Oh? Tell me then, how am I finished? GE was interested when he heard his words, so he looked over curiously. Brother Blade is the school bully in school. Not only does he have a lot of people under his hand, even in society he knows a lot of people. You even did this to him, you are definitely finished. Joe Lee said with certainty. The moment these words came out, everyone around them fell silent once again. Not. You guys, this is a child playing house? GE just didn't want to hold back, but now he really couldn't hold back and directly snorted out a laugh. Chapter 197, Hasty Revenge. Now, even Fatty Lee, who could not help himself, laughed out loud. Goliath also shook his head in tears. Little Joe, we are in society now, not in school anymore, these behaviors are not good. He walked forward and reached out his hand in a serious tone to pat Joe Lee's shoulder. Joe Lee looked at the three of them without any good humor, and then he reddened his face and snorted coldly. Forget it, I'm reminding you, so forget it if you don't listen. GE blinked. Really, then your Brother Blade is gone, how are you going to get home now? Do you want me to give you a ride back? With that, GE turned on the power of the small electric motorcycle and pretended to press the horn twice. Who wants to ride in this this electric car of yours? I'll walk by myself. Halfway through his words, looking at the eyes of the people around him, Joe Lee then changed his words and turned to leave. And only after Joe Lee left, Fatty Lee then rubbed his chin twice with his hand as if he had something to do with it. Why do I always feel weird about Joe? As soon as these words came out, GE and Gowley looked at each other, and then both of them said in unison, you just saw it? Now, Fatty Lee directly froze. Gowley didn't bother with Fatty Lee, but turned his head to GE. Do you think Xiao Zhou can still stay? GE shrugged. It's all fine, it looks like it's just a child's game anyway. If you really want him to go, you can also wait until you recruit new people. Goliath nodded approvingly, also. That's good, then I'll leave first, you guys also hurry up and go home. Said GE, then smiled and put on his helmet, waved his hand at the two before leaving. After all, it might actually rain if we don't leave. GE rode the car, then walked and thought to see if there is any supermarket next to it. After all, he was thinking of buying a raincoat sooner or later. Only, after he rode out for some distance on this side, he saw Jolie on the side of the road. GE really did think that it would be fun to tease Jolie. So when he passed by him, GE deliberately slowed down. Originally, GE had thought that Jolie, this kid was quite annoying, but just now, he suddenly felt that this youngster was quite funny. "Xiao Zhou ah, haven't walked home yet ah?" GE smiled and greeted him in a very cordial manner. Jolie's figure stiffened, and his steps followed closely. Only he ignored GE after all, walking on his own. But it was clear that he was obviously walking a lot faster than he had just been. Although Jolie looked calm on his face now, in his heart, he had already started cursing GE. Especially, how long had he left the front of the store? Just ask yourself if you're home yet. Isn't it obvious? Would he still be standing over here if he was home? Xiao Zhou ah? Why aren't you paying attention to me? Is it because I was just talking at Brother Blade and didn't pay attention to you? GE inquired with great curiosity. Now, Jolie was thoroughly listening to the meaning of GE's words. Wasn't this just telling himself that if he didn't say something, he was going to enjoy the same treatment as Brother Knife? Helplessly, Jolie could only grit his teeth and say, "Ah, I didn't hear it just now, I was too tired in the afternoon, I haven't rested until now." GE nodded approvingly, thinking about all the work that Jolie had been purposely made to do during the afternoon. "Well, you are indeed quite tired in the afternoon, pay attention to rest when you go home, but it's fine, people need to exercise, although you feel tired of doing these jobs now, only when you get used to it, you won't feel tired." GE smilingly patted Jolie's shoulder. For the famous words and phrases of GE, his senior, the current Jolie naturally didn't dare to refute them, and could only nod his head smilingly in agreement. GE happily looked at Jolie, felt almost the same, then also retracted his hand. "Well, it's getting late, I'll leave first, you go home and pay attention to have a good rest but brothers still have to advise you a few words, as long as honest, there will be no accident." With that, GE rode off leisurely on his little electric motor. Jolie, who was standing at the back, looked at GE's back as he rode away on his car, more or less puzzled. "What do you mean, as long as you're honest, there won't be any surprises?" Could it be that, if he was not honest, this GE would still dare to do something to him? Thinking of this, Jolie directly rushed at GE's back with a cold snort. He just couldn't believe that this GE really dared to do something like that. Thinking this way, Jolie also did not put this sentence into his heart in the slightest. GE hadn't ridden a short distance before he spotted a supermarket on the side of the road. Parking the car outside, GE went in to buy a raincoat, and then casually bought some snacks, picking and choosing before walking out. Only, when GE finished checking out, before walking out, he saw the entrance to the supermarket. There are two people surrounded in front of his car sneaking around. These two just stood over there, but they didn't do anything. Only, the two men were head to head, not knowing what they were talking about, and it looked like they weren't pressing their luck. And the backs of these two people, and that muttering voice unavoidably sounded a little familiar. "You are indeed this car?" Blade looked at the electric car in front of him with some uncertainty. After all, just now when he was confronting GE, he really didn't see clearly what that electric car actually looked like. "I'm sure our Brother Knife. Although the helmet wasn't on the car looks brand new, it's his. And I just saw him coming this way from the back," Jolie hurriedly said. "Alright then go get the props from the car first, and let's scratch his seat." Brother Blade looked at the motorized car, and then said without a trace of anger. Especially when he thought that this broken electric car was even more expensive than his own car, it made him even more angry. "Hey! Okay. Let's not remove the tires then?" Jolie looked very excited. Blade turned his head to Jolie. "You would?" "I won't." "Then what the hell are you talking about?" He slapped Jolie's head without any humor. "GE. Silence is tonight's cornbridge. No, is this how society retaliates these days? Socializing, half the time, and all you do is scratch your seat?" GE thought he was going to go find some backstage to get back at him. He also never expected that this retaliation came so quickly at the same time, but also came so hastily. 3 more shifts. Chapter 198, Crazy, He's Crazy. Jolie's speed was very fast, and in no time at all, he brought the knife to Brother Knife. "You go wait in the alley now, I'll be right there." After that Brother Knife received the knife, he instructed Jolie. Jolie nodded hurriedly and quickly went to the narrow alley next to the supermarket. GE looked over. "It seems that these two people are not so brainless I think there should be a lot of people in the alley waiting for themselves Only, although watching the fun is fun, one's own little electric donkey still has to be guarded. As he watched, Blade took out his pocket knife and watched his hand rise and fall. Seeing this, GE went straight up to him and took a swing at his ass. A scream came from immediately in front. Ow! Damn, who is it? So lacking in virtue. You! Blade wailed, yelling as he looked back angrily. Only, he didn't expect to see GE smiling sorrowfully at himself with a turn of his head. This caused him to immediately feel a chill on his back, and the wailing in his mouth came to an abrupt end. GE narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the person in front of him. It was just that he hadn't expected to be able to scare him so badly, and look how he was still shaking all the time. However, right after GE's eyes shifted to Blade's thighs, he instantly realized what was going on. Ouch, 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 ouch. Does it hurt? GE bared his teeth and slowly crouched down in front of him. Then looking at the small knife that was vertically stabbed on his thigh in front of him, GE really felt that it must have hurt a lot. With this in mind, GE slowly stretched out one of his index fingers and gently flicked the knife in the horrified line of sight of brother knife. As the knife began to slowly wobble, Blade instantly wailed out again. Oops. What's wrong with you? Do you want me to help send you to the hospital? GE said in a very worried tone. It was also these words that completely enraged brother Blade. With a grimace, he reached out directly to pull up the knife in his leg, then he was about to pounce on GE. I blanch you. Ouch. GE had to admit that Blade was fast, but alas, he was just as fast. The moment he lunged at him, GE immediately got up and kicked the knife out of his hand, holding it in his own. Then, it picked him up directly by the back of his collar with the other hand. You, what are you doing? Seeing that he was picked up in the air, brother Blade was completely flustered. He even looked around in a panic. After all, directly on the street, being picked up in public was too humiliating. Ha! Not doing anything, just taking you somewhere fun. Saying that, GE then put his raincoat and some small snacks, all inside the car seat, and then leisurely carried knife towards the alley. Watching a tall person walking with a strong man in her arms caused everyone around to turn around and watch. But the people who work around this dock are also basically from the road. So, as we all know, don't meddle in things you shouldn't. That was why, just now, brother Blade dared to do something bad in front of so many people. The Blade brother who was picked up also looked at GE with a horrified gaze. He was never expecting that he would just be picked up by GE with ease. After all, although he was not tall, over 5'7", he weighed nearly 200 pounds. But this person in front of him, not only did he pick himself up with one hand, he even looked very relaxed. This is a monster. Looking at GE in this way, brother Blade also felt more and more how the surroundings were becoming more and more familiar. He looked up and fixed his eyes, never expecting GE to bring himself to this alley. You. He looked at GE in shock, but was really a bit lost for words. GE looked at brother Blade with a wry smile. Isn't this the gift you prepared for me? As he spoke, GE carried him to the entrance of the alley. If you don't come to take a look, wouldn't that be a disappointment to your good intentions? Blade watched as GE's eyes slowly widened, the bottom of his eyes filled with shock. How dare he come when he knows he has prepared people here? Crazy man. It's a madman. Thinking this way, he also spoke directly. Crazy. You're a crazy person. GE raised his eyebrows and looked at him and laughed twice. How can a person live in this world and not be crazy? With that said, Ikoyi walked into the alleyway and then just heaved him to the side. This fall directly made him completely unable to get up. Brother Blade. Jolie couldn't help but shout out. Originally, watching GE appear at the entrance of the alley, Jolie's heart was still a joy. But he never expected that GE would come on his own, carrying someone in his hand. You brat! It's too wild yet. The rest of the men saw this and rushed forward with the weaponry in their hands. GE shot a glance. Ooh, looks like you Blade brothers did call in quite a few people. Looking at the tattoo-covered lads in front of him, GE cheerfully laughed twice. Of course, the laughter was very much pulling in the hate value, which made those youngsters go straight to red. Looking at the chaos in front of him, Jolie hurriedly ran to the Blade brother over there. Blade, are you okay? Why is there blood? What did he do to you? Jolie spoke with a terrified face as he crouched over there. Only then did that brother Blade raise his head tremblingly when he heard Jolie's words. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, he saw an additional familiar voice beside him, and now he swallowed his words on his own without needing to be warned by GE. Egu, don't talk nonsense, it's his own carelessness that hurt himself, it's not my business. GE kicked the green-haired little brother in front of him and said with a serious face. Jolie's figure stiffened and then turned around. For just a moment, he burst into a wide-eyed stare. Because, almost all of the people who were originally full of people had been taken care of by GE at this point. Even the ones that were still standing, when they rushed over, were kicked out one by GE. Jolie hadn't expected that GE's fighting strength was so terrifying, and for a moment he was directly dumbfounded over there. And as he watched everyone fall, GE then sighed hopelessly. Ugh, it's been a long time since I've fought, I thought I'd move my muscles in the meantime, but I didn't realize that you guys are all children playing house. He said with a very regretful face. And these words completely sent chills all over the bodies of everyone present. Who the hell is he? How come his strength is so terrifying? How in the world did Jolie and the others provoke him? Chapter 199. You installed surveillance in the villa? GE looked with satisfaction at the people who had fallen to the ground with grim expressions. Well, I told you there's no such thing as a crazy person in this world. Look, they're going crazy, too. Listening to GE's words, Jolie looked at the fallen man in front of him, then at GE's back, which sent chills all over his body. These people fell really fast. If Jolie just saw GE's beating appearance, he must have run away early. But the truth was that he hadn't had time to see it yet. GE didn't even give him a chance to react. At this moment, seeing that GE was looking at the group, Jolie carefully stepped back. GE slowly turned his head and saw Jolie's near-climbing movements on the ground, and really did not hold back his laughter. No, what are you doing? Having all been discovered, Jolie naturally quickly squatted back again. Seeing GE close at hand, he smiled coquettishly and said, No, it's nothing, ha 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 ha. Is that so? GE smirked and patted Jolie's shoulder, then said, Do you know why I don't beat you up? Why? He inquired with a dry smile, hardly because he hadn't gotten around to it yet. GE retracted his hand. That's naturally because you still have to work tomorrow. You should be glad that you still have to work tomorrow, or else you'd be one of them. GE said as he pointed to the paralyzed patch behind him. Jolie was glad to hear GE say that. After all, if GE had said that, then it should mean that he wouldn't do anything to himself. I'll definitely do a good job tomorrow, Jolie said hurriedly. Seeing this, the expression on GE's face also became more satisfied. Well, the children can be taught. See, this day is about to rain, you yourself on this side to clean up, quickly go home, I will go first. With that, GE carried his hands behind his back and leisurely walked away again. After seeing GE's back leave his sight, Jolie still felt a bit unreal. What GE said to himself was like a string of words that put him more or less in a trance. However, after he turned his head to see a bunch of people lying on the ground ghostly crying in front of him, he came back to reality in an instant. Jolie! What exactly is that person's origin? The Blade brother on the side asked breathlessly. When Jolie heard this, he shook his head with a confused face. I don't know. Hearing him say that brother Blade nearly lost his breath. I don't know, what a noob. A small clinic around the marina was bursting at the seams that day, and was busy until the early hours of the morning. Of course, none of this had anything to do with GE anymore. After GE leisurely walked out of the alley on this side, he leisurely rode his little electric donkey home again. When he returned to the villa on the Imperial courtside, after entering the door and seeing several women in the house, he felt a sense of relief for no reason. This little life is really comfortable. However, it was the current life that was comfortable. GE did not forget that there was still a Heaven's Destiny mail to be resolved. You're back, brother Yat? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ro's face was suddenly full of smiles as she greeted them. Yet why are you back later than me? Walking over to GE's side, Ro couldn't help but wrinkle her small brows inquiringly. GE smiled and put his helmet away. I watched it was going to rain, so I took a detour over to the supermarket to buy a raincoat, and I met someone I knew, and after chatting a bit, introduced me to some friends. This way, After hearing GE's words, Ro nodded plausibly. Back? At this moment, Lu Qingfang, who had just come down from upstairs, also saw GE who had returned. Look at the color of the sky outside. If you don't come back, Ro will be afraid that you'll be drowned by the rain. Lu Qingfang joked. Upon hearing this, Ro instantly smiled with some embarrassment. What are you talking nonsense about, Sister Qingfeng? Brother Yi is such a big man, how could he still be drowned by a rainstorm? I'm making this up? You were just about to look through the door. Lu Qingfang said as she looked at the two with a more or less complicated line of sight. Only at this time, Yi Ro was more or less embarrassed, so she didn't notice the situation.